Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Of course, it's time for us to jump down from here. Jump down? This place is freaking hundreds of meters high. Wait, who's us you're talking about? Ethan Dawn looked at Suchi's faint smile, and his scalp went numb. The next moment, he was grabbed by the shoulders and his eyes widened in horror. Yanked down the cliff. And the players who had arrived below, including Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief, raised their brows as they looked up. Such a high cliff, seems like that Subuxian is right above us. Wait, look, the points on the map finally moved. They're heading towards the cliff's east side. Chase them. The players, adrenaline pumped, excitedly rushed forward. And behind them, the fog gradually revealed the figures of top players, who looked towards the cliff with composed expressions. That guy couldn't possibly think he could escape by entering a dangerous area, could he? However, staying in place, only moving when everyone almost arrives, seems like he's signaling to us his movement path. Tattooed youth from Hidden Blade smirked. Like the traces he left in that trial, he likes to take risks, but the area he chose is very good, seems he's well prepared. And at that time, sounds and movements came from above. There's something here. There are writings. After a few seconds, Penelope Bloom and the others looked at the prominent smiley face and writings on the wall in silence. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The writing is pretty good. Others glanced with slightly flickering eyes, dangerous looks set on the player. Let's pretend I didn't say that. The ghost-faced magician indifferently stared at the writing. The prey seems to enjoy playing games. Tattooed youth calmly said. All I know is that it's someone who really likes to provoke. Facing so many of us, yet still dares to provoke. The woman in a trench coat beamed with a smile. This Subuxian is interesting, sister here, is starting to get intrigued. They almost didn't pause, decisively moving straight towards the dangerous area without hesitation. The ordinary players avoided the brunt of their approach but also crossed the ridge, heading towards the east side area. Penelope Bloom looked at everything in front of her, her brows slightly raised. What's the matter? Didn't see those two. They should be not far from us. Justice Chief looked around and shook his head. Although not everyone has arrived, let's all set off immediately. And at that moment. Wait a second. The figures of Suchi and Ethan Dawn appeared in their sight. Suchi took a few heavy breaths. Sorry, we just ran into a pollution monster, that's why we are late. Penelope Bloom glanced at the two, her gaze settling on the somewhat pale Ethan Dawn. It doesn't matter, as long as you're not injured, but you look a bit pale. Have you overused your powers? Do you need some physical strength potions? Ethan Dawn. He stiffly and unnaturally said. No need, boss. That's fine then. Penelope Bloom nodded. Now, Subuxian has already entered the dangerous area, we should immediately follow. Leave the fighting to us, leave the probing and strategy to you two. Ethan Dawn's investigation ability was not the best, but it was still among the top. And Suchi, in the Justice League, also had a bit of reputation, and had displayed amazing talents in the previous intense battle with the old monster. Then I won't be polite. Suchi frankly smiled. All eyes on me. Let's set off immediately. I'll lead you in the pursuit of Subuxian. Alright. Ethan Dawn. Sometimes, being too perceptive isn't a good thing. Chapter 230 I am the guiding light. They traversed the ridge. The group walked through a world shrouded in a gray haze. In fact, upon reaching this area, those with keen perception all slightly felt a chill. Do you feel it? Penelope Bloom asked with a slight frown. Justice Chief said calmly. There seems to be an unpleasant feeling. This dangerous zone, we have also collected related information. We only know that it is primarily the active area of 7th rank monsters, and there are also treasures that are sought but hard to obtain. Most things in the polluted world are abnormal, after all, to survive amongst countless pollutions, they often possess strange abilities and value. For abnormals, some could even consume directly, to enhance their own traits and strength, of course. There is also the risk of mental breakdown. Usually, there are professional methods to minimize these side effects. Penelope Bloom said. If we encounter them, We can collect and hand them over to the abnormal organization, but don't get your hopes up. The players, however, did not wish to become abnormals, and most items could not be placed in the item slot, and what couldn't be equipped could not be taken out of the instance. Since they couldn't directly monetize these items, the only channel was as members of the abnormal organization, final home. But the most important thing at the moment is still that Suboxian. Other people have already started to act. What do you think? Penelope Bloom looked into the fog here. Other players had already scattered, everyone was probing, and some even began to decisively attack any solitary or less numbered groups they came across with cruel measures. Suchi did understand what the top clubs were doing. In addition to searching for him, they were also conveniently driving out ordinary players. After all, this was a battle royale game with slaughter at its core. As for that Suboxian, I have a few guesses, Suchi pondered. The top player group is almost entirely confirmed. Most people can mutually confirm each other's identities, from previous signs. That Suboxian is not a member of any club, and since he dares to provoke everyone, there is a high chance he is a lone wolf player, without any group, but of course, it doesn't eliminate the possibility that he's hidden in other teams. Justice Chief nodded. It's indeed very likely. Ethan Don's mouth twitched. What do you mean likely? He's right in front of your face. Brother Chun, why are you always silent? Is it because you naturally don't like to talk? Suchi looked at him with a faint smile. Ethan Dawn, he was sure he really wanted to expose this guy right now, and it was only out of benevolence that he hadn't shouted it out loud. But after that guy jumped off the cliff. The words he said. Ethan Dawn furrowed his brows and looked toward the distant mist. Ultimately he sighed. I think this Suboxian is very cunning, although I don't know what he is planning. It's clear that he is harboring ill intentions. We should try not to take rash actions, follow the steps of other player teams and wait for the next exposure. We have to be cautious of other teams and the potential dangers lurking in this fog as well. Penelope Bloom nodded. Indeed, there's no need to rush. The group continued searching the vicinity, but mainly, they were all waiting, or looking to see if any abnormal figures would appear. However, Suboxian was not found, but they did encounter numerous sequence monsters. Be careful. Penelope Bloom suddenly drew her long sword, bursting with astonishing spiritual energy, towards 3 monsters that lunged out of the mist. Keep an eye on our surroundings. This was a dangerous area. Players would occasionally encounter disorder within the mist as well as 7th and 8th rank monsters, the latter appearing more frequently than before. Boss, are you alright? Ethan Dawn and Suchi were leading another team not far away. Justice League members were spaced 100 meters apart in the fog where visibility was low. They could still see each other and were able to communicate promptly with any movement. It's okay. Be careful, don't go any deeper, it's too complicated here, and there are many dangers. And with many players nearby, everyone cautiously remained on guard, not venturing further in, nor retreating. They were waiting for the exposure, determined to hunt down Suboxian to the end. So, what are you going to do next? Ethan Dawn used spiritual energy to transmit. There's only 1 minute left until the second exposure, and this time all players are nearby. They won't give you much time to hide. Natural is to speed things up. Speed what up? The pace of the players. They are a bit lost right now. Suchi spoke softly. After all, I am now a lamp, guiding the way for everyone. Ethan Dawn. Being hunted is being hunted, can you not make it sound so grand? Anyway. You have to understand something, the one they need to surround and cut off is not me. What do you mean? Suchi slowly pointed towards the front of the mist. There was a figure, faintly visible, standing there, not an illusion, but wearing a black robe, slightly leaning on a tree branch, arms crossed. It's that. Ethan Dawn was stunned. At that moment, many players also noticed that figure, and before they could react, time slowly came. The map displayed the glowing point, flashing with coordinate information. All players without any hesitation, opened their maps to check. Penelope Bloom and others looked sharp. So close. Nearly overlapping. This means that Suboxian is nearby. Search quickly. Report back immediately, any abnormal finds. Chapter 231 I am the guiding light. Ethan Dawn's eyelids trembled slightly, and he seemed to understand something. At this moment, the many people behind him and the other players nearby were already looking towards that lone figure leaning against a tree. Then, the figure waved at them, seemingly letting out a sinister laugh, and then turned and headed straight into the fog. It almost didn't require him and Suchi to say anything. The players burst out in unison. Suboxian? Suchi even proactively furrowed his brow in question. Wait, have you guys checked with Sister Yang Yang? Some players looked towards the tree. Confirmed. There are even markings on this tree trunk saying been here. Looks like it's him, then. Suchi waved a large hand. Brothers, don't fall behind, let's catch up to him. As he moved, the points of light did too. This made everyone even more certain. Once the herd mentality kicked in, there was no stopping it, whether it was those who saw the chase here or those rushing over from nearby. They all hurried towards this location, spotted the group chasing, noticed the figure, and joined the pursuit. Surrounding, encircling, deploying all kinds of abilities. But none could hold on to that figure. Billions of points, everyone go all out, don't let him escape. Okay. Even Ethan Dawn was swept up in the chase, the only one aware of the truth, but he just silently watched ahead. The figure in the black robe fleeing. He was somewhat bewildered now. What he could confirm was, the figure definitely wasn't Suboxian. After all, the real person was right beside him, shouting slogans jubilantly. Moreover, it wasn't any illusion. Many other players had been shuttling around, giving chase, including some familiar faces from top clubs. Their eyes were cold, they were nearby but came later, and now they were deep in the herd behavior, unhesitatingly deploying their troops for encircling and eradication. Among them were naturally those with psychic professions, able to tell almost instantly if the other was an illusion. Of course, the most important thing was, there were actual footprints on the ground. Moreover, players had surrounded and attacked from the sides, even engaging in close combat with the figure who showcased formidable strength. Blocking all attacks and even kicking away a player who desperately tried to intercept. Ethan Dawn looked towards Suchi. This guy has such a strong partner? And 10 minutes passed quickly. The group had lost the light points but relentlessly chased the figure, which hadn't yet escaped their view. However, after chasing for a while longer, the figure suddenly dived into the fog and disappeared. They continued the chase, only to find the path ahead gradually starting to fork, obviously leading in different directions. Someone cursed softly. Damn. We let him escape. Even the top players can't catch up? One person leading us all on. Hidden Blade Youth, face dark as thunder. Shut up. His voice carried a chill. The woman in the trench coat, smoking a cigarette, spoke between red lips. That Suboxian really is slippery like an eel. What do you all want to do next? The tattooed youth calmly stated. We seem to truly be led into dangerous territory. The ghost-faced magician spoke gravely. Of course, split into two groups, keep chasing. Wait, everyone, hear me out. Suchi's voice made everyone look towards him. Many paused for a moment, their impressions of him deep as hundreds had participated in the killing of the old monster, recognizing Suchi. There are many footprints on the road, this area ahead could have dangerous sequence monsters. Suboxian is too smart to head there rashly. The opponent is also good at hiding and concealing his presence, he might be observing us from nearby right now. Suchi calmly stated, I suggest everyone stick together in a team, avoid any isolated actions, focus on cutting off the route of retreat and spread out to search the nearby area, but be careful not to stray too far. After all, there are only 50 minutes, it would be best if we could share information among us. And directly join forces to intercept him before the next exposure. His tone was resonant and forceful, conveying clear reasoning that made it difficult for anyone to refuse his logical suggestion. That could work. Hidden Blade squinted his eyes. After all, there's only so much time to cut off his retreat, which will leave him no choice but to move forward. When the area becomes more dangerous, he will naturally stop in his tracks, afraid to go further. By now, they had already encountered numerous monsters of 7th rank and even 7th rank, but actually, with a large number of players, the sea of people simply surrounded and killed these monsters to death. Monsters of 6th rank, being dominators of a certain territory, were generally sparse in number and hard to come across. Ethan Dawn listened silently as Suchi commanded, deployed, and analyzed, his silence like the rain in July. This guy. Really not acting like a human. When the players started to move, Ethan Dawn couldn't help but whisper. Are you delaying the time? No. Suchi glanced at him and softly said. I've told you, I am now in the role of the guider, leading them to the safest places. What do you mean? Suchi looked back towards the dark and misty fog. On the previous route, there were at least 2 territories of 6th rank monsters that I helped them avoid. However, the road ahead is not easy, I hope they don't fall behind. Ethan Dawn. What are you doing? At this moment, the players also noticed the mist gradually thickening around them. The Justice League wasn't far away, sticking together to prevent some clubs from launching stealth attacks. Penelope Bloom frowned slightly and spoke in a grave tone, Don't you find it strange? This is supposed to be a dangerous area. I thought it would be some desolate area where no bird dares to shit. But she picked up a road sign from the ground. It seemed to have flown over from somewhere, still bearing some legible words, though it was badly damaged. Justice Chief furrowed his brow. Are there still signs of a city up ahead? Could it be a place where the abnormal organization once stayed? But nobody has ever mentioned this. You see, although Final Home and all other strongholds are teeming with abnormalities from different worlds, many of the buildings are actually newly constructed. And no information about this area had been gathered before. Many abnormalities know nothing about this place. Tsuchi silently looked at the sign, his gaze slowly moving forward. Continuing towards the distant lands ahead, naturally, were Tentacle Man and the same city where he had first encountered the ancient god's heart. The massive hole that appeared when he met the traveling merchant was also located at a central point in that city. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing. Tsuchi stared into the distance at the huge, deep red exclamation mark that penetrated the sky dome, flickering faintly, revealing the information inside. Away from all destruction. There are 25 hours left, initially. When he first saw this deep red exclamation mark and its message, Tsuchi knew something significant was about to happen in this world. And by all destruction, it didn't just mean the nearby area or the abnormal organization. It was the entire world. This deep red color and the terrifyingly large exclamation mark symbolized extreme danger. Of course, that was just one of the reasons, the most important being. Tsuchi waited for several days, but the Paradise system proceeded as usual with its ranking battles and mainline tasks. Even the elimination point match ending time was after the destruction alert. Meaning, this force also went unnoticed by the Paradise system. That was rather intriguing. For other players, this situation might be a first encounter. But not for Tsuchi. He had extensive work experience. He instantly knew what it was related to. Tsuchi looked at the huge red exclamation mark and murmured softly, "Divine." Chapter 232 Warning. Warning from the Paradise system. According to Tsuchi's various experiences, whenever the Paradise system loses control, it means that the power of the divine has appeared. Previous system collapses or issues that the Paradise intelligence couldn't handle were all because of this. Although it doesn't specify what to do or what rewards will be given, but since an exclamation mark is given, it means unpredictable events are happening, so naturally, I have to bring my brothers to see the world. The 4 words destruction of the world carry a significant weight. If it were just about destroying the world, so be it, but even though this world had already become a dung pit, there were still people struggling in it, trying to get out. Moreover, regardless of other players, once such destruction erupted, Tsuchi believed the Paradise power would necessarily be interrupted forcefully, involving so many people. Even higher powers of the Paradise might come. What would happen then is hard to tell. It's a bit troublesome, but no big problem. Tsuchi withdrew his gaze. The place with the deep red exclamation mark was still a long distance away from here. It would take a while to reach that area, and after entering this dangerous area, the dangerous aura around was gradually increasing. And at this moment, Tsuchi slowly stretched out his palm. A totem was forming at its center. Its pattern was not unfamiliar to him, featuring a pupil and a ring of twisted flames. Evil God Totem. Of course, this was just a drawn item, not like a branded tattoo. Previously, cultists, through the totem, would mark themselves as followers of the great evil god and could also pray to the black shadow in the totem for power. So, after having drained Ganwen and 2 black shadows, Tsuchi also experimented this time. He could now summon Ganwen QI simultaneously, but each time required spirit coins or pollutants and other energy items. Energy consumption ending meant the summoning would end. And just now, that figure was Gan following his command, impersonating Suboxian, drawing everyone's attention. Gan. When? Kui. Report the situation. Black fog clearly had ripples, forming words. It was a series of information about the roads in the area ahead, about high-sequence monsters, and various dangerous and bizarre places. The closer to the deep red exclamation mark, the more dangers there were. Fortunately, Ganwen QI's 3 shadows, being in it, felt like flat ground. After all, the monsters were entirely polluted beings, and those 3 were purely black fog power. In terms of lineage, these 3 were the noble ones. Of course, Tsuchi was a generous person. He didn't mind the original form of Ganwen QI. This time, I especially commend Gan. A great improvement in acting skills. Military training is indeed effective. Gan. Why can't I feel happy about this? The so-called military training included a variety of activities, with acting taking up a significant part. But Tsuchi looked at their reports, his eyes somewhat peculiar. According to their probe, there are almost 100 7th-rank monsters straight ahead, and even deeper inside, there is an extremely terrifying aura, suspected to contain many 6th-rank pollution monsters. They didn't dare to enter rashly. Although the 3 shadows were all only of 7th-rank strength, if they joined forces, they could borrow abyss power. Although the duration was short, they would still have no problem trying their hands against 7th rank. At this moment, Even they felt fear about the existence. If it is not from lineage, then it indicates there's a stronger existence far surpassing them. Let's not even talk about the 6th rank. Just the fact that there are so many 7th rank monsters. Previously on the Western Ridge, which is where the final home was located, over 300 players together besieged a 7th rank monster, which already proved how powerful the 7th rank was. Although that human-faced old monster had a special ability to absorb the fear of the public, the more people there were, the greater the advantage for it, but the higher the sequence's ability, the harder it is to break its rules. Not to mention the existence of 6th rank. After all, the gulf between sequences will exponentially widen, creating a vast gap, and 6th rank pollution monster's existence is already a colossal being that players cannot confront by simply besieging. However, one thing that surprises me. Tsuchi excelled in approaching both macro and micro perspectives, seeing through the surface of events to their essence. The 7th rank monsters are so concentrated, including the deeper inside creatures, all seem to be entrenched here, rather than calling it a nest. It's more like they are guarding something at the very center. Or Tsuchi looked towards the distant deep red exclamation mark, surrounding something. Otherwise these terrifying monsters sweeping into action, final home simply would have no means to resist. At this moment, players were jointly battling or searching the area for some pollutants, bizarre plant fruits, etc. Although they bypassed the 7th rank territory, in reality, the chaotic and low sequence monsters appearing here were many, more than 10 times more than before. Only by reaching the center can we know everything. Next. Every exposure. Tsuchi was leading everyone along the safe zones towards the inside, commanding. Barely several times almost leaving Subuxian behind. Even causing fatal injuries, various perilous situations. Though unfortunate, just missing by a little. But the people were already excited in their gazes. Chapter 233 Warning. Warning from the Paradise System. Hidden Blade's young man gazed at the knife in his hand, the cold light shimmering as he gently spoke, that Subuxian has already been seriously injured. His movements have clearly slowed down, affected. Penelope Bloom also spoke intently. A desperate escape approaching its limit, what follows is likely the final moment. The ghost-faced magician, one hand propping up the side of his mask, said calmly. Looks like he can't run away this time. Ethan Don silently watched these top-ranked club super players, including his own boss. He felt no excitement, only melancholy. He used to think they were all dangerous figures, all ranking at the very top, even in the weakest fantasy district. Their prestige was diminished, but they were still super players from top-ranked clubs. To mix with his boss within their circle, to broaden his horizons, to learn from their experience. But now. Big brothers, what are you talking about? Open your eyes. Werewolf kills. The damned werewolf's directing operations. Something's not right. Justice Chief indeed was a vigilant man, but his doubts were about the surroundings. Even though we've ventured deep into the danger zone, aside from low-sequence monsters, we haven't encountered anything significantly dangerous. Like a 7th rank being, and now that we're here, the monsters seem to have vanished into thin air. Could the intelligence here be wrong? Once they had arrived here, they found no 7th or 8th rank, not even sequence monsters appeared on the journey, as if they had disappeared. Two possibilities, the woman in the trench coat said, tapping her lighter and lighting a cigarette. One is an erroneous piece of information leading Subuxian into his own trap, mired in a quagmire. The other possibility signifies that this place is even more dangerous because the truly terrifying beings. Naturally, no bird nor beast would dare come close. The tattooed youth said calmly. No matter the danger, those with ability will survive, and those without will turn to dust. They were all too aware that Subuxian was leading them into a danger zone. But just like gambling, everyone had already invested too much to consider giving up now. It seems that everyone here understands the situation. Tsuchi looked at the people around him, also keeping an eye on the exposure time on the map. However, the understanding isn't very thorough. They knew it was a danger zone, but what they didn't know was. Right at this moment, they had all passed through an area rife with 7th rank pollution monsters, yet. Remarkably, they hadn't encountered a single 7th rank monster. Apart from the information from Mangekyō, Tsuchi had also seen numerous question marks indicating a successful evasion of all these threats. And ahead lay the true terror Mangekyō was unable to probe, and it was only a few thousand meters away from the deep red exclamation point. The exposure time is about to be up. The countdown had appeared on the map, and everyone was awaiting the light spot to be revealed. The crowd was rubbing their hands together in eagerness, preparing to take down Subuxian for good this time. While Tsuchi fixated on the deep red exclamation point, preparing for the strong scent of danger he had already sensed. Just then, the light spot on the map failed to be exposed. Instead, a system pop-up appeared in the vision of all the players. Warning, all players in the 2,137,897th pollution instance, please evacuate this area immediately. The intense red frame and the urgent tone of the warning caused everyone's expressions to briefly freeze. What's going on? I'm not sure. First time I've seen this. Tsuchi raised an eyebrow. His guess had been correct. Paradise System had indeed detected an extraordinary power. But at this moment, the emergence of a warning made many ordinary players feel unsettled, yet they hesitated. After all, they had come all this way. They were only a step away from Suboxone, and leaving now would be to abandon all their progress. But Penelope Bloom and others had a slight shift in their gaze, a hint of surprise in their expressions. Although they had never encountered a Paradise warning event before, their seniors and adults back home all came from Paradise and knew more than other ordinary players. This included the ghost-faced magician, whose face now showed shifting shadows, harboring thoughts of retreat. I think we should pull back. Such a warning suggests an extraordinary danger. It's not worth it for just one Suboxone. Although losing his hundreds of millions of points is regrettable, there's no helping it. Their eyes showed caution and a sliver of unease. Those elders and adults of the powers in Paradise had sternly warned everyone, in such a situation, they must immediately follow Paradise's instructions. The harshness of days past had not yet faded. They dared not take the risk. After all, they didn't know what price might be paid. And Tsuchi? Bold. What are you trying to do? I painstakingly led you all safely here, can you bear to watch me venture alone? Tsuchi cajoled them. I think we're so close, would it not be a pity to give up now? Suboxone must have seen this message too, he probably won't dare go deeper. As long as we can take him on the outskirts, then everything will be resolved. No. Penelope Bloom looked at him seriously and shook her head. Brother Yang, you're an ordinary player. You don't know the situation, but you must trust me, we have to leave this time, otherwise something unpredictable might occur. I know the situation. Because I believe that unity is strength. Only together can we break through the hardships. Chapter 234 Warning. Warning from the Paradise System. Penelope Bloom sternly said. And now that we're leaving, even if fighting breaks out, the sheriff, Zhao, and we will all protect you. Besides being core members of the Justice League, there are clear benefits from this sunny and cheerful big boy's command throughout the journey, and his judgments on routes had helped them reach this point. Given those past promises combined with this favor, he naturally had to fulfill it. Ethan Dawn almost cried. Boss, seriously, I'm dying. Being able to interact with an inside tester like Boss Penelope Bloom was purely by accident in an instance. I was influenced by the boss's righteousness, became friends with him, and with decent talent, I became a formal member of his power. He swore to himself that he must boost the boss to the top of the ranked battles. Although boss ranked second in the ranked battles, Ethan Dawn himself had also quietly made a lot of efforts, even if he never let Penelope Bloom know about them. Let's go, Suboxone. At this moment, Ethan Dawn solemnly communicated with Tsuchi through spiritual energy. I've been hiding this partly because of our friendship and also because of what you told me before, that the boss would face lethal danger. There's almost a 99% chance he might die in this instance, possibly even missing the ranked matches. The danger ahead is now clear, it's time to leave. Tsuchi calmly said, we can't leave at all, on our way here. There were probably 107th rank terrifying monsters. Ethan Dawn widened his eyes. But I didn't see a single one. I told you, I am your great guy. Tsuchi said. Unless you follow the previous route back exactly as we came. Or let me command again, the chances of not disturbing the 7th rank monsters are roughly 1.2%. Of course, like a chain reaction, once one 7th rank monster is disturbed, coupled with the large noises of players fighting, it will inevitably attract other 7th rank monsters, and the likelihood of surviving. You do the math. Ethan Dawn's eyes shifted slightly, looking at Tsuchi with a trace of fear in his eyes. What kind of person was this, leading a group of players through such terrifying and dangerous places, mentioning all these lethal threats so lightly, as if he had planned everything, dragging everyone down with him? You said earlier, my boss might face lethal dangers. Ethan Dawn solemnly looked around. Now I realize, you brought this on us. Tsuchi. How can you tarnish someone's reputation out of thin air? This guy sure thinks ahead. That statement of mine was the truth after all. The countdown to destruction, including this world, naturally also includes players. Paradise had never realized it until the eruption, still unclear about what would happen. In any case, during public testing, the Paradise system's authority and level seemed not to be high. After all, how could a player during public testing encounter divine beings, not to mention a 7th rank? Players were already hooting and hollering, let alone stronger entities. Most of the system's strength seemed to be concentrated in the true paradise. Alright, drop that complex look, I'm not some big villain, obviously, a protagonist. Tsuchi calmly said. I just recently helped some kids do their homework while their parents weren't home. He was referring to Tentacle Man and Darling, who, with his help, had significantly increased Paradise's performance. Ethan Dawn fell silent. Trust this guy? Yeah, right, only believe a fraction of what he says. Besides, there's no use talking about this now. Tsuchi's gaze shifted to the rear. In just the past few minutes, quite a few players have slipped away, but at the same time have also drawn the nearby 7th rank monsters over. Look. They've arrived. Ethan Dawn widened his eyes, gazing into the fog behind where he could faintly make out a massive form. The monster, wielding a giant axe, was looking over with fiery red eyes, causing many players to look alarmed. That quickly? I told you, this fog is filled with deadly traps, easily disturbed. The 7th rank monsters had specific patterns of movement, a piece of information obtained through the probing of Gangwen Qi and 2 others. It seemed to be patrolling, but actually appeared to be related to some kind of ritual. Even Tsuchi had to spend dozens of minutes thinking about the route forward, finding a loophole, taking 10 minutes to rush everyone forward. Let alone the players now wishing to retreat. Ethan Dawn's expression trembled. Wait, is this why you didn't let everyone leave? Because, as per what you just said, it would trigger a series of chain reactions, attracting the monsters around us? Congratulations, you've started thinking. Congratulations my ass, aren't we doomed either way? Pretty much, as both moving forward and staying here don't offer much hope of survival. And the only way out. Tsuchi looked towards the deep red exclamation mark. Though the fog obscured most of the visible area, he could faintly see the outlines of a shattered city lies ahead. His words held a double meaning, not only representing the current situation but also hinting at the chance that lay in the countdown to destruction. So, after all this detour, we still have to step into the place warned by the system. Ethan Dawn looked uneasily forward, muttering. It seems it was meant to be. Bullshit meant to be. Ethan Dawn glared. If other people didn't enter here, none of this would have happened, right? Chapter 235 Warning. Warning from the Paradise System. The temptation of hundreds of millions of points, do you think you? And they won't come? Tsuchi glanced at him. Although the players were unaware of the impending destruction, and the Paradise System had not sensed it, Tsuchi naturally had to do something and step into this place. Of course. Players would surely pursue him due to exposure. Instead of letting them dive into this hazardous zone like moths to a flame, better to lead them himself. And help himself obtain the rewards of the deep red exclamation mark. Ah, no. It was to prevent the destruction of final home and this world and to take up one's responsibility. After all, unity is wonderful. At this moment, faced with the sudden appearance of a 7th rank monster, the hordes of players did not falter. They burst into combat, unleashing copious amounts of strength onto the body of the 7th rank monster. This monster simply had high health and high attack. In reality, its abilities were less troublesome than those of a humanoid monster. Moreover, with a much larger number of players now than before, this giant axe-wielding monster, amidst the disintegration of flesh and blood, hammered out an axe attack, and only after a thunderous crash did it fall. The players showed elation, and the first thing they did was not to continue fleeing but to gaze at their increased points and then excitedly scramble over the body of the giant axe monster. Different monsters have different abilities, and thus, different strengths. And just as with monsters, among the players, the top-notch guys are indeed sharp. Tsuchi looked towards the ghost-faced magician and others. Their expressions were grave as they looked around and growled. Stop fighting over it, be careful, there are more monsters. And at that moment, whether it was because of the recent commotion or the touch of the ritual, in the fog behind them, numerous figures were approaching with heavy steps. Just a glance in that direction made the players sweat profusely, and their eyes split wide open. 7th rank monsters? So many. They had only just fought, and against such terrible monsters, they had almost no other way of overcoming them aside from besieging them. And now, over a dozen silhouettes of 7th rank monsters emerged from the fog, appearing slowly within everyone's sight, giving everyone a tingling scalp and trembling bodies. What should we do? Run. What else can we do? But can we even escape? The 7th rank monsters. They were expressionless, like corpses, yet the abilities in their hands were already sending out ripples in waves, and the surrounding fog grew thicker, filled with the scent of blood. They seemed to be sealing off this area, not allowing the prey within to have any chance of escape. The oppressive atmosphere brought by the horror and the number of over a dozen monsters made everyone feel a lethal threat and fear. Ethan Dawn looked anxiously at the scene. It seems the surroundings have twisted. Suboxian, didn't you say there was a way out? Say something. Don't worry, they are not fools. The fire is already at their feet, they will naturally run. And the first to flee towards the Paradise Warning area were the ordinary players. Go. We can only run forward. What about the warning? We're about to explode now, who cares about the warning? And like the ghost-faced magician and others who were still hesitating with uncertain faces, in the end, they just gritted their teeth and headed towards the warning area. Suchi was neither hurried nor slow. See, I told you it was fate. Ethan Don's mouth hung open, not knowing what to say, but his look towards Suchi grew more horrified as if he felt that from the very beginning. Everything was set up just so, yet, despite being filled with many variables, this guy pulled the strings straight as if he controlled everything. Don't just stand there zoning out. Penelope Bloom bellowed. Keep up with everyone else, run into it. The road behind was blocked, and they had no choice but to enter the forbidden zone. Let's go, Suchi said calmly as he followed. The closer he got, the more he understood the information he saw. Whether it was at deep red exclamation mark, or many of the creatures in this instance world, which are of high sequence, are all deeply connected. This kind of connection had been speculated in the past to possibly be about protection or entrapment. But now Suchi could confirm. They were part of a ritual. The entire hazardous area. Over 100 7th-rank monsters were maintaining some sort of vast ritual. But at the same time, they were also extremely fearful of the existence at the center. None of the 7th-rank monsters dared to step forward. As long as they escaped to a specific range, they would no longer follow, and whether it was safe or not didn't matter anymore. And at that moment. Warning, another warning. All players, please stop immediately and leave the area. Do not proceed forward. Such warning messages also popped up before every player again. Can you fucking see what the situation is right now? Looking back means death, brother. Stop popping up messages. You're affecting my escape. Over a dozen 7th-rank monsters were relentlessly pursuing them, and in the surrounding fog, it seemed there were more monsters growling, ready to encircle and block them off. Sinister, twisted, and terrifying presences continued to assail them. How long do we have to run to be safe? Ethan Don roared, looking at Suchi. Suchi looked at him oddly. Do you really think I'm omnipotent or something? Such things. He paused. I actually do know. Damn it. See the city, get into the urban area, and they won't follow anymore. Although the city's outline could be seen from afar, in reality, the distance to run there was still vast. Boom, boom, boom. When the 7th-rank monsters began their pursuit, the spectacle was immense. Their large bodies, with strange hissing, were not fast, but they could cover a distance in a few steps that would take players dozens. Their physical strength varied, but the real threat was still their traits. The bizarre powers and various strange and terrifying items on their bodies presented an endless pressure to the players. The players ran frantically, panting and gasping. But they dared not stop. It could only be said that everyone was after Suboxian, but anyone could become Suboxian. And at that moment, no one was paying attention to the system pop-ups. No one noticed that the system's power was gradually weakening under some influence. The pop-ups were slowly becoming fainter. More importantly, the force hiding the identity IDs of all players was also gradually dissipating step by step as they approached the dilapidated city. Chapter 236, Getting Squeezed by Open Box. The decrepit road, overgrown with various mosses and weeds, stretched to the end, leading to that city. Long dead without knowing for how long. Silence, strangeness, and danger flowed within it. If one looked closely, it was clear to see that all the surrounding fog abruptly ceased upon nearing this city, forming instead a foggy quarantine zone. Dark green twists undulated in the air like ripples, enveloping the entire city in a bizarre and unnatural aura that seemed omnipresent. But right now, the players had no time to concern themselves with these things. Over a dozen 7th-rank monsters. Like 10 thunderous bulldozers, everyone could only charge forward, afraid to fall behind. Suchi was among the crowd, surveying everything before him. He could almost confirm it now. This dead city was the place where he had encountered Tentacle Man before, and where he had found the ancient god's heart and met the traveling merchant. After his departure, it seemed, something had happened here, and for some unknown reason, Tentacle Man had left. And there was something else. Suchi raised his head to the sky above the city. The entire sky was enveloped by a huge vortex of black fog, obscuring whatever lay within, but the sight was all too familiar. At the beginning of the instance, Suchi had been on a plane in the ordinary world when he experienced the so-called accident. From the ordinary world, he had traveled through chaotic currents to this place. Is this the origin of everything? He had his speculations, but refrained from jumping to conclusions, One had to see to believe, and presumptions could only lead to bias. And at this moment, as the players were about to step into that area, the dozen or so sequence monsters seemed to quicken their pace, hammering the ground as they roared. Many of the trailing ordinary players were directly reduced to 0 life points and carried off, their burst of spiritual energy kicking up clouds of dust that surged towards the others. The gruesome sight of sudden violent death made all the players even more panic-stricken and fearful. Run. Tsuchi also witnessed this scene, and what he knew for certain was that the power of paradise had been affected, unable to produce any prompts now. But when players were killed just now, it also triggered the return mechanism. It looks like it's similar to the situation at that auction before. Even if paradise is affected, the players themselves still have a protective mechanism that allows them to return, a double insurance. Tsuchi understood. To know. During the encounter with the juvenile form of the Master of Destruction, this double mechanism had not appeared, nearly rendering him unable to leave that world. And after that instance ended, paradise had shut itself in for a whole day of reflection, undergoing a major update. Aside from some content, it seemed more protective mechanisms for players were implemented. The people pierced through the vague fog, and at last, they stepped into the city. However, as soon as they entered, everyone shuddered, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, but many were too preoccupied to care and turned back to look. Wait. They've stopped. They haven't stepped in here. What's going on? The warning land given by the system, is it a place even they are afraid and wary of? No matter. What, at least we're still alive. Many ordinary players gasped for air, regaining their physical strength. Even after completing their job change and entering the sequence, it did not mean their strength had suddenly increased dramatically. After all, each path had different focal points. The body was still the same, reliant on the use of spiritual energy and a burst of traits. Just like some anime, where they cultivate until their hands clasped together, bursting with strength to move mountains and fill seas, but a stab through the heart still meant death. High offense, low defense, that was the case. Ethan Dawn also gasped for air, looking at the place with surprise. They're not coming in? No, they fear and dread everything about this place and believe that by entering, we are on a path to die, so don't worry, we are safe. Ethan Dawn's voice trembled. Why can't I sense even a hint of safety? Right now. Those dozen 7th rank monsters, with those creepy eyes, stared at the many players before withdrawing expressionlessly. Step by step to a spot slightly away from the city, but not leaving entirely, their massive bodies fading in and out of sight in the fog. As if they were guarding this place. They are guarding the way back? It seems we can't return the way we came. We have to look for another way. And at this moment, people began to actually focus on the streets of the city before them. Apart from looking a bit rundown, it doesn't seem any different. Even the fog has dissipated. But I have a bad feeling. This place is a hazard area, constantly warned about by the system. Someone suddenly raised an eyebrow. Wait, there seems to be something in the sky. Instinctively, everyone looked up, and the terrifyingly twisted dense vortex, although seemingly distant, appeared to suck away the attention of the crowd. Just with a single glance, everyone was startled, hastily withdrawing their gazes in fear. Penelope Bloom's eyelids twitched as he looked at Justice Chief. My spiritual power has taken damage. Justice Chief spoke solemnly. Same here. The greatest spiritual pollution in the polluted world was actually pervasive everywhere, but after the player's job change, infusing spiritual energy for the defense granted resilience to their spiritual attribute. In other words, as long as the spiritual pollution didn't exceed the threshold, they wouldn't directly lose spiritual power. The two factors being, one was spiritual energy and the other was the spiritual attribute itself. Chapter 237, Getting Squeezed by Open Box. Numerous players now seem to have lost their spiritual power, their faces slightly pale. Damn. Don't look up. Just one glance and it reduced my total spiritual power by 1/10. Everyone, don't look up. Ghost-faced magician and others immediately spoke in low voices, stopping those who hadn't yet looked. Damn it. Ethan Dawn's face also looked unpleasant. He had evidently looked up as well. What on earth is that thing? I actually lost 37 points of spiritual power. His profession's special ability was probe, and spiritual attribute was one of his main abilities, along with spiritual energy, his resilience to spiritual power, resistance to spiritual pollution, impacts, and more were relatively higher compared to others. Suboxian, you. He turned to Tsuchi, intending to ask about Tsuchi's condition, then seeing Tsuchi still looking up, he suddenly widened his eyes. You're still looking. The scenery is like that, it looks different from the outside than from inside, different angles produce different beauties, Tsuchi said lightly while looking at the black fog vortex in the sky. From the outside, he actually hadn't found much of value, but stepping in here, it was clear. The entire city seemed to be connected with the black fog vortex above. The surrounding space was filled with eerie twists, and if one carefully studied the center of that black fog vortex, one could even see the familiar turbulence. This also confirmed his previous guesses. As for whether looking for so long would reduce spiritual power, it would. About 1 point every 10 seconds, negligible. Anyway, this isn't a good sign. I have a premonition that so-called destruction is related to the black fog vortex above our heads. Suchi said softly, and now in this city, I also probably know something. Brother Su. Ethan Don interrupted suddenly, his tone somewhat trembling. I've said it many times, call me by my official title at work. It's not that. Ethan Don said, you've been open-boxed. Suchi's eyelids twitched slightly, then he noticed a large group of people turning their gaze silently toward him. He looked at Ethan Don's conspicuously displayed ID name. Then, he silently shifted his gaze back to the crowd. The other players also lost their disguise, exposing various ID identities. The crowd surprisingly harbored about 20 members of the Oat Club, who had managed to blend into the ranking battles. The Oat Club was terrifying to this extent. However, it seemed like none of that mattered now, as everyone's gaze gathered on him, at his own head. Facing so many looks, Suchi said. Brother Chun, they are all looking at you? Ethan Don almost cursed. Are they looking at me? Are you unaware of yourself? My boss is calling me, I have to go first, Ethan Don said, intending to escape first. Although this place was very dangerous, he felt staying here was even more damn dangerous. You should stay. Suchi lightly said, your boss is also looking at you with a complex, unusual gaze. Ethan Don saw Penelope Bloom's somewhat shocked and incredulous expression. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm not with this guy. Suboxian. Someone gently uttered these 3 words. It was the young man from Hidden Blade. He stared hard at Suchi, so it turns out it was all a deception. The real Suboxian is you. Suchi, don't jump to conclusions. You know there are many people with the same name in this world. Ghost-faced magician also frowned deeply, his voice as low as it could go. No wonder I always said that Shadow didn't seem right, not like a living person. The woman in a trench coat bit her red lips, commanding the whole way, leading everyone to chase here. Guy, it seems we were all played by you. Suchi, you can't say that, the facts show. It was 2 people, Ethan Don was also involved. Ethan Don yelled, I am damn innocent. Justice Chief sighed slightly, didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder every point of light was unusually close to us. I feel very conflicted. You're all talking among yourselves, ignoring others, huh? Suchi said softly. Isn't that a bit rude? Having been opened by Paradise himself, he could foresee that the power of Paradise would vanish upon stepping into this area, but he was surprised that the previous dual mechanism had left some information in the players' bodies, essentially offering protection even offline. What are you trying to say? The tattooed youth calmly looked at Suchi. You really think you still have a chance to argue? At this moment, numerous players already had a cold glint flashing over them, slightly reflecting into Suchi's vision. It was clear that some players had already drawn their weapons. Even though they had now entered the so-called dangerous forbidden area, the true Suboxian had already appeared in everyone's line of sight, so sudden and unexpected that it caught everyone off guard, making them disregard the eerie area around them and eager to seize the hundreds of millions of points from Suboxian. Suchi watched everyone's movements, raising his finger. There's just one thing I want to say. When you start making a move, something bad is going to happen. The players were indignant. How dare you threaten us? Let's do it. When ordinary players began to unleash their skill strength towards Suchi, other top clubs, including Penelope Bloom and others, all stood calmly in place, even stopping their own people. The next moment, boom. The sky seemed to suck in wildly. The ordinary players who had just released bursts of spiritual energy suddenly trembled in the face, and their weapons, still flickering with a dangerous aura, instantly dimmed, their bodies becoming limp and weak as if a succubus had sucked out their life force, causing them to hit the ground. What's going on? Why don't I have any strength left? Help, I feel like the strength in my body is being sucked out. Damn, it sucks more than my wife. You have a problem. I told you not to make a move. Suchi looked gently at the crowd. The second rule of the City of Death, do not use any energy-related items, or it will be absorbed. Ethan Don was taken aback. Wait, what rule, and why is it the second one? Because this city is full of untouchable taboos. Once violated, punishment will ensue. Suchi pointed above. The first rule is, do not look up. Suchi looked toward the ghost-faced magician and others who seemed a bit grim. You see how shrewd they are, they noticed it quite early. Their eyes were solemn. Indeed. From the moment they entered here, they hadn't taken it lightly. being super rookies raised by trop clubs and naturally different from ordinary people. Paradise had given such a warning, and now the power of Paradise had also lost its effect. So, from the beginning, they had already been collecting various kinds of information and also discovered the phenomenon of strength being sucked out, but they were not very clear, so they held their positions and did not move. As expected, those who had burst out with strength faced a severe backlash. But everyone looked at Suboxone, not expecting the sky before them to be so clear and aware. Indeed, it seems that energy cannot be unleashed, including equipment abilities and skills, but if you don't use those and just use cold weapons to hack, we can still attack you, Ethan Dawn said, now lowering his head to ponder. Suchi glanced at him. Which side are you on? Ethan Dawn said ruefully. Sorry. Wait. He widened his eyes. Why am I apologizing? I'm not on your side. You're from the Justice League, I'm also from the Justice League, we are all partners targeting Suboxone, aren't we? Mention that again and I'll kill myself. Penelope Bloom. He forgave Ethan Dawn for hiding things from himself, seeing that his mental state also seemed a bit tortured. While he was about to speak, a voice slowly emerged behind everyone. Can you help me? Chapter 238, Yellow-Robed Master. Penelope Bloom had originally wanted to speak up, not only to defend Suchi but also to assess the current situation. This city, from the moment they entered, had exuded a bone-chilling coldness, as if dangers lurked all around and behind them, causing an unsettling dread. Now, the Paradise system had vanished, and the city had become even more bizarre. Instead of competing for the uncertain prize of 100 million points, everyone should consider escaping from this city, this region. It was not only him feeling and thinking this, players from other top clubs also had an extremely grave expression, not relaxing in the slightest. They trusted their instincts, their subconscious judgments. And then, at that moment, behind every person, by everyone's ears, a voice suddenly arose. Can you help me? The voice was genderless, sounding as if someone had scorched their throat with fire and nails, twisted, hoarse, and low, an intonation that did not seem human. Everyone stiffened, their eyes bloodshot. It was like being trapped in a nightmare, with consciousness being crushed by 99%, leaving only a fraction clear, feeling as if an infinite weight suffocated them. It grew dark, and dim as if drowning in this horrific nightmare. After that sentence was spoken, everyone seemed to awaken from the dream. Faces turned extremely pale. Some even staggered, unable to support their bodies, and sat on the ground. What's going on? Is someone speaking behind us? They felt as if someone was standing behind them, that unsettling fear chilling everyone to the bone. But turning around with pale faces, they saw nothing. Why did I hear someone asking for help? You heard it too? Yes. And it was incredibly creepy and unsettling, someone panted heavily. I felt like my heart and consciousness were about to stop. All players realized it wasn't just them hearing it, which brought a bit of sense back amidst immense fear. This horrifying situation. It's not the strange that frightens, but the fear of being alone in it. You heard it too? Yes. Ghost-faced magician and others looked extremely grim and disturbed. At the moment that voice had sounded, they felt as if a terrifying force had targeted them, the deadly chill instantly expanding by hundreds, thousands of times, as if stuck in quicksand, unable to escape. Even as they tried to adjust their mindset, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, they had immediately activated their investigation skill. But there were no traces, nothing existed behind them. Ethan Dawn, pale-faced, trembled. What exactly is this voice? Why does it need help? Suchi didn't answer, but pondered. So, the voice you just heard was asking for help? Ethan Dawn widened his eyes, looking at Suchi. You didn't hear it. Well, it's like this. Suchi paused, then pulled out an old camera. While you guys were shivering and panicking just now, I was taking your photos. Ethan Dawn was full of questions. Everyone had just been caught in some horrific, bizarre incident, and you were unaffected. And what's more important? When you noticed something was wrong with everyone, shouldn't you have been observing urgently, seriously, and gravely? And you were actually taking photos. Ladies and gentlemen. Penelope Bloom spoke gravely. The voice just now was extremely strange and frightening. The information from the Paradise system has also disappeared. Everything is declaring that this city is deadly and dangerous. Right now, the most pressing matter is to find a way to leave here. Leave? Hidden Blade's young man, Zero, looked somber. It's not that simple. Indeed. The woman in the trench coat, Luna Fern, also trembled slightly as she held her cigarette, looking around. The way back. Not only is it guarded by a 7th-rank monster, but have you noticed? The streets around us are subtly changing. The Twisted has enveloped the entire city, Tattooed Youth, Xoan Wu, spoke gravely. Apart from that voice just now, dangers likely lurk everywhere. Suchi was not new to such experiences, having seen such twisted spaces in Linyuan land before. However, he now focused on the names of these players. With the power of the paradise dissipated, everyone's IDs had been exposed. The few who had just spoken were among the top 10 in the fantasy rankings, but if placed in the previous overall rankings, they were outside the top 100. Of course, they were also considered super rookies, players with great strength and potential, given the fierce competition among too many players globally, making even the top 1,000 noteworthy talents. And the highest? He looked at Ghost-Faced Magician. Ranked 47th in the overall leaderboard. At that moment, Ghost-Faced Magician also looked slightly pale, his face half concealed, but still unavoidably displaying emotions not his own. That was fear. We must leave here now, no matter what. I have a premonition, he rasped. If we stay here any longer, something unpredictably horrifying will happen soon. Just the voice alone, the creepy chill it brought had already affected everyone's spirits and condition. Chapter 239, Master of the Yellow Robe. Even if one could force their heart not to fear, not to be terrified, when facing a truly horrifying existence, one naturally feels an oppressive presence that cannot be looked at directly, affecting not just the body but the mind and soul from every aspect. Inside here, only Suchi wasn't affected. He could indeed see all the weirdness of the city but didn't even hear a sound, as if he had been deliberately bypassed. Although he wasn't sure why, Suchi knew. This city was related to that world's destruction, and that voice might also be related to the central area. Everyone. Suchi had already taken out the horn used for commanding earlier. It seems that you all are quite panicked and at a loss. The crowd turned their gaze towards Suchi, someone gritted their teeth. This is all you're doing? If it wasn't for you leading us into this dangerous area, how could we have ended up like this? Suchi shook his head. I am the one being hunted, and I cannot predict the future. I did not know anything about this place, and it certainly wasn't intentional to lead you here. As you've seen earlier, not even Paradise had noticed this place, let alone an ordinary player like me. Everything I've done was solely for self-defense. You blaming me is nothing more than victim blaming, moral hijacking, and a display of low quality. I believe any person with a conscience would not think this way. A string of clear, rapid-fire statements left the players with a stiff expression. Well done. It seemed indeed so, but something felt off about it, as if they had been scolded. Zero, Luna Fern, Xoan Wu, and others looked at Suchi, who seemed rather sincere. They did not believe in coincidences, but they couldn't find any evidence either. They could only maintain a skeptical stance. Only Ethan Don's mouth twitched. He would never believe that 90% of this was probably false. His intuition told him this guy's goal had been this place from the beginning, only he didn't know how he achieved it or why. Penelope Bloom then spoke in a serious tone. Regardless, I think we shouldn't dwell on past grievances right now. Our goal is to work together as a team, help each other, and leave this place. If anyone has any thoughts or information, please share. The ghost-faced magician's eyes were cold as he looked at the distant twist. This kind of scene belongs to the Lost Land, and once trapped, we might lose our sense of direction. Luna Fern. This place is likely riddled with peculiar rules. Finding a path out of the city from here could be incredibly difficult. I suggest we split up. Zero's expression was cold and solemn. Everyone should move toward different twisted streets. Even if we cannot find a way out, we can bring back any information we collect. What if they don't make it back? That would mean they've eliminated a route that leads to death for us. Ruthless. The faces of the crowd changed slightly. But they had to admit it was a rational plan, and the other party would be taking part too. No one knew what dangers lay ahead. It was essentially sacrificing lives to trial and error. They proposed many more plans, none of which held even a 10% certainty. Suboxian, won't you share your thoughts? The one speaking was Penelope Bloom, looking at the silent Suchi. From the very beginning, many top clubs had begun to collaborate deeply, including Suboxian, who had been pulled into these strategic discussions. But his attention didn't seem to be here. As one person asked, everyone else's gaze turned towards Suboxian. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the fact was that this guy had been playing them, and his commanding of key points and handling of critical situations had shown extraordinary talent. Since you want me to share my thoughts, I'll keep it simple with a couple of comments. Suchi paused. My suggestion is, why don't we ask the locals? Locals? The crowd was taken aback. He should be arriving soon. Suchi's next sentence made everyone frown, seemingly not understanding. Wait a minute. Ethan Don caught on to Suchi's frequency, his eyes wide. The local you're talking about, it wouldn't happen to be that voice we just heard, would it? Suchi nodded slightly. Since we're seeking help, it seems the other party is in trouble. Whatever it is, we help it, and it helps us leave, which seems quite reasonable. I just don't have a good feeling about this, Ethan Dawn said in a trembling voice. Isn't this series set up exactly like the beginning of a horror movie? At this moment, everyone was still hesitant. Another person then spoke up in a grave tone. I think we can. The ghost-faced magician's eyes were somber. Although this is a mysterious entity we've encountered, an event we cannot clearly understand, it is currently our only clue. But why do you know it will return soon? The strange whispers, the deeply trapped cage, the sealed ritual, it's calling out for help to the creatures around, Suchi said slowly as he picked up the photograph, the image on it sending a chill down everyone's spine. Because as they trembled in fear and stiffness, each person could vaguely sense a figure standing behind them. Looking closer, the figure could be seen appearing faint and intermittent, dressed in an odd yellow robe. And when it appears, the black fog in the sky, the twisted streetscape, everything clearly comes to a halt. Suchi looked around. Look, just like now. Everyone watched their surroundings with suspicion, the spiritual sequencer even raising their head to take a look. Indeed. Although everything seemed to be fluctuating, the black fog was not spinning, the distortion was merely rippling. It's coming. At this moment, everyone felt a coldness, no wonder it had been so obvious before. What should we do? They themselves were becoming somewhat panicked, looking to Suchi for guidance. Obviously, we respond, Suchi said. In the next instant, everyone shivered, and that eerie and terrifying voice echoed in their ears again, slowly lingering in everyone's mind, word by word. As Suchi watched this scene unfold, he murmured to himself. Am I left out again? He slowly tossed the photograph, dispersing it into dust. How could this possibly be a shot taken with an ordinary camera? It was merely an illusion captured by his own eyes for a fleeting moment, just now made concrete. But indeed, this might truly be the desolate land. The city was dangerously extreme. He had been gathering all sorts of information, and everything he saw indicated a situation of almost certain death. In places marked with a question, there were majestic, complex, and abstruse rituals, with an overwhelming density of information. Among them, the most direct piece of information was Yellow-robed master. He searched all his memories, he had never heard of these 4 words, but from the illusion caught by his eyes just a moment ago, he knew. The yellow-robed master was the one seeking help. And it seemed to be the key, in a web of twisted, chaotic death lines, linked to that sole path to survival. At this moment, listening to the raspy voice drifting up from the depths, like from the bottom of a deep pool, someone finally made a trembling response. Respected great entity, what assistance do you require? The entire city suddenly whipped up into a gale. The surrounding distortions, just like a volcanic burst, started to surge towards them rapidly. But no one budged. They were all still trapped in that day's nightmare realm. Not a single person noticed this. Everyone was enveloped. It seemed they were about to be carried off by the twisted spatial ripples to some place. And Suchi? He watched silently as all distortions avoided him, and even when he reached out to touch them, the twisting ripples recoiled like a frightened young lady. Isolating me? Schoolyard bullying? Instead, Suchi did not hesitate and ran straight towards the distortion. I'm getting on this kindergarten ride no matter what. Suchi grabbed Ethan Dawn and Penelope Bloom, who were about to be taken away. And he also burst out his spiritual energy, manipulating the rules. Under such interference, in the next moment, reluctantly, amidst the twisting ripples, he was pulled in. Chapter 240 I Can Help You. Suchi was swept into the twisted ripples. The sensation was bizarre, as if different doses of anesthesia had been injected into every part of his body. Sometimes it felt as if his hand was on his neck on his buttocks on a tree. The senses were in turmoil. The 5 senses seemed to be torn apart, indescribable. After the twisted ripples dissipated, Suchi slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, he felt a gust of chilly wind hit him, and all the players around him were sprawled on the ground, contorted in various poses, holding their heads as if they were recovering from a state of stupor and confusion. My head. It hurts so bad. What just happened? For a moment, I felt like my body was sliced into pieces. It seemed like an illusion, but it was too real. Penelope Bloom also took a deep breath. Are you all alright? We are, more or less. Ethan Dawn looked unnerved at a red handprint on his shoulder. But why do I feel like someone was pawing at me just now? Penelope Bloom frowned slightly, seeming to have a similar mark on his shoulder. It feels like I had the same sensation. Suboxion, do you have it? Ethan Dawn looked at Suchi. It doesn't matter whether I have it or not, don't get caught up in those details. Suchi looked around seriously. Focus on the matter at hand. Haven't you noticed where we are now? At that moment, they found that all the players had been brought to a desolate place, a dark red sky dome. Enveloping this area like a lid, with wild, twisted rituals like runes filling all directions with terrifying energy. We're on Earth. Have we come to? Xuanwu looked around and said gravely. If I'm not mistaken, this is the place where that voice exists, though it seems to be bound by various rituals. The force we just felt seems to have brought us here. They also saw traces of rituals in the city, the energy aura between the city and the black fog vortex unabashedly revealed, with all the spiritual energy used by the players previously having been absorbed by the black fog above them. Now, from all these signs, was this all for that voice's existence? What kind of high-sequence being is this? Lunafern said, not even smoking now, feeling the place was filled with ominous presences, and dared not to act rashly. This terrifying existence must be extraordinary, Zero stated calmly. But what it's asking assistance for, how can we, such insignificant beings, possibly help it? Suchi looked into the distance and said softly. Just ask it directly. Everyone was startled, following his gaze. In the distance, at the center of a huge crossroad. But the surrounding city buildings had long been eroded, destruction into ruins, and the cement on the ground had massive cracks like those left after an apocalyptic disaster. At the center was a completely ruptured crevice, forming a huge pit with an unclear bottom. But it was obvious that a vast amount of dark red fog was being absorbed into the huge ritual 100 meters in the sky dome. The entire dark red ritual was even more like countless chains, extending from the horizon and sealing off everything here. What do you say? Shall we all go over together? It looks like that's our only option now. While Suchi looked at this scene, he could clearly see the huge, deep red exclamation mark extending to the sky dome, the eerie and terrifying aura seeping through, the exclamation mark displaying a countdown to destruction by the second. And that pit. Suchi found it remarkably familiar. He stretched out his hand and compared. Though it has expanded more than tenfold compared to before and is more excessively weathered, the hole is still the same hole. Where the ancient god's heart had once fallen. Where the traveling merchant had been encountered. It was special. After all, it was where two major events coincided. If promoted a bit, it could perhaps become a tourist check-in hotspot. It's just that, I didn't expect to return to this world and find it different again. And oddly enough, there's also the addition of the yellow-robed master. Suchi didn't think it was a coincidence. Like meteorites would fall into their craters, all traces must follow some pattern. He felt that what was happening now was also intricately connected to everything that had happened before. Suchi surveyed everything around him. There were no signs of any other living things, and deathly silence pervaded everywhere. Let's move on, everyone. Be careful, don't panic, don't be noisy, and act within your strength. If you can't move forward, immediately retreat to a safe place, just as Chief said solemnly. Everyone knew they couldn't stay long in this place, and they must find the opportunity to leave quickly no matter what. All the players started moving, quickening their pace towards the pit. Under the dark red skylight, everything seemed so eerily bizarre. No, it's not that easy to approach. With each step closer, they felt the weight pressing on their bodies grow heavier, and their heartbeats quickened. What on earth is happening? Take deep breaths, it's normal. See the massive amount of energy being sucked into the center. The energy around is too vast to approach. We must withstand this impact. Of course, this impact can be shared by all of us, although it will mix with all sorts of twists, unpredictable weirdness, but if we grit our teeth, it shouldn't be too problematic. Besides. And Suchi, looking at the deep pit, said softly. I want to remind you all of one thing. Chapter 241 I can help you. What? Our spiritual energy is being passively drained, and both physical strength and vitality are dropping at a rate of 1% per minute. The eyes of those present slightly shifted. It's really happening. But why wasn't there any notification just now? The power of paradise has disappeared, and now the bodily attribute panel, as well as the digitization, is also gradually fading. Suchi paused, looking towards the top club players. I think you understand what I mean. Their expressions turned extremely grave as they checked their own attribute panels. These powers, inherent to the players themselves, ensured that all players could use digitization and skills, and tools, even without system intervention. Once gone. The good news was, they could immerse themselves in the game more. The bad news was, real death loomed over them. Let's go. Move faster. The ghost-faced magician and others' faces drastically changed, promptly responding without any hesitation. And many players gritted their teeth, intending to rush forward. The dark red eerie glow brought distortion, terror, as if spectral whispers were generating all sorts of strange illusions, bursting out around the energy. This also simultaneously presented an extremely tricky situation. As everyone gritted their teeth and walked, they suddenly felt the ground fiercely split open. Many screamed in fear, jumping to the sides, while the ones who accidentally fell, plunged into the abyss. But in reality, when everyone snapped back to their senses, they were horrified to find no cracks had appeared. It was purely an illusion. Those who fell into the abyss all lay on the ground, either unconscious or completely silent. Those lagging behind also caused a decrease in the number of people resisting the impact, adding just that bit more pressure on each individual. Danzō, wiping sweat, said, "This mess. Should we really be helping? Just being nearby is already so difficult. Do you have a better idea?" Tsuchi, looking at the deep red exclamation mark of the destruction countdown, said, "Now I'm even more certain. To solve all this, the source is in that pit." And at that moment, their eyes once again showed a hint of terror. Careful. They all saw over a dozen hyenas, with sharp fangs and bodies pierced by various spikes, charging at them. Luckily, Zero and the others didn't hesitate and directly killed these death hyenas with weapons without bursting their spiritual energy. Tsuchi narrowed his eyes, looking towards the pit. The twisted eerie. The illusions bursting out seemed to be events that had happened in this city before, including the hyenas they themselves had encountered. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tsuchi gently began. "From now on, follow my command." The massive energy erupting from the central pit, and the impacts generated were unconsciously rippling, just the tip of the iceberg, yet it had already plunged the players into a dire situation. There was no room for discussion. "Those who chase me most vigorously, stand at the very front. The rest arrange themselves in a V formation behind. In case of an emergency, protect yourselves first, then help others." So many players gathered here could resist 2 to 3 7th-rank monsters together. But in reality, at this moment, facing the aftermath of the energy impact, the players could only manage to share a minuscule part together. If too many fell, they might as well just remake. Oh. There is no remake option, so never mind. You, Penelope Bloom looked at Tsuchi. "If you're going to command, you might as well step back, and we can protect you." "Me?" "Tsuchi. Brother Chun and I will lead." Danzō, biting his teeth as he walked, heard this guy and suddenly looked up. "What does this have to do with me?" "Don't be modest, your investigative ability is very special and useful," Tsuchi gently said. "So I have a very important task for you next." Danzō's mood fluctuated, blankly asking, "What task?" 20 seconds later, Danzō looked at the huge rattle drum in his hand, his eyelids twitching. "This is that face monster's rattle drum from before, right? It seems a bit similar." "What do you mean a bit?" "This is clearly it." Danzō's eyes widened, now filled with many questions. "Wasn't it handed over to Final Home? How is it in your hands?" "It's not important," Tsuchi whispered gently. "The most important thing right now is this moment. You stand beside me, and when something sinister descends later, you strike it hard." This thing also carried a spiritual impact similar to the old monster with a human face, originating from the same pollution. Without the ability to use spiritual energy, it proved to be much more useful. Danzō took a deep breath and said, "I get it, but isn't this something anyone could do? What does this have to do with my abilities?" He actually thought his abilities would come in handy. The road ahead was only a kilometer long. But the various twisted and eerie encounters arrived wave after wave. Disasters, misfortunes, bloodshed, and even sharp icicles from the sky. There was also a rich variety of monsters. With difficult steps, under the residual impacts and Tsuchi's commands, everyone moved forward step by step as if crossing a chasm. Everything before their eyes was genuinely bizarre power. No one dared to take it lightly. Time is running out. Tsuchi kept an eye on the deep red exclamation mark, which now included a countdown unlike before, constantly reminding him of all the changes. And now, everyone had finally reached the edge of the abyss. Each person trembled, an overwhelming sense of terror overloading them, their heartbeats audibly frantic. Yet they couldn't help looking curiously into the pit. What is actually down there? Who is that terrifying presence? At that moment, for some reason, everyone wasn't restricted by the untouchable and insurmountable limits. They could clearly see a person sitting in the pit, wearing a yellow robe, gaunt as if dead, with only the horrific energy being sucked out of him visible. Tsuchi watched this scene. He understood why everyone could look directly. Everyone had been marked when they reacted. Each person could earn the right for direct contact, but at the same time, if they were unable to assist, this mark might backlash. Encountering a ruthless master, they could be cursed to the most terrifying places, facing endless bizarre tribulations. It seems that perhaps due to the mark being blocked, I'm consequently unpopular. After all, his constitution was complex. And at that moment, the yellow-robed corpse sitting in the middle actually moved, slowly raising its head. Its face and robe seemed fused together, with no features visible, but its voice was faint and hoarse as it came through. Help! Help me! Everyone was utterly silent. The previous offer of help was merely a polite response in absence. And now, although everyone could look directly and see that it was merely a corpse, a profound oppressive feeling originated from within, giving everyone a chilling sensation. No one dared to respond lightly. Tsuchi, however, didn't have that concern. He found that after integrating the evil god's eye, his resistance to various so-called oppressive feelings was quite high. As long as it wasn't causing direct damage, he wouldn't have a problem. He pulled out a megaphone. Comrade below, don't panic, I can help you. Everyone. But the other party silently looked at him with that black hollow face. Although everyone had the mark and the right to contact, when the other's gaze fell upon them, everyone's bodies stiffened and trembled. The presence of a truly superior being, even if just a corpse, was still too much for the weak to bear. The other side was silent for over 10 seconds, seemingly conflicted and puzzled. Eventually, it finally expressed its request. Ancient whisper. Chant. Its voice faint and hoarse, it continued, recovery. Anxious land. Temple. Chapter 242 Swindler Priest. 3 Surname Servant. Its hoarse voice reached everyone's ears, ghostly and haunting. But it seemed it hadn't spoken in a long time, and its fragmented sentences did not make sense to the crowd. It seemed to realize this as well. Then, a mark on everyone slowly began to flicker, and each person was slightly startled. What's wrong? Tsuchi paused slightly. Ethan Don murmured. There's a voice in my head, it's communicating with us. As the only person not marked, Tsuchi raised an eyebrow. Was he excluded again? He looked towards the figure in a yellow robe at the center. Although he could see the information above its head, the refresh timing was constant and the information random. He had to watch it in segments. It is seeking help, it wants to break this vast ceremony. It was once one of the evil god's priests. The last line caused Tsuchi's eyes to twitch slightly. Wait. What had he seen? The evil god? Ominous. Or rather, endearing. It's just that. Tsuchi's eyes drilled into the existence clad in the yellow robe. This guy wasn't the yellow-robed master. But why was there a connection with the evil god? And the word priest meant it had served the evil god. It was known that the strongest being under a deity was generally called a bishop. A deity usually has fewer than 10 bishops, divided into archbishops and ordinary bishops, who preside over the realms in place of the divinity. Next in line were the priests. Priests were the bishop's right hand, maintaining faith in the divinity, managing the realms, also often appearing in public and holding a very high position. Those priests who followed the archbishop were also known as great priests. Broken down, their status was that of the highest in their class. This guy is actually a priest. But there was more. Other information refreshed on the display. It was once one of God Gerba's priests, really now? You have a second profession? Thereupon, now it is one of the yellow-robed master's priests. Tsuchi fell silent. He couldn't easily comment on this person's complexity, he could only describe it in 4 words. That is, a 3 surname servant. The information was somewhat overwhelming. This guy wasn't the yellow-robed master. All the aura, strength, and the sequence of twisted transmissions, although not illusions, were clearly achieved through other means. At this moment, the players trembled slightly, and slowly came back to their senses, their eyes filled with disbelief and excitement. Why do you all look like you've seen something racy, starved for it? What did that guy say? Tsuchi asked. How dare you refer to the great being before us as that guy? Ethan Don's tone was somewhat excited. This entity is a genuine divine. Tsuchi, unfazed, said. Go on, I'm listening. Ethan Don, still thrilled, began to recount what he had just heard. All of us just now received its reply through the mark. It's a great divine, an extraordinary being, but now it's sealed here. If we can help this great being communicate with the temple, it can break free from this vast ceremony, and we will not only be without worries, but we can also become its followers and gain unimaginable benefits. This was the first time the players had encountered such a terrifying, high-ranking entity, and they were naturally extremely excited. Because in paradise, many people had already pledged to the religions and powers of the 10,000 realms. Starting typically from the lowest level of believers, it was almost impossible for minor figures to have real contact with a divine being. At most, they would circle the shrine, holding hands and singing prayers. But now, the divine was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Tsuchi. Why does this pitch sound so familiar? Am I Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Give me 2,000, and I'll make you the National Guardian General? So, what are you guys going to do next? Penelope Bloom's eyes also sparkled with excitement as she spoke gravely. Naturally, we're going to break all of this ceremony in front of us and then help it escape from its binds. Tsuchi couldn't easily make a judgment. But from what he could tell, his and this guy's goals were the same. They both wanted to break the ceremony. The ceremony covered vast areas of land and was also the true fuse to the impending destruction. Tsuchi didn't believe he alone could stop its progress. After all, from the dangerous zone all the way here, hundreds of 7th-rank monsters were maintaining the ceremony, and the city had more dangerous beings guarding it. Unless he summoned the evil god. But Tsuchi wouldn't resort to that move until it was absolutely necessary. In any case, Tsuchi didn't stop the players' actions. Divine Being. Lord. Great Master. The players knelt on one knee in a sacred circle like pilgrims, solemn and thrilled. A mark flickered above each of them, ancient whispers emerging through these marks into their minds, spoken by their mouths. As they continued to recite, it became incomprehensible. The language was obscure, the pronunciation strange, filled with oddity. The people also fell into a stupor, eyes closed, lips moving incessantly as if entranced. And Tsuchi, watching this scene, was the only one not participating, since he didn't have the mark. It seems to be some kind of ceremony. Related to the anxious land mentioned by it? The temple? Chapter 243 Fraudster Priest. 3 Surname Servant. I've mentioned before that if believers want to fulfill their wishes through praying to a shrine or totem, they would perform their prayers and chant like this. It has nothing to do with the strength of the believers, the number of people, the degree of faith, the offerings. These conditions often have to be satisfied to have a chance of receiving a response. But it's not a divine entity, it just gathers believers, invokes the authority of priests, praying. Strength? I just hope it's not the evil god brother. The players, guided by the mark, gathered around and chanted. Meanwhile, the person in the yellow robe silently watched Tsuchi, who also silently watched it. Their eyes met. In silence. It slowly activated the aura of its yellow robe, thinking it could intimidate his person. But to its surprise, Tsuchi's gaze did not shift away, but rather, he stared back at it. As time updated, question marks would continuously reveal more miscellaneous information. The longer he waited, the more he saw, and even if the information was fragmented, Tsuchi had the ability to piece it together. You don't seem to be a divine entity? Tsuchi spoke softly. It was unable to communicate through the mark and could only use a throat that sounded rusty from countless years, uttering a strained and hoarse voice. You are who? It was not that it couldn't speak, but it seemed as if it hadn't made a sound for a very long time, or perhaps this body had decayed long ago, requiring time to recover. That question is too broad. I could be a speck of dust in the universe, or the sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect. I could be my mother's son. Or my grandfather's grandson. The yellow-robed person was taken aback. It was merely asking with a hint of caution and confusion, but the series of answers thrown at it was overwhelming. Anyway, when you ask who I am, Tsuchi looked at it. You might as well start by telling me who you are. The yellow-robed person remained silent. It could see that Tsuchi's strength was very weak, at least in its eyes. Although not a divine being. As a priest, it still possessed terrible strength. Of course. It was just that it had been asleep for too long, and now was not only suppressed but also very frail. It struggled to extend its withered arm, and a mark slowly floated over. Tsuchi did not rashly reach for the mark until a few pieces of information from the question mark indicated that there was no other danger. Then, he reached out his hand. Upon contact, a voice slowly rose, deep and ethereal. Weak mortal, who on earth are you? Why are you unaffected by the influence of mighty powers? As I've said, ask for someone's name before you reveal your own. The more information Tsuchi saw, the more he understood about the entity before him, and the better he knew its weaknesses. The yellow robe it wore was a divine artifact, endowed with the majesty of the yellow-robed master. It was amazed at itself. Because when it activated the power of the yellow robe just now, for some reason, the yellow robe did not envelop me and even actively avoided me. It said in a deep voice. I am naturally the supreme divine being. Tsuchi cut it off. Divine beings have an intimidating presence that is unapproachable, unspeakable, and unheard of for the weak. Except for when I first entered the city, I felt this way, but as soon as I stepped into the pit just now, nothing happened. He looked at the people. At first, I thought they could touch it because the mark qualified them to contact the divine being, but now it seems the mark was just for your communication with them. What Tsuchi said was based on experience. The evil god is the most typical example. Its projections always caused an uproar. And although the Master of Destruction is also a terrifying divine entity, on the 2 occasions she appeared, it was in a weakened spiritual body, possessing only extraordinary traits and not the stature of a divine being. The girl's physical strength seemed very powerful at the time, but it was actually somewhat lacking compared to her priests. It was in the normal sequence and nowhere near a sliver of her true strength. As for the Master of Destruction's true complete form, I anticipate the terror it brings, the unrivaled power, the suppression, are no weaker than the effects of the previously mentioned Yellow-Robed Master. At this moment, the yellow-robed person fell into silence. It was puzzled. Why wasn't this fellow affected? That was the power unleashed by the divine artifacts on its person. The true might of a divine mortal. It uttered somberly. This isn't something you should be prying into. Even though I am not a divine, the position and strength I hold are beyond your imagination. Suchi gestured around him, reminding. But evidently, you are sealed here and even need us, mere mortals, to aid you. And please note one thing, they are considered my people as I brought them here, round up, they are my underlings, in that light, they are striving to assist you. As their boss and spokesperson, I naturally assume responsibility for them, so, Your Excellence, wouldn't it be reasonable to be a bit more sincere? Even though the exclamation mark was centered here in deep crimson, he had already discerned the source. It was the grand ritual, the staggering energy originating from this place, which must have a reason. And these things he could hardly fathom through mere information fragments, to get the complete content. He could only learn through the person before him. The Yellow-Robed Master remained silent, having previously deemed these mortals as mere tools. After all, by breaking the ritual, they too could survive. Unexpectedly, this insignificant mortal now required it to be a bit more sincere. How audacious. What is my identity, and what is yours? Of course. If it truly comes to that, Suchi shook his head with a sigh. I can only let my underlings give up assisting. As for these so-called ancient whispers, you might want to look for someone else, though it might be too late. The Yellow-Robed Master? It said solemnly, just as I informed them, this world is collapsing, this massive ritual seeks to destroy everything. Your wish to survive as mortals and my desire to escape, in the end, all lead to breaking the ritual. Suchi replied. I understand this much, but you should be able to see it. We might pay a certain price, but every person here has hidden traits enabling them to leave this place. The Yellow-Robed Master frowned tightly, scrutinizing everyone, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if seeing something unbelievable. Old days. Suchi's eyelids twitched. His previous words naturally referred to the power of paradise, which in the present world should no longer be a secret, the mechanism within each player's being seen as lineage, extraordinary traits, similar powers to a lineage's divine abilities by other high beings. But he didn't expect the Yellow-Robed Master to utter the term old days, although clearly some information wasn't revealed, it was enough. This term was taboo and ancient. He also learned from various ancient high beings that it was no simple matter, something that even those beings feared, and which was currently beyond his reach. Clearly, the Yellow-Robed Master was unwilling to say more. It began to speak slowly. Since it is so, mortal, listen well. Suchi silently observed it. Must it present itself with such flourish? I am the magnificent, the sacred, revered by countless, feared by countless, a divine, the Yellow-Robed Master. It declared with gravity. One of its priests. That build-up sure came with the air of a lackey. No wonder it could play the three-surname servant. What a coincidence. Suchi introduced himself with a smile. I am also magnificent, sacred, revered by countless, feared by countless. The sect hierarch of the Hustlers sect. Suboxian. The Yellow-Robed Master. Never heard of it. You, such an insignificant mortal, can also be a sect hierarch. It seems this is but a small-time organization of no repute. Its tone had become much more normal at the moment, no longer as solemn and unemotional as before. Judging from your weak fellows. Indeed. It has fallen. Suchi paused slightly. It was clear this being, just like the countless ancient warriors slumbering on the ancient battlefield, had lived for a very long time. Its mention of decline, was it referring to its own era, that paradise once existed there too? Chapter 244, Burst. New attribute, darkness. Time ticked away, second by second. The ancient whispers muttered by the players had generated a miraculous effect, bursting forth with a radiant aura from the divine artifacts on the yellow-robed priest. Here it comes. The yellow-robed priest's expression grew solemn. The entire black fog vortex surprisingly revealed an aurora. A projection was thunderously descending. In the sky dome above, layer upon layer of enormous, majestic structures became visible. What is this? A mirage. The temple's projection from the anxious land. Today is the day of audience for the anxious land. The time when the temple's power is recovering, the yellow-robed priest spoke. At this moment his garment exuding a terrifying aura, worn and aged, but the yellow robe danced ethereally, connecting to the projection of the temple in the sky dome. I thought you'd summon the actual yellow-robed master. Impossible. Such a thing could never happen. The yellow-robed priest ground out hoarsely. All the divines are slumbering. Not a single one's projection can descend into the present world. Next, we'll see if the temple's projected power can break through this damn ritual. The power of the projection and the prayers of the faithful. Even though mediated by the yellow robe, it wasn't certain it could destroy the ritual. At this moment, the power bursting forth from the temple's projection collided with the massive ritual. Boom. In that instant, Tsuchi could clearly feel the entire city, even the entire hazardous area, the whole world, tremble. At this point, the players had also completed their mission, stepping out of their trance, eyes dry and tongues parched as they opened their eyes to look towards the sky dome, their hearts profoundly shaken. Damn. Ethan Don was shaking Tsuchi's shoulders, his face flushed. Suboxian. Boss, look. It's a miracle. We've actually prayed for such power. Many were nearly overwhelmed to the point of kneeling before the yellow-robed priest once again. The top clubs were also incredibly moved. The reason for so much division within Paradise was because everyone was frantically pursuing truly great power, and now they had the fortune to witness this scene. They couldn't help but be excited. Tsuchi slowly gazed at the sky dome, this scene truly grandiose, the temple's projection and the vortex of darkness. The burst of brilliance caused the entire polluted world to shudder. At this moment, boom. The ritual outside had a horrifying aura spreading. A tumultuous roar suddenly thundered, shaking the sky. Everyone felt dizzy, nearly vomiting blood from the reverberations. Tsuchi mentally resisted the impact, suffering no significant effect. His gaze shifted to several enormous figures outside the ritual, each brimming with tremendous abnormality, unleashing power in an attempt to assault the central area. What's this? The guardians of the ritual. 5 sequence 6 monsters. The yellow-robed priest hoarsely spat out a mouthful of black blood, sacrificing his own flesh and blood to feed the yellow robe, his withered palm seemingly stabilizing the connection with the temple. They want to destroy. To prevent the projection of the temple, but now I am using my master's artifact with all my might to hold them back. They can't get through for the moment. Tsuchi said. Temporary sounds very ominous. How long until the ritual can be destroyed? He looked at the red exclamation mark, the destruction countdown proceeding in an orderly fashion, now with only 2 hours left. I don't know. Tsuchi? Furthermore, the yellow-robed priest looked at the surrounding ripples. They're calling. All the pollution monsters, and the next wave will assault this place. You've got no good news, only a stream of bad. In any case, mortal. The yellow-robed priest rasped, all the strength I have left is spent summoning the temple's projection to counter the ritual, the rest I cannot care for. If you wish to survive unscathed, you must aid me. In this, there was no lie. It and Tsuchi shared the same objective, and although it did not want to admit it, at this moment, it needed the help of these mortals. Once I am freed, I will surely let you bask in the great master's radiant glory. This statement. Tsuchi glanced above its head, such grand promises, yet hollow. At this moment, the final home was also stirring. Countless abnormalities gazed in astonishment at the ground, an earthquake. The mist is still dissipating? No, the fog seems to be converging in one direction, look over there. Someone cried out in surprise, looking towards the distance, the fog being drawn in and gathering towards one point, and the terrifying black fog vortex in the sky dome had expanded hundreds of times larger than before, and the mirage-like temple, bursting with incredible radiance. The twisted ripples began to expand from the city, swallowing everything around it. All the pollution monsters near the stronghold were howling madly, racing toward the twisted ripples. Their numbers, like a tidal wave, made everyone's scalp tingle. The abnormalities trembled. What on earth is happening? Like the end of the world. Boom boom boom. The temple's projection and the massive ritual collided with intense force, the terrifying sound creating waves of ripples. The players were now standing heavily atop the pit, looking towards the edges of the city. The twisted ripples expanded, sending a large number of pollution monsters into the city, though there was the yellow-robed divine preventing monsters that it couldn't handle, stalling. But the roars vaguely coming from all directions made everyone feel an extreme urgency. Chapter 245 Burst. New attribute, darkness. The crowd held their weapons. Spiritual energy activated the ancient relics within their bodies. After the temple appeared, it temporarily isolated the black vortex from devouring the ground. At this moment, they could use spiritual energy and so on. No matter if it's to survive or for something else, we must give it our all. At this moment, numerous monsters, shaking their heads and flailing about, smashed their way out from the twisted ripples. Although the ripples were made more complex by the impact, and most would get lost, It was evident that after exceeding a certain number, even a minimal chance would lead to the entry of numerous monsters. Actually, they understood nothing, couldn't judge directions, and only charged towards the center driven by their rampant monstrous instincts. Here they come. Kill. Many players growled as they burst forth with their strength, attacking the incoming monsters. The gap between the fighting power of ordinary players and top club players was clearly visible at this moment. Lunafern also extended a multitude of phantom hands from behind, forming hand gestures in rows, sweeping through numerous monsters. Zero's berserk bursts of blood ore made his sword seem as if it became more aggressive, and he plunged into the tide of monsters. The tattooed youth's body was even flickering with tiny lights, each tattoo could enhance his strength. The ghost-faced magician lifted his mask, and his entire appearance suddenly changed, filled with a terrifying evil presence, exploding with incredible might. Penelope Bloom and Justice Chief, though not matching the ghost-faced magician in bursting with power and traits, still showed combat abilities that justified their points. See that? Suchi looked at the scene and softly said. They have different styles, and at the same time represent different ancient relics, which often correlate with the power behind them. Evil, orderly, neutral. One can roughly discern it from these. Ethan Dawn, gasping for breath, suddenly cleaved a monster to death with his knife. Nonsense, everyone was almost fighting to the death, and you just realized it now? Suchi smiled. I'm just curious about the paradise we're about to enter. It seems the situation is indeed complex, with various powers entrenched and incompatible as fire and water. Is this really the freaking time for that? Ethan Dawn shouted, looking at Suchi. I've been watching you for a long while now, you're slacking off, aren't you? Since the start, he had seen Suchi rush into the monster horde and then come out with a dissatisfied expression. No, Suchi paused. I am just trying to find a suitable attribute. Ethan Dawn? What's that? As soon as the battle began, Suchi would randomly have one attribute, which continued until the battle ended. Of course, if he was not satisfied with the attribute, or if it was not applicable to the current situation, Suchi could end the battle temporarily, and approximately 2 minutes later, the attribute would vanish. Right now, what Suchi needed most was an AO-type attribute. Right after Suchi violently kicked a monster to death, a black shadow was suddenly absorbed into his body. What's this? Suchi slightly faltered, looking at the new random attribute he had drawn. Darkness, function. Each time an enemy is killed, their shadow will be devoured, and the more shadows devoured, the stronger the strength, the burst of skills, equipment effect, and trait potency. At the same time, as more shadows are devoured, extremely dangerous side effects will occur. Note, all effects of the dark attribute will be retained, but the chances of it reappearing upon refresh are extremely low. Suchi's eyes paused for a moment. Dark attribute? It seemed very powerful. After all, the description outlined that it was a growth and devouring attribute, and even the effects could be retained, though he had to wait for the next refresh. And similarly, it was a double-edged sword, with limitations. Extremely dangerous side effects? Suchi faintly sensed the disordered monster's shadow enter his body, as if feeling nothing. It seems I haven't killed enough yet. Suchi had no hesitation this time. Endless monsters kept stumbling out from the twisted ripples, their number and frenzy not to be underestimated. Boom boom boom. The explosive combat noises from numerous players were already incredibly chaotic and varied, adding to the ripples bursting from the sky dome. The terrifying and abnormal ripples sounded loud enough to pain the ears of all from Final Home, causing fear among the many players, but all were intercepted by the power of the yellow-robed priest's temple projection. Otherwise, it would have led to a collective obliteration of the players long ago. And now, Ethan Dawn was also furiously battling. His probe trait, although not able to erupt like others, still enabled him to slice through the disordered monsters. However, persistently fluctuating twisted ripples, endless disordered monsters, and not only that, a large number of 7th rank and 9th rank monsters were roaring as they entered the fray. The top players from elite clubs faced off against 7th rank monsters. Ordinary players teamed up to slay 8th rank. Damn. Another batch of monsters has surged in. There are 10 7th rank beasts. What should we do? Is anyone coming to deal with this? Penelope Bloom roared from afar. Hold them off for now. We're all tied up. Everyone was engaged in a furious battle, fighting with all their might. But the endless stream of increasingly powerful monsters was starting to push everyone to the brink of collapse. Ethan Dawn shouted commands. No casualties, wait for backup. The players' faces turned pale. Easier said than done, how can we hold them back? All super rookies were embroiled in fierce combat. We can't hold them off. Ethan Dawn clenched his teeth, about to speak, when he suddenly felt a dangerous and eerie presence. Danger was behind him. Sweat dripped down his face as he drew his blade without hesitation and violently slashed behind him. But in the next instant, the blade was pinched between two fingers. Tsuchi looked at the gleaming blade. It seems you've been coveting my points for quite some time? Ethan Don was stunned. How could it be Suboxian? He had clearly sensed an abnormality, just like the aura of a pollution monster. And, this guy actually stopped his slashing blade with just two fingers. Had he not exerted enough strength just now? Or did this guy possess the skill to catch a blade barehanded? But now was not the time for that. Here they come. Ethan Don listened to the roars and bursts of strength near his ear and said with a jump in his eye. Step back carefully, they're charging over. Don't panic. Tsuchi released his fingers, and his pupils were as dark as the night. The long sword in his hand was already stained with plenty of pollution monster blood, and the shadow behind him was thick, seemingly stretching far and deep. With a move of his body, he whipped up a fierce wind. And then he burst forth. Ethan Don's hair flew wild. His eyes widened. What the hell, he's just gone right through them. And those 8th and 7th rank monsters in his path were ripped viciously apart amidst a series of astonishing cold flashes. The other players around stared blankly at the flesh that flew in all directions. Damn it. Ethan Don's eyes bulged. Suboxian, you're damn powerful, playing possum, huh? But Tsuchi didn't stop, continuing the frenzied battle. He chose not to use any skills. This absorption ability of the dark attribute seemed to only work when he personally slew monsters, absorbing shadows within his immediate vicinity. At this moment, black shadows were quietly devoured, and his body gained another strange aura. The so-called side effect seems to be transferring the pollution over. The more accumulated shadows, the more crazily the pollution twists, mused Tsuchi. After devouring each shadow, roars and low growls echoed in his ears. But all suppressed. His spiritual power was now far above that of ordinary players. There was a limit, but it was high. Moreover, the chances of refreshing the dark attribute had been stated to be exceedingly low. So Tsuchi wanted to see just where the limit was this one time. At that moment, the yellow-robed priest at the center of a deep pit, looking up at the temple projection and the erupting ritual in the sky, was trembling. Why can't it be destroyed? I can hardly hold on anymore. Its body cracked inch by inch, revealing a grim smile. Indeed, as a trader, using the power of divine artifacts comes with a price. Chapter 246, Tsuchi will end everything. Boom, boom, boom. The temple projection and the black fog vortex's massive ritual were colliding furiously. The entire ground was shaking, the city already in ruins, with frail buildings turning to dust under the terrible ripples one after another, and from the center of a deep pit, more and more enormous cracks were continuously splitting open. And the twisted exterior. The monstrous five-headed guardian was emitting a terrifying aura, with traits from within its body bursting forth with bizarre strength, tearing at the twisted ripples. The twisted ripples were already crazily pouring in various monsters. Endlessly roaring, the sounds were deafening. At this moment, the players were trembling in their souls. They glanced towards the twisted ripples, and could vaguely discern numerous black figures appearing within. Hundreds of 7th-rank monsters were approaching. The heavy footsteps upon the ground, the roaring voices thundered. This scene had everybody trembling all over. This is practically the end of the world. There's no way to resist. The ghost-faced magicians and others had lost their previous excitement, each and every one involuntarily rising with boundless despair and fear from deep within their hearts. An unceasing stream of monsters, like a massive army. Mad, bloodthirsty, throwing themselves forward without regard for their own lives. Such a terrifying tide of pollution monsters. Coupled with the ongoing twists, it was mentally bizarre. The players' bodies and minds were on the edge of collapse, every face was pale without a trace of color. Using their last ounce of strength, they fought desperately, praying that the presence in the center could resolve everything. And only Tsuchi. He knew. The yellow-robed priest was also on the brink of collapse. Because he now stood at the center of the deep pit, the yellow-robed priest was already on his last breath, kneeling on the ground, head bowed. The soul fire was burning out. The artifacts of the divine between his body and the projection of the temple, like aurora silk threads, were already starting to break apart one strand at a time. It seems you're in a bad spot, Tsuchi said to him, his voice gentle. The yellow-robed priest didn't lift his head, just bowed it even further, as if he was about to die completely, his hoarse voice slowly emerging from his throat. It's about to end. At this moment, it resembled a pool of stagnant water. The ritual is stronger than I imagined. I overestimated myself. And underestimated fate. I can no longer see the future. If I say I can see it, spoke Tsuchi softly. The yellow-robed priest lacked even the strength to scoff, sighing feebly. This is reality. Those who harbor hope often reside at the very bottom, weak and insignificant, much like believers, always hoping for a miracle to descend, to save themselves. But in reality, it's nothing more than the impotence of ants. Tsuchi, no, the future I'm referring to is that everything will be destroyed in 10 minutes. The yellow-robed priest. Tsuchi looked up at the deep red exclamation mark in the sky dome. The countdown was, from the beginning to the end, ticking down steadily, as if predicting the current situation, as if no matter what everyone did, no matter how much the yellow-robed priest exerted himself, it seemed doomed to end with destruction at the end of the countdown. If all factors had been maximized and the outcome still couldn't change, then one could naturally attribute it to the gears of fate and destiny. But Tsuchi didn't see it that way. His voice continued to carry, "How much longer can you hold on?" "Less than a minute." "You're fast?" The yellow-robed priest was momentarily taken aback, almost choking, but ultimately his voice was as dead as ashes. The cost of using divine artifacts is great in itself. Not only does it sip life force, but it also impacts both the mind and soul. My current state is already close to being worn out. To be able to exert its power, I'm already burning my soul. In that case, it seems I'll have to take over? The yellow-robed priest, as if hearing an outrageous joke, rasped, "Mortal, before I die. I also wanted to recall my life with somberness. Not like now," almost bursting out laughing. He lifted his head and suddenly fell silent, his hollow eyes suddenly gaping wide. The Tsuchi before him. His eyes were pitch black, like thick ink, and shadows cast upon the ground behind him revealed countless evil spirits struggling, roaring, trying to climb onto Tsuchi, to drink his blood, to gnaw his flesh. The weirdness, the twist almost visibly flooding over. And Tsuchi's breaths were as stable as he could keep them, every vein was already extending black lines. He didn't know how this came to be. But at the moment, Tsuchi was indeed reaching his limit. "What on earth are you?" The yellow-robed priest was stupefied, unable to believe what he was seeing in Tsuchi. The horrific, twisted power had exceeded all norm. And it made even him feel uneasy. "Don't ask. If you ask, it's physical strength, a gift within me." Tsuchi looked at him. "The last chance, you still won't seize it?" The yellow-robed priest muttered, his mouth agape. Though he was a priest, he had never seen such a sight. He saw all the pollution seemingly concentrated within the body of the mortal before him, rushing like a tide. This twisted anomaly, if it were placed on anyone else, would immediately turn them into a terrible pollution monster. But not only did he suppress it, he was even just then able to chat so calmly with it. The yellow-robed priest was ultimately a person who did great things. He had already disassembled the artifact of the divine. That yellow robe, although it was a divine artifact, death brought into the grave was not as worthwhile as seizing the last bit of hope now. Even if there was only a faint chance. Tsuchi's pitch-black eyes were looking at the disassembling yellow robe that hovered in midair, emitting astounding fluctuations, the robe billowing, terrifying power stirring within the invisible ripples, connected to the Sky Dome temple projection. Chapter 247, Tsuchi will end everything. He had truly reached his limit at this moment. He had killed monsters and devoured shadows, reaching a staggering number. Around his ears, before his eyes, within the shadows, were terrifying screams and astounding, twisted pollutions, assaulting him like a tide. Although the spiritual eyes suppress it, even so, this has already exceeded the range that my spiritual power can control. And in this mighty, unknowable final ritual, filled with all sorts of pollution linked with the abyss and other extraordinary deadly dangers, he understood everything. Countless questions, dense information constantly filled his eyes. In a sense, what Tsukafan saw, he knew all. The final variable. I can only attribute it to the pollution power itself. Tsuchi did not use his hands, he slowly spread his arms, the yellow robe clinging tightly to his body like a bone-deep tumor, the fierce wind whipping up instantaneously. Dust swirled around. Yellow-robed priest widened his eyes. This guy did not collapse directly. Divine power was circulating within, and any mortal who contacted it would be enough to make them fall apart in an instant, shattered. But at this moment, Tsuchi could still speak. He said, "This shitty yellow robe actually doesn't match my shoes." The yellow-robed priest, who was at his last gasp and had given out all his remaining power, would have jumped up and punched this mortal if he could. Tsuchi slowly tried to reach out his arm, but it was immensely heavy. His arm could not stop trembling. It was as if an endless, immense pressure was there, which came from the extraordinary superior beings. The untouchable and terrible oppression of a real divine. The original true power of the yellow-robed priest was similar to that of a spirit king. Although he was now on the brink of destruction, panting for survival, being able to use this divine artifact proved that this guy's previous remaining power was also very terrifying. Countless black, bizarre figures erupted in the shadows. Pollution was boiling. The wild wind did not stop, wanting to blow the whole city into fragments like trash. Return. Return. Sing. Disaster. Continuous whispers let Tsuchi genuinely understand again the terrifying might of the divine. He saw visions. Endless darkness enveloped him, the yellow robe wildly expanding until it reached the sky dome. Floating in midair, countless dark shadows manifested. One side was the abyss's polluted sea. A large amount of foul black shadows wanted to devour Tsuchi. One side was a bizarre pool of yellow robes. It twisted out countless colorful hues, with countless yellow robes appearing from all directions and numerous unsightly spiritual anomalies. Tsuchi could not speak, could not see, could not touch. In this terrifying scene, he was just a barely noticeable speck of light. Although it looked like he would be annihilated at any moment, but this speck of light was still faintly twinkling in the endless waves. Because he was complex. He was evil god's good brother. Also, the owner of the ancient god's heart, and the creditor of the master of destruction. In an instant, spiritual eyes opened. The ancient god's heart thundered. On his body was an inexplicable, strange fluctuation, protecting him. All illusions, at this moment, shattered into pieces. Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes, the yellow robe already dancing, the strange power making the yellow-robed priest tremble all over. This mortal actually really held up. Under the disbelieving stunned eyes of the yellow-robed priest, Tsuchi slowly reached out his hand. The power of the yellow robe was being drawn out by him, the wild wind already burst forth. Countless distortions were surging. Then, Tsuchi scratched his cheek. Sorry, the wind was a bit strong just now, and my face was a bit itchy. The expression on the yellow-robed priest's face froze in shock, then with the remaining power, he roared. Don't waste time on meaningless things. Tsuchi stretched out his hand toward the temple in the sky dome. Isn't it coming now? The temple's projection and yellow robe drew out twisted auroras. A mighty power burst forth directly towards the ritual. Simultaneously, he could feel his life force and spiritual power being torn apart. Whether it was strength or the mighty aura, all came from this garment, from the divine power. Tsuchi was merely the one driving it to burst. The user. Or the bearer. It was the same principle as the evil god's eye, only that one had all its power sealed, gradually revealing it with ascension. While the other possessed the prestige of the divine, even using it could only exert a little bit of power. There's a saying, external forces are ultimately just that, relying on external forces, the power of others ultimately won't get you far. Tsuchi looked at the yellow robe. Oh, I'm already wearing it, so no worries, it's all my own power now. The temple's projection was still erupting. Ripples intensified. Hundreds of 7th-rank monsters and guardians had already stepped into the city. Roaring with fear, they frantically rushed toward the center. Tsuchi's face grew even paler. To use the forbidden power. Indeed, mortals had to pay an unimaginable price. Every second felt like collapsing everything about oneself. But Tsuchi's expression did not change. Because he had already seen the future. This moment. Boom. The temple's projection smashed the ritual. A vast vortex of black fog thundered, visible countless distortions inside transforming into wild currents bursting. Numerous players watched in amazement at the incredible ritual patterns in the sky dome. Chapter 248, Tsuchi will end everything. Countless pollution monsters were also fearfully screeching. The yellow-robed priest's last bit of energy dissipated, and his hoarse throat could only muster 3 words. Succeeded. Only Tsuchi looked at the dark red exclamation mark. The countdown might have stopped, but the black fog vortex had not vanished. On the contrary, it was collapsing and emitting various kinds of strength, flying chaotically around everything. The ritual is destroyed, but why? Has the black fog vortex not dissipated? The yellow-robed priest said tremulously. Mortal, it seems you understand nothing. The destruction pertained only to this world's insignificant ritual. The true entity is so immense that you cannot fathom it. Once it erupts, it will devour countless boundaries. So you're saying, I just looked really cool, but actually, I just plucked a leg hair from a tiger? A peculiar metaphor, but that's the truth. This leg hair's destruction has allowed us to survive. Tsuchi gazed at the black fog vortex. Could it really be like this? Countless worlds were enveloped by the ritual. Every world was plunged into despair, into a doomed conclusion, and even those wanting to destroy it were obstructed by pollution monsters and followers, guarding beside it. And endless waves of pollution monsters would continue to converge. This was the first time Tsuchi felt the enormity and terror of the abyss power. Unimaginable. How dreadful the wars must have been in the true myths and epics, when the entire power of the abyss surged forth. From within, he saw dark currents. Very terrifying dark currents, as if they were about to sweep away everything, completely disrupting the present world. In this light, Within the present world, numerous organizations were racing to pledge allegiance, develop, and cling to anything, all preparing for what's to come. Evil God bro, stop causing trouble, slow down. Can you wait for your brother? Suchi let out a faint sigh, now he understood as well. No wonder Paradise's strength was affected. It turns out it was not because of a divine garment but because of this immense ritual. The temple's projection had already dissipated. The entire world, although still plagued with the black fog vortex's devastation, was at least not headed towards an annihilated end. What are you going to do? The yellow-robed priest watched as Suchi moved. By then the temple's projection had disappeared, and the power of the yellow robes no longer held a terrible oppressive force, reaching a point where Suchi could barely fight. Suchi, before my temporary card expires, I will deal with the other monsters first. His figure vanished quickly. Yellow-robed priest. Why did it have a bad feeling that it wouldn't be able to retrieve its things? And at this moment, the tentacle man was moving with the ripples in the star chart, looking at the countless chaos. Although for unknown reasons I've been delayed, I've finally arrived. This time, I've spent all my spirit coins, hoping to keep the final home alive. After all, pollution is intensifying, and various pollution monsters are emerging incessantly, though I don't know why 7th rank monsters are gathering in the hazardous area. But they could assault the final home at any moment. The tentacle man was deeply worried. It knew more than others about the horrors and fatalities within that old city. So it strictly forbade anyone from entering that area. And at that time, the tentacle man, looking at the star chart, finally saw his world twinkling faintly amidst the countless chaos. I've arrived. Its face showed joy, and amid the fluctuations of the ritual, covered by the twisted ripples, it was slowly transported in. It had been away for a month. Finally back to the home it longed for every day and night. Although this world was now covered with pollution, thoroughly shattered, it could still feel the warmth of home. After all, the most important people and the organization it founded were there. And the next moment, the tentacle man's body entered the ripples, finally entering this world. Huh? It was slightly astonished because the familiar fog did not appear. And the just past ripples seemed a bit too forceful, entirely different from before. It opened its eyes a bit wider. Terrifying tempests in the sky, endless black fog vortexes, the ground cracking on a large scale. Everything was riddled with holes. It was like the end of the world. The tentacle man's initial joy froze on its face in an instant. Chapter 249, Instant Sense and Unease. Tentacle man's face was pallid as he frantically rushed on his way. Even though he was the creator and manager of Final Home, his mind was in complete disarray at this moment. Do not let anything happen. Please. The survival of a little character was already hard enough, even with the backing of such an abnormal organization. They were merely struggling to survive, lingering in chaotic city. He had witnessed too many terrifying powers and beings. He had carried all the hopes on his shoulders alone, barely brought them back, but now it had turned into this mess. Tentacle man clenched his teeth and ran wildly. He was very fast, his tentacles could extend significantly, hooking onto various trees and rocks, leaping forward. Tentacle man's strength was already at the peak of the 7th rank, just one step away from stepping into the 7th rank, but the various resources and spirit coins he needed were now unaffordable, considering they equated to an entire year of output from Final Home. For the survival of Final Home, he had no choice but to give up on ascension. Damn. All the pollution monsters around have disappeared. What on earth happened? Tentacle man gritted his teeth as he looked around. All the way here, he had seen a massive amount of shattered ground, terrifying cracks and a depressive gray formed by the swirling black fog in the sky dome. Although he had spent a large number of spirit coins, through the ritual of Chaotic City, he was sent back to his own world, but the landing point was still a long distance away from Final Home. Tentacle man could only rely on the compass in his hands, directing him towards Final Home, getting closer steadily. At this moment, the black fog vortex in the sky dome became calm, the mist thinning. Tentacle man's body trembled slightly. He paused, looking into the distance. A city. This place is. He was naturally very familiar with this place. It was once where he had lived, and it had also become a dangerous area that was later unapproachable. Tentacle man's heart tightened. What exactly was going on here? Why wasn't there the terrifying aura of before? The surrounding mist and ripples seemed to have dissipated too. He cautiously walked towards the city. The pervasive smell of blood caused Tentacle man's complexion to change slightly, turning extremely solemn, readying for battle. He had already seen numerous disordered monster corpses and scattered flesh and blood. Something definite had happened here, and judging from the destruction level of this city, the force might be even more immense than imagined, with the black fog vortex positioned right in the center. As he gradually approached the city, the number of monster corpses was also increasing. Finally, Tentacle Man reached the position of the central street, took a deep breath, and cautiously poked out his head. Then, he saw a large crowd, densely packed, at least tens of thousands of people, jubilantly transporting pollution monster corpses onto carts or carrying them on their backs, one after another being transported out. Tentacle Man was somewhat stunned. Being the manager of Final Home, he could naturally recognize at a glance, all these were abnormalities. And they were all Final Home's abnormalities. Had they taken this place down? Damn. How could this be possible? He knew exactly what his people were capable of. This place was teeming with a large number of 7th-rank monsters. His figure flickered slightly, appearing at the edge of a deep pit. The crowd of abnormalities suddenly paused, and on seeing Tentacle Man's figure, their expressions turned to shock and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Manager, sir. You're back. Tentacle Man asked in a grave voice. What exactly is going on? Why are you all here? An abnormality carefully said. There was a task issued at last house, requiring everyone to come here and transport these pollution monster corpses to the homeland. Is it the Guardian? No, it was a strange young man. He planned the route, arranged the tasks, and even stipulated new expansion areas to be constructed, and it seemed like the Guardians were all following his commands. The abnormality spilled everything it had seen and heard. Manager, sir, he also said he wants to lead our Final Home to grow bigger and stronger. Tentacle Man listened dumbfoundedly, his forehead inadvertently popping up. He had only been gone for a month. How had his home been stolen? Mortal. The yellow-robed priest now no longer had a body, its physical body was already eroding, barely maintaining a trace of spiritual body, so it could only attach to Suchi. Although I am grateful that you not only disrupted the ritual at the last moment but also saved my life. But the divine artifact within contains depths you can't fathom. Suchi looked at the ring on his finger. Priest, I know you are anxious, but don't worry, you are now just a weak spiritual body, you can't use this item now, let me keep it for the time being. The yellow-robed priest. Moreover, don't you still need my help? Suchi looked at the yellow-robed priest. This is beneficial cooperation for both of us. The yellow-robed priest remained silent. It couldn't see through this mortal who not only could concentrate pollution within his body, activate divine artifacts, but also wanted to engage in deep trade with it, having lived for many years, yet it was restrained everywhere, unable to gain any advantage. Their cooperation was simple. The yellow-robed priest wanted to return to the temple, repair its spiritual body, and recover, while Suchi needed its various information including high-value items like rituals. The rituals of Final Home, in the eyes of the yellow-robed priest, were rated as complete trash, trash among trash. But even such qualities still cost Tentacle Man a great price to acquire. Chapter 250, Instant Sense and Unease. I understand. The yellow-robed priest sighed softly. In any case, we are indeed bound together now. If you die, I naturally cannot escape either. Next, I will guide you to the temple and can also offer advice when we encounter danger. No rush. Suchi gently pushed the door open and entered the last house, calling into the darkness. Little Alling. The next moment, the scene before his eyes changed, and the doll-like body of Little Alling appeared in his sight. She displayed a stiff smile. Although it looked scary, it was actually a genuine expression of happiness, as her voice came through. Brother Su, you're back. People from the Final Home dragged back many corpses of pollution monsters. You and your companions are amazing. Suchi patted her head and smiled. Where are those companions of mine? They're off completing quests everywhere. They really are benefactors of the Final Home. Not only did they kill so many monsters, but now they're not even resting. No problem, let them be busy. After the ceremony in the Black Fog Vortex was disrupted, the Paradise system appeared again. Due to the disruption midway, the system now seemed somewhat different. Entirely different from the tone before. All players, pay attention, due to unforeseen circumstances in this instance, we are collecting related data. The final main mission, Audience, awaits its commencement. Players who have not obtained the right to an audience will be removed from the instance. Their overall performance will be evaluated, and they will receive ranked battle rewards. After the Paradise system information appeared, the instance was essentially declared over, and similarly, the journey of ranked battles for 99.99% of the players had also reached its endpoint. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the so-called audience to announce the final qualifications. At this moment, players were frantically completing quests, firstly, to seize every moment to improve their ranked battle performance, and secondly, to earn spirit coins, as many people realized they probably did not have the so-called qualification for an audience. So before entering Paradise, they wanted to earn whatever they could. However, eventually, all these things would flow into the Final Home, And now the final home say was all with Suchi. Suchi sat down next to little Aling. Priest brother, what do you think? The yellow-robed priest was taken aback. Think what? Wait. He looked at little Aling. There's something off about her. What's off about her? Her spiritual body is incomplete, and this body? The yellow-robed priest said in astonishment. How is she still alive? Explain more specifically. My spiritual body, although it's nearly worn away, is intact, while she has less than 1/10 of hers. Suchi pondered. 1/10. What does that represent? The present world. A body of loathing. The yellow-robed priest uttered these words. It seems she died before. This kind of loss of the spiritual body can only occur in the dead. An existence yanked back from the death dimension will be loathed by the present world. Her life force will drain very quickly. This body is clearly patched together, already nearly rotting. Suchi said. I understand the reasoning, but is there a solution? What if I replaced her body with a prosthetic? A prosthetic? Neuron-connected high-polymer active mechanical electronic products, the yellow-robed priest. I think I've heard of it. Suchi paused slightly. Aren't you an old crony of a few thousand years? Even you have heard of this? The yellow-robed priest. Old doesn't mean technologically backward. Someone has reached the position of extraordinary divine in the realm of technology. However, the yellow-robed priest, though already transformed into a mark on a ring, seemed to still subtly shake, as if shaking his head. Even with the so-called prosthetic, it would not solve the problem. The death dimension is an untouchable taboo. Not even divine beings dare to meddle. The rule is the life and death of all things. Even with a mechanical body, under this rule, life force would fade, rust, decay, and turn into scrap metal. The death dimension. Another new piece of information. Suchi's current understanding of everything was not extensive. The abyss and the present world already made up the macroscopic world map. But in reality, within countless epochs, there must be vast and turbulent various mysteries still waiting for Suchi to unearth. And could the power of paradise be related to this death dimension? Alright, I understand. The death dimension may be taboo, and divine beings may not dare to meddle, but not daring. And being unable is not the same thing, Suchi mused. It seems only a being like a divine could have the ability to solve this completely. The yellow-robed priest said. Who gave you the courage to say this as easily as if you were talking about eating and drinking? Not to mention, how could a mere mortal like you get a divine to deal with a taboo? The divine entities are all in slumber, you lack the qualifications to reach them. It's not a big deal. Suchi looked at little Aling. Aling, do you trust your brother Su? I do. Little Aling nodded her head. Next, I'll help you exchange for a new body. Little Aling's eyes were somewhat vacant. A new body? Yes, although it can't completely solve your problem, at least you won't suffer as much as you do now with this uncomfortable, painful, and stiff body, and you'll look no different from a normal person. Changing to a prosthetic body would surely be more convenient and simpler than patching together monster flesh. Of course, I'm also asking for your opinion, and the new body will be the mechanical body that every child loves and dreams about, Suchi said, his words filled with temptation. Little Aling, surprisingly unmoved, muttered, Brother Su. I prefer dolls. Heretic. However, even though little Aling was a child, she was mature for her age and decided not to take Suchi's words to heart. After some thought, she lifted her head resolutely, her stitched, bleeding cloth fists clenched. If I can be like a normal person. Brother Su, I'm willing. Suchi pinched her cheek. Alright then, leave the rest to me. At such a young age. The pain she endured was unimaginable to most. Tentacle Man was a father who deeply loved his daughter, but he was also selfish, even though he had given his all. Of course, Brother Priest, you'll have to assist, keep an eye on things for me. Yellow-robed Priest. After all, this was Suchi's first time doing something like this. It wasn't as simple as the folks from Night City make it seem, changing a prosthetic body as if it were a dental brace. But different versions have different strengths. Suchi also needed to approach with caution. And in a sense, this instance was already at its end. While waiting for the so-called audience, it was also good to do something kind, to give Tentacle Man a surprise. To make him and Final Home feel more touched when they join the Hustlers sect. At the same time, in the vast Star River, someone slowly said, it's coming. The anxious land, which has been silent for so long, the Temple of 10,000 Realms audience. Finally, the day of opening is approaching. Chaos Commerce. Gate of Formlessness. Divine Machinery Kingdom. Wanling Conference. All the super forces of each present world have set forth, heading towards the anxious land. They wish to witness the birth of a supernova of the new era. The 7 Spirit Kings. Huh. Their heirs are also involved. Naturally, they will mobilize, to intimidate and protect, but after all, as the heirs of the Spirit Kings, few would dare to entertain the thought. This person snickered, who knows? He caressed the totem stained with black fog on his body, countless worlds swallowed, dark currents surging madly, space at the end of the sequence is limited, some people do not permit the new era to make its entrance, and there are certainly dangerous entities, preying on these potential newcomers. Let's wait and see then, the ultimate node of the new era. To see what will happen. Meanwhile, in Paradise. Zone 9, Free City, first sequence, is also en route to the anxious land. A middle-aged man's form is hidden within the chaos ripples, surrounded by individuals exuding terrifying auras, all representing the pinnacle of power in Paradise. The largest scale, the longest silence. The moment of the last temple's opening. Out of all the promising newcomers, who will seize this final opportunity? Someone softly said, the nurturing, the resources poured in, the potential users born are far more numerous than before. And this time, we have but one goal. And that is to protect all players qualified for the audience, all players who gain recognition from the temple, from the countless covetous and terrible forces, to ensure they leave unharmed. We've laid the groundwork for so long, and finally, the time has come. The middle-aged man softly said. Whether it was persuading various forces, contacting the Sunset Spirit King, or finding the traveling merchant, it was all for this critical moment. At the same time, in the present world, every world was suddenly illuminated by endless auroras. Someone looked into the chaos in the distance. The radiance spreading across the entire present world, speaking slowly, softly, the day of audience is upon us. Chapter 251 Audience begins. At this moment, many abnormalities were excitedly transporting a large number of monsters back to the final home. Tentacle Man, looking at the huge, plentiful pollution monster corpses, fell into a deep silence. Along the way, Tentacle Man had also learned about a series of events that had occurred over these days. A group of people suddenly appeared. Under the leadership of a young man, they desperately completed tasks, exterminating all pollution monsters, and made outstanding contributions to the final home. An abnormality smiled. Manager, they are all very good people. Tentacle Man remained silent. He understood. The real focus was this young man. Who was he? Why was he doing this? To figure this out, Tentacle Man looked toward the distant, familiar final home, finally having arrived. Although the journey was rough, at least everything here seemed safe. It's the manager. You're back. Welcome home, manager. The eyes of many abnormalities lit up, each face showing expressions of respect and joy. Tentacle Man also nodded lightly, this time. I've brought back quite a few things that can help our final home survive. I will arrange and explain them shortly. But what's most important now is... When Tentacle Man reached the outside of the last house, he silently looked at the closed door, then reached out to push the door and entered. He needed to deal with his daughter's situation first. Just now, he had quietly collected some highly active flesh from among the many aberration corpses, and now, a month on, his daughter's body should be changed. Daughter. I'm back. But the dark hallway didn't produce any light, and there was no response from his daughter as in days past. Tentacle Man's heart suddenly tightened. Aling? Are you there? Aling. His voice grew louder and more frantic. Outside, he was a revered, calm manager, but when it came to his daughter, he would become utterly disordered. Aling is already dead. A floating voice gently rang out. Tentacle Man stiffened, suddenly looking into the darkness, but he could see nothing. His voice trembled. Who are you? What are you saying? I said, Aling is already dead. The calm voice enraged Tentacle Man, who suddenly roared. Bullshit. His tentacles burst out with terrifying strength, surpassing that of the 7th-rank monsters he had encountered before, and directly slammed towards the source of the voice. But only the sound of a wall shattering was heard, and he didn't hit anyone. That voice then slowly appeared from another direction. The body built from monster flesh has turned her into a monster that dares not leave the darkness, suffering both physically and mentally every second. If this is not death, what is it? Tentacle Man's body trembled, yet his eyes reddened. I see, you're the outsider they talked about, the leader of that group. But whatever you have done, I just want to tell you, Aling is none of your business. It has nothing to do with you. Give her back to me. Is that so? That voice sighed softly. I'm sorry, it actually does matter. Footsteps slowly echoed. Tentacle Man's body suddenly shook. He stared in disbelief at the person in front of him. I remember you promised to let go, promised to let her rest. You promised to let go. A shadow appeared in the dim light, moving closer while softly speaking, but now it has turned into this situation. Your so-called redemption, fatherly love, is nothing but selfish, dark pity. Tentacle Man's body shook. No one in this world could accuse him, curse his selfishness, and he could ignore them all. But the person in front of him, he could not refute. Because whether it's the abnormal organization or the revival of his own daughter, all hope stemmed from the person before him. Suboxian. Tentacle Man trembled as he uttered the 3 words, his face pale, a mix of joy from meeting an old friend yet also filled with guilt and various complex emotions. Why is it you? Tsuchi silently watched him. The Tentacle Man before him, compared to 2 years ago, had lost the literacy temperament and gained a heaviness, mixed with a sense of burden. So, you've been behind everything? Tentacle Man said in a complex tone. Whether it was various mission orders in the final home or the transportation of polluted monster corpses, nothing would have been so easily achieved without his daughter's orders. If it was the person before him, then he understood. The intent to battle turned into a weak, humble posture. Tentacle Man had slowly knelt on the ground, his head drooping. What, you? Want to wipe the floor? Tsuchi said softly. I know. Tentacle Man's voice trembled slightly. It's all my fault now, I'm obstinate, selfish, unable to let go. Whatever I need to pay, even if it's my life, I will give it to you. But now I want to see my daughter, Xiaoling. Please. Tsuchi looked at him. This guy indeed hadn't changed, just as before, it was because of his daughter that the two had fully cooperated. Now it seemed the same scenario had occurred. It's somewhat familiar to see you kneeling. But sorry, I now can't let your daughter meet with you. Chapter 252 Audience begins. Tentacle Man's complexion changed slightly, his voice urgent. But little Aling's condition has already reached a decaying stage. If we don't carry out the surgery to replace it soon, she will really die. Tsuchi replied. Don't panic, I said no audience now, it's not a matter of life and death separation. After all. Tsuchi paused. At this very moment, little Aling is still charging and adapting to her new body. Tentacle Man suddenly widened his eyes. Aling is fine? And he stammered. There's also a new body? In 5 minutes. Go see her in your research lab yourself. Of course, I'll give you a heads up not to get too happy too soon. Tsuchi spoke gently. But Tentacle Man couldn't wait even 5 minutes and immediately rushed excitedly toward the research lab. Tsuchi watched his departing figure, mumbling to himself, Sect Hierarch, what I just lectured him about was quite good, remember to jot it down and include it in the epic biography of the Hustlers sect. Yellow-robed priest, what the hell does a mortal like you need an epic biography for, and you're even ordering me to do such a thing? I'm a priest. Tsuchi paused. Isn't a priest supposed to be a record keeper? Being under someone's roof meant enduring occasional nagging. It felt its spiritual body would be stimulated weaker sooner or later. It sighed lightly. Let's not talk about these pointless things, that abnormality has potential. Who? Tentacle Man? Right. Both his inherent sequence and what I've seen in the research lab, he possesses great talent. How about compared to me? Tsuchi asked curiously. You. The yellow-robed priest hesitated, giving it serious thought. Hard to say, since you come from that place called paradise, everything is an unknown, just like before, all were mortals yet some were extraordinary. The yellow-robed priest was being cryptic. It seemed reluctant to mention past events, and this fellow also had valuable insights, although under the roof, it didn't want to casually reveal them to himself. However, Tsuchi did obtain some significant information. That was, in the air before, there were quite a few dangerous, powerful divine beings related to its power. Next, the situation also became straightforward. Upon seeing the prosthetic body, Tentacle Man cried tears of joy seeing little Aling who had become a normal person, although he learned that the issue of her life force training hadn't been solved yet. The current situation was indeed 100 times better than before. And the players, at that moment, also stopped their actions. Because system messages slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Attention all players, the ranking battle elimination round has ended, currently judging and settling all players in the current instance. Players ranked 1000 to 5000 in each district will receive the potential award, 100 to 999 will receive the sequence award, 10 to 99 will receive the destiny award, and the top 10 will be graded according to their ranks. Lavish rewards at different levels. Note, apart from the above winners, all players participating in the ranking battle will receive a ranking battle gift package. The players were slightly startled. Now, did it mean the majority of the ranking battles had ended? After all, rewards were already being discussed. Moreover, this was the first time. Even while players were still in the instance, settlements had already begun. Subsequently, new content popped up. Attention, audience qualifications will now be confirmed. Audience qualifications. Each district will be judged based on the overall performance of all players, without the restriction of division standards. The number of people between districts may vary. Tsuchi noted this. His gaze paused slightly. It means Paradise has set a general standard, which is fair but could mean fewer people from weaker districts qualifying for an audience, while stronger districts naturally have more people meeting this standard. The next moment, Tsuchi watched as another message popped up. Congratulations player 985,211, Suboxian, on gaining audience qualifications. Please note, when the temple opens, only the chosen new era potential users will qualify to enter the anxious land for the audience. This is an opportunity countless lives dream of, as well as a chance to catch a breath amid endless tumults. All players who have gained audience qualifications, please take note, proceed with caution and full commitment. The message is quite explicit. Anxious land. Audience. Tsuchi glanced over it. Anxious land wasn't a new term. Previously, Unseeing, young Master Yuhai, and young Master Ash had mentioned it, their ultimate destination being Anxious land as well. To put it simply, this is like a present worldly unified exam. The exam ends, and the interview stage begins. Although they were of the younger generation and heirs of the Spirit Prince, they greatly valued the Anxious land and considered the information they had received from the Yellow-Robed Priest. Tsuchi had known this all along. The players seem to have already started teleporting away. I don't know how many will qualify in the Fantasy District, but let's take this time to get things organized here first. Tsuchi hadn't received his ranking award yet. It seemed to be stuck, but it wasn't the first time, and he didn't mind. Tentacle Man, stop doing backflips with your daughter and come here. Tentacle Man reluctantly halted, giving his smiling daughter a few instructions before hurrying over. What are my orders? Tsuchi gave him a look. Is that something you, as the manager, should be asking, really thinking I'm the leader of the final home? Tentacle Man. Otherwise? He had already decided to follow this young man who always managed to work miracles after seeing how much the final home had changed under his command and considering the significant favors he owed. Then I'll reluctantly accept. Tsuchi sighed. Yellow-Robed Priest. It had more or less figured out this man's shameless demeanor. Anyway, even though the hazardous areas nearby in this polluted world have been neutralized, the breakdown hasn't been resolved. New pollution monsters will keep being born, and black fog whirlpools will create various disturbances, bringing in many people from other worlds. So now we will officially start restructuring, transforming, and providing your organization's directives. Previously, Tsuchi, using the dark attribute power of the yellow robe, had slain several guardians. It was the limit he could muster at the time. And following the shattered ritual, the remaining monsters of the 7th rank went on a rampage and fled. That's the nature of the polluted world. Not only are they unending, but pollution monsters also kill each other like nurturing goo in a cycle of ascension, eventually giving rise to all kinds of terrifying creatures. In such situations, one can only better oneself. Next, time was tight, tasks were heavy. The ritual of the final home had been transformed under the guidance of the Yellow-Robed Priest. As for those items Tentacle Man had exchanged from Chaotic City, although the priest deemed them trash, they were all he could rely on to maximize their use currently. Final Home had now become a subordinate abnormal organization of the Hustlers. So, not only did they need to survive, they also needed a clear path to become stronger and advance. However, the timing was too rushed. There hadn't been time to explain. Suddenly, the sky in the sky dome changed. What happened? Tentacle Man, startled, looked up at the sky, where ripples like the aurora seemed to transcend everything and radiate into countless worlds of the present. And the emanating aura even caused countless people to tremble, involuntarily feeling a sense of submission, with many prostrating and shouting about a miracle. It's started. The Yellow-Robed Priest observed the scene. Mortal, are you sure you can enter using the power of Paradise without my method? Its method was simple, besides being chosen. It implied other options like instigating the Yellow Robe to connect with the temple, or using well-connected contacts to create a passage to the outskirts of Anxious Land. Priest bro, it seems you don't have much faith in me. At this moment, the aurora's ripples. A grand aura swept in. Anxious Land unfolded, countless people gazed at the scene, and at the same time, it was as if a pair of eyes that could see fate were also searching from the present world for those who were qualified enough. The aurora's blazing descent. Tsuchi watched this scene. In this instance, it seemed that aside from him, no other players had attained the qualification for an audience. Shit. Was the Fantasy District that weak? No wonder blowing up fish felt so good. And then, Tentacle Man suddenly muttered. That. He seemed almost on the verge of tears. I think I was also hit by the light. Chapter 253, A New Strange Instance. Tsuchi hadn't expected the Yellow-Robed Priest to hit the nail on the head with a single phrase. Indeed. With his high discernment, He believed that Tentacle Man had potential, talent, and naturally, he couldn't simply be compared to ordinary abnormalities. However, it was apparent that the yellow-robed priest himself was quite puzzled. How has he also been chosen? Tsuchi said. If you hadn't said that, I would have praised you for your accurate judgment of character. The yellow-robed priest paused, then softly added. That's because you don't know what Anxious Land truly is. Initially, the Divine built a massive temple together to collectively confront a place called the Abyss. Tsuchi's expression shifted slightly. The yellow-robed priest noticed Tsuchi's expression. You don't know about the Abyss? That's right, as a mortal, you might find those two words too distant. It's the source of all pollution, a place of terror, danger, and deadly peril. Tsuchi didn't contradict him, continuing to listen to the yellow-robed priest. And the God's Palace is used to select those new generations with potential to enter, to become followers of a divine, and to be nurtured, even possibly receiving their legacy. The yellow-robed priest looked toward the auroras in the sky dome. The Eye of Destiny oversees the present world, gathering the power of all the divines, capable of observing everything. The ones chosen by it surely possess something extraordinary compared to ordinary humans in the present world. After he said this, Tsuchi then understood. Tentacle Man managed to crawl through hardships within 2 years, creating final home. His research abilities, organizational skills, and growth were all parts of why he was chosen. At this very moment, Tentacle Man became panicky, quickly turning to Tsuchi. What should we do? I feel like my body is being pulled by some kind of force. Am I going to be transported away too? That's the way it seems, it looks like. The construction and modification of the final home will have to be handed over to. Tsuchi turned to look at the dazed Alling. Alling, it's up to you now. I've left the Super Dream Protocol subsystem in your system, just follow the instructions. Tentacle Man, feeling he was about to leave, hurriedly said, Alling. Wait for me to return. But before he could finish, both he and Tsuchi were swept up into the aurora and vanished. Little Alling dazedly said, Dad and Brother Su have become light. Meanwhile, in countless other worlds, others were also bathed in the aurora. Various kinds of life had been chosen. Some were still at the Mount High altar, gazing at the stars in wonder. Some were clad in black war armor, resisting the invasion of a giant beast. Of course, many of the life forms bathed in the aurora were engaged in much more everyday activities. A certain detective in an apartment was playing the violin. A certain street artist was painting with the last of his paints. A certain famous singer was lip-syncing at a concert. The Eye of Destiny overlooking the present world, all those chosen possessed something special, including ordinary humans, many of them, among countless sequences, had at least one with a high degree of compatibility. Apart from the sequences that could be advanced by strength and combat, there were also many special talents. Just like the above, reasoning, painting, acting, etc. could all endow a sequence with extraordinary power. The God's Palace has opened. Someone softly said, the selected beings of life have finally entered. The old age is still asleep, and the new age is about to be born from it. Who knows if the past divines foresaw that today the force of the abyss is gnawing away at everything, more ferocious than before, and on a larger scale. Some people looked into the distance. All beings of high status seemed to silently await in the chaos. After all, when one has witnessed terror, they too shall bow before it. Not sure if it was an illusion. Tsuchi always felt that being engulfed by the aurora and being shrouded in darkness in personal space felt the same. His consciousness slowly started to return. Opening his eyes, Tsuchi was slightly stunned. What the? He saw. He was sitting in a chair in a dimly lit room. The faint lights around were flickering. The air was permeated with a smell of disinfectant. The furnishings in the room looked more like an office or a rest area. Until Tsuchi saw a white lab coat with blue and white stripes hanging in the distance, boldly marked with 9th Comprehensive Hospital. He then realized. So, it's a hospital. Tsuchi pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. Then, from all the signs, I've deduced an important conclusion. This is not the so-called God's Palace. And Tsuchi looked at himself. He was dressed in ordinary casual wear, and at the moment his body was just that of an ordinary person. Spiritual energy, strength seemed to have disappeared. The Paradise system hadn't popped up any messages. The Night Demon gene was not active either. The ring on his finger had also vanished, and with it, the yellow-robed priest, disappearing without a trace. Nothing responded. Everything's gone? Tsuchi's eyebrows raised slightly as he looked toward the lab coat. Even though everything had disappeared, the question marks kept faithfully following him. Tsuchi walked over and found something in the lab coat. First was a record book. The cover displayed, Hospital Patient Observation Diary. He flipped through the notes. This is a diary I as the chief physician, have written to observe the patient's conditions. The patient in room 1 suffers from severe lung disease, coughing violently every night. Even after changing to soundproof doors, the cough often carries into the corridor. Fortunately, the patient in room 2 is an elderly man with poor hearing suffering from severe dementia. He has been admitted for a long time, with no children coming to visit, and has always been cared for by hospital workers. Chapter 254, A New Strange Instance. Room 3 housed a little boy who loved to draw, but the things he drew were quite frightening. Some people saw that his room's walls were covered in red at night, but by the next day, it would disappear, likely an illusion. Room 5, Tsuchi paused slightly. How did it jump directly to room 5? He looked closely. There seemed to be no record of room 4. That's not right. The pages seemed to have traces of being torn out. Tsuchi silently noted down the details of room 4 and continued reading. Room 5 houses a highly educated patient with a mental disorder. His knowledge is extensive, often saying strange things and exhibiting bizarre behaviors. After interacting with him, I distinctly feel the fatigue on a mental level. It seems that the patient in room 5 has put a great deal of pressure on the attending doctor. Resentment can be felt between the lines. These are all the rooms on the top floor, all of which were under my care. As Dr. Tsuchi read the recorded text, it seems this is the private ward on the top floor. Just 5 rooms. And there was one last sentence in the journal. Hey. New intern assistant. I have to leave today. Although it's your first day here, I'm leaving today's procedures in your hands. Of course, if you have any questions, just ask the caretaker, though that guy might be a bit peculiar. But remember, you are now the attending doctor. He can't afford any delay in patient care. Tsuchi nodded. It looked like the new intern assistant was himself. Alright. How accurately you've seen me. How did you know I am a generation of divine doctor, especially good at treating diseases? Although I'm not clear why I am here rather than the so-called anxious land or the god's palace, but since I'm here, I might as well make the ticket money worthwhile. Tsuchi held the journal in his hand and then donned a white lab coat. Inside the white lab coat, in addition to the journal, there was a room card and a stethoscope. The room card would allow him to enter other patient rooms. As he hung the stethoscope around his neck, the door outside was suddenly pushed open forcefully. A figure in light-colored uniform entered, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair, who after looking at Tsuchi for a few seconds. He didn't seem surprised by the arrival of a new assistant, though they hadn't met before. The caretaker said gravely. New intern assistant, what are you sitting around here for? It's time to make rounds. Tsuchi didn't move. No rush, I have checked their conditions, they won't die anytime soon. Caretaker? Tsuchi closed the journal. As the new assistant on the first day, I really don't know any of the procedures yet. Could you please explain them in detail? No procedures were written in the journal. Although unaware of what exactly this hospital situation was, Tsuchi felt it was probably fraught with dangers. Take the current room, for instance. Though empty, it seemed all the information was in this white lab coat, but in reality, the strong smell of disinfectant, and the windowless walls bore various traces. And the last sentence written in the journal, it seemed to have been written a long while ago. In other words, that meant the patients and instructions were never changed, but only the assistants were frequently replaced. How did I ever interview to get here, mused Tsuchi. And more importantly, the caretaker before him, dressed in cleaning overalls with black boots, held a mop in hand, the splattered liquid unclear, but the question mark told Tsuchi that it was traces of blood. Yet at this moment the caretaker was not cooperative, his voice hoarse. I can tell you, but at the same time, I need you to do something. Tsuchi, however, didn't immediately agree and said puzzledly. But Dr. Dili instructed that now as the attending physician, I have the right to know all the procedures without needing additional tasks. The caretaker also faced Tsuchi. If you want to know everything. Tsuchi looked at him. This person before him seemed to have vast information. So far he hadn't brushed up any questions related to the procedures, but rather, he just finished cleaning the lower floors of the hospital. He dislikes sunlight, he seems to have a low opinion of you. I'm just an intern. What have I done to offend you? Okay, then tell me what it is you need my help with. The orderly gently began. It's a simple task, just help me clean these items and put them back in the storage room. He pointed at his mop. I'm tired now, I want to go back to the rest area and take a break. Tsuchi naturally knew that there must be danger involved, as anything worth getting comes at a cost. He smiled. Okay, I agree. The orderly in front of him obviously wasn't dealing with a new intern assistant for the first time. His words were like those of an NPC, carrying a numb emotion. The orderly nodded calmly. Then I'll now tell you the process, you'd better listen carefully. You need to check on 5 rooms, then probe their illnesses for today and, based on the conditions, get the relevant medications from the pharmacy on the first floor, and then find me. I will examine them and administer the medication. Also, pay attention to 3 things. The orderly looked at Tsuchi. Do not tamper with hazardous items in the wards, do not mess up the medications. And also, do not linger too long outside this floor. Tsuchi paused. Your cautions are very useful. It was as if nothing had been said. Aren't these all common sense? It also didn't say how long is considered too long. Storage room? Tsuchi asked. The orderly calmly looked at Tsuchi. On the 2nd floor. Find it yourself, I'm already too tired to talk anymore. He placed the mop by the door, then opened the opposite door and walked in. It seemed his resting room was right across. Tsuchi watched silently as the door gently closed, bringing with it a squeaky, grating noise, but it wasn't noisy. It seemed to also be mindful of not disturbing other patients in the ward. For a moment, the entire office and the corridor fell into silence. It seems, this hospital now is no longer managing to make ends meet, all the processes damned piled on one person. I can also understand why that guy named Billy ran away. He picked up the mop, looked at it, it clearly had bloodstains, although washed, it wasn't very clean. Tsuchi was not in a hurry. He put it back. Now, the most important thing was to check the rooms. Tsuchi walked into the hallway. The corridor was a straight long path, without any windows, just as he had imagined. The only light source was a small lamp in the middle of the corridor. This kind of hospital, damned, uses a card to open the door. After not seeing any other information in the office, Tsuchi took the card and put on a stethoscope. Dr. Buxian, ready to make the rounds. He walked about 10 steps and reached room 1. Generally, hospital room doors have a transparent glass space for observation, allowing doctors or nurses to know the condition of the patients inside without entering. But, the glass on the door was covered with layer upon layer of newspapers, completely obscuring any view inside. And, although the door was tightly sealed, Tsuchi could still hear the intense, continuous coughing from inside, as if trying to cough up the lungs entirely, very painful and quite ridiculous. This intensity, like an engine. It seems. All these patients in the wards are extremely ill. Tsuchi took the room card, gently touched it to the door lock. Fortunately, I am a professional attending physician. He pushed open the loose door with a smile. Hello, the great Dr. Buxian, here to make the rounds. Chapter 255, 5. Divine, in room number 1. A dimly lit space, a man with a gloomy complexion was coughing madly, his eyes rimmed dark as if lined with eyeliner. As if he hadn't slept well. Cough 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 cough. Cough. The violent coughing sounds shook Tsuchi's ears even more. At the same time, Tsuchi understood even more profoundly how severe the coughing was because with each cough, black blood kept spurting from his mouth. Cough cough. Talk about being rhythmic. Even though he was coughing like that, he still raised his gloomy eyes. New here, aren't you supposed to examine me? Tsuchi looked at the fresh blood coughed up from his mouth. Was there even a need for an examination? His gaze flashed slightly. The black blood dripped onto the floor, seeping through the cracks and not remaining in the room. Tsuchi silently looked at his name tag. It displayed 2 characters, Black Fog. He smiled. Of course, I'll come and examine you right now. Tsuchi stepped forward and picked up the stethoscope. This kind of thing, originating from the abyss, the first time he encountered it, was at the Master of Destruction's lair, where massive amounts of black fog swirled thickly, trapping the master within. And now, it had appeared again. Combining Ancious Land, God's Palace. Suddenly transported to such a strange place. Tsuchi had a rough idea of this man's identity. The moment the stethoscope touched the man's chest, Tsuchi distinctly felt a strange low hum in his ears, his head fuzzed out for a moment, and all the scenes in front of him seemed to shift and reverse. The final scene landed on a dim little cabinet, a box with a strange pattern on the medicine box. It was just for a second. Tsuchi's eyes cleared, and everything returned to normal. And the man in front of him, his gloomy eyes lifted slightly. Do you know the medicine that can cure me? Cough cough cough. He suddenly coughed violently, spraying a pool of black blood, but Tsuchi deftly dodged it. Tsuchi held the stethoscope in his hand, looking through his open clothes at the hollow, bloodied chest. He pretended not to see it and simply smiled gently. Don't worry, my patient, I already have a general understanding of your condition. It's due to excessive kidney deficiency. No. It's slight cough and oral ulcers. Let me check the rest of the rooms first, then I'll attend to your issue. The gloomy man coughing up blood. Tsuchi left room number 1 and then sequentially entered rooms 2 and 3. The old man in room 2. His white hair was vast. Almost reaching the bedside, coupled with his thick white beard and tall nose bridge, he quite resembled a great magician with the surname Deng, except his eyes were lifeless, and he didn't move at all. "Old man?" Suchi waved his hand, the other's eyeballs didn't even move. "Old man, say something." "I'm your old friend Subuxian." "Do you know Subuxian?" The other simply gave Suchi a blank look, and his pupils slowly diffused back. Suchi kept his hands in the pockets of his white coat, not rushing to use the stethoscope, but began to move his hands. "Old man, unlike Dali's Western medicine approach, I follow the traditional route, which is all about observation, hearing, questioning, and palpation." The old man didn't react to his movements. Suchi slightly relaxed. Soon, Suchi found a black nail behind his heavily haired head, dripping with black blood drop by drop to the floor, which also seeped through the cracks. Good grief. That depth. It's not called senile dementia anymore, but rather brain deficiency syndrome. Suchi shook his head and sighed. Looks like Dr. Dali's license must have been purchased from a salted fish, quite unqualified. He placed the stethoscope on the old man's head. The next moment, he again saw a scene. A box containing another differently patterned medicine box. As for why such a nearly deadly injury needed medication, Suchi wasn't surprised. Instead, he patted the old man on the shoulder. "Old man, stay here, I have to go." Room 3 had a boy. He appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, but as soon as Suchi stepped in, he knew what was wrong. His eyes had been cruelly gouged out, with black blood continuously flowing from them. The little boy was calmly holding a pen, soaked with that black blood, drawing and writing on a drawing board. Suchi took a glance. They were all kinds of myths, demons, and other strange creatures, each looking as if it might leap to life. However, the black blood slowly disappeared from the drawing board, leaving only traces of plain paint. The sensation of them leaping out seemed to have been completely consumed. "Aren't you scared seeing me like this?" The little boy's faint voice came as he lifted his head to look at Suchi with those bloodied, hollow eyes. "I just feel." Suchi sighed. "Your parents are a bit too much? At such a young age, making drawings so lifelike, how many training classes must your parents have signed you up for?" The little boy. "Also, I have a good understanding of painting, may I give it a try?" Suchi smiled. "Painting? Understanding?" The little boy hesitated slightly but did not reply and passed the paintbrush and drawing board over, indicating that he could try. Suchi picked up the brush but didn't touch the ordinary paint. Instead, he dipped the brush in the black blood flowing from the boy's eyeballs. Then, he left a cartoon panda face on the drawing board. Chapter 256, 5. Divine. "The little boy," he said in a deep voice. "You call this a drawing? Are you joking with me? This is postmodern art, minimalist lines that can evoke a spirit and visual sense that thick and rich colors could never capture." Suchi talked confidently, easily spouting a great deal of theory. Clearly, the little boy was serious about painting. It was as if a wave of contaminated theory had crashed into his head. "All right, the checkup is over, little friend. Remember to take care of yourself and study hard." Suchi retracted his stethoscope and headed out. Although it was only the third room, Suchi was already handling it with ease, and he had almost completely figured out what was happening here and inferred the identities of the several people in the room. Anyone who still considers them mere abnormalities is a fool. Suchi, each one of them is related to the divine. Or rather, they themselves are divine beings. He wasn't just some ordinary assistant. Nor was he inexperienced. From various clues and the information provided by the questions, Suchi could boldly guess their identities. The black blood flowing from each one of them is the power of the abyss's black fog. The so-called illness is debatable, but it's also likely they are the severe wounds they once received in great battles. And the patterns on the 3 medicine boxes. They're not simple either, likely each is their respective totem, each one representing a divine being. If they are divine beings, to think that all 5 of them are all locked up in such a bizarre hospital. There are many different versions of the legends in the present world. In the mythological epics of the universal battle, countless divine beings and the abyss burst into terrifying combat, numerous worlds destroyed, a great many divine beings, powerful believers, and mighty beings fell, slept, or were sealed into the ancient battlefield. It seemed he had entered into an extraordinary place. However, although he had a general judgment and guess, the ensuing questions became even more numerous. Was the appearance of the intern assistant meant to treat their wounds? Or perhaps to rescue them from this place? But so far, it didn't seem like he had succeeded. And who was Dr. Dali? And the caretaker? Why did he ask him to help put things away? Room number 4. Suchi glanced at it briefly. It didn't give him a good feeling, and the record book had no content about the patient inside. Instead of entering in order, he chose door number 5. As soon as he entered, someone suddenly lunged at him with force. Tsuchi didn't hesitate to kick out, sending the person flying. From the above 3 cases, it seemed that these divine beings didn't possess great strength here. Instead, they were as weak as ordinary people. Ouch! It hurts so bad. The person exclaimed after crashing hard onto the floor. The person before him, with somewhat disheveled brown hair, wearing thick black framed glasses, rolled around holding his head in agony, but suddenly stopped and revealed a maniacal smile. Ha, just kidding, although it really hurts. But that was a nice kick. Tsuchi had a ready retort, of course, it's from playing soccer. The person turned his head, but hesitated for a moment. Because Tsuchi was now reclining on his bed, stretching out his hand to flip through the books on a nearby shelf. Being on time, metaphysics being annihilate, I thought you might be curable of mental illness, but now it seems. Reading so much philosophy, you really are beyond help. It's my spiritual nourishment, and I'm certainly not mentally ill. The person before him licked his lips and actually showed a polite smile, although it was stiff and his face continued to twitch, veins pulsating. However, forgive my earlier rudeness. It was just seeing a new assistant. I was too excited to have someone to exchange thoughts with who has not been polluted by knowledge. Tsuchi. So you're saying you're very knowledgeable? In my head, there's too much knowledge. Every minute and second I must think intensely, or it will bring me unbearable pain. His eyes showed madness. I know you want to examine me, but sorry, you can only leave here if you satisfy me. Tsuchi looked at the person in front of him. The person before him wasn't just nominally insane, he was like a mad sage of wisdom. The question mark even directly displayed the identity of the other party. God of knowledge, this piece of information was equivalent to hammering home Tsuchi's previous judgments. Everyone in the 5 rooms was divine and had suffered unimaginable severe afflictions, including the person before him. Thick black fog seeped from all 7 of his orifices, as if everything within his brain had been thoroughly polluted, eroded, and possessed an unbearable pain. All over the wall were impact marks. It seemed, as he had said, that being unable to communicate would plunge him into horrific torture. No wonder Dr. Dili felt mentally tormented every time after his examinations. Satisfied, Tsuchi closed the philosophy book. For instance? Inquire about all the knowledge you have come into contact with in your past. Thinking will alleviate my pain. Of course. I will only give you 10 chances, and if you can't manage it, you'll remain here forever. He pushed his glasses up and revealed a manic smile. But rest assured, I won't harm you, I'll just infuse you with my knowledge until your mind collapses. Tsuchi merely glanced at him coolly. Alright, the first question. When I was 8 years old, I flung a stone at the headmaster's office window for the first time. What was the trajectory model of the stone then? The question calmed the man down from his mania, as he stared at Tsuchi, seemingly deep in thought. And indeed, thinking did seem to lessen his pain somewhat. Time ticked away slowly. The man was staring at Tsuchi and pondering. But Tsuchi was also observing the information above his head. Traces. He is capturing countless ancient yet existing lines within numerous traces and analyzing them, reasoning backward. After about 5 minutes, the man slowly started to speak with a smile. I know now. He actually knelt on the ground, excitedly scratching out the model with his fingers. See, it's like this. This is my knowledge. Yet, Tsuchi did not show any sign of surprise. Instead, he applauded and nodded with satisfaction. Congratulations, you answered correctly. It's indeed the same as my calculations then. The man pushed his glasses up and stared at Tsuchi with an even more appreciative manic smile. You're not an ordinary guy. With others, I could reverse engineer everything about them in just a second, but you. Such a minor matter from your childhood, yet it took me so much time to think. This is too interesting. Tsuchi smiled. The interesting part is yet to come. Amid the man's excited and agitated state, Tsuchi proceeded to ask the subsequent questions. Among them were contradictory philosophical inquiries and classic bar jokes. The man's excitement gradually cooled. It wasn't that he couldn't answer, but he realized these questions were dull. You had just piqued my interest, and now you ask these stupid, petty questions. The man's face could not help but twitch. Now there are only 2 questions left. Tsuchi smiled lightly. That's enough, I've almost understood all I need from before. This guy was not omniscient or omnipotent. In fact, he needed his own knowledge, which implied there must be traces. He discovered the cause and effect from countless intricate traces by profiling and reasoning backward. That was even a notch above the butterfly effect. And all the classic paradoxes couldn't stump him either. After all, he was divine. Tsuchi pondered. Then, I shall ask my last 2 questions. The first question. What is in my eyes? The second question. How should I kill it? These two questions were ones Tsuchi had prepared long ago. The man's previous words actually had a trap, the premise being that he needed knowledge that he had personally come into contact with in the past. The key was contact. This was also why he could deduce through traces. Typically speaking, boasting or intentionally discussing high-concept, virtual existences would only waste the number of questions available. But unfortunately for him, he had come into contact with all of them. Chapter 257, Awakening. The man was slightly startled. He wasn't because Tsuchi's questions were too difficult. Quite the opposite. They were actually too simple compared to before. His brows furrowed in displeasure, and his eyes looked at Tsuchi with some confusion. These two questions. Are you sure? Tsuchi paused. It seems you are pretty confident. I can try to scrape along any trivial trace of the past timelines through reverse deduction. The older, the traces tend to be slighter, the man explained patiently and calmly. After answering the previous 8 questions, his symptoms of madness and pain had significantly reduced. Indeed, thinking could alleviate the erosion and mixed pollution of his brain. And yet, your questions are about the present moment, far too simple, even. He shook his head. Somewhat disappointing to me. I'm considering whether to give you a chance to change your questions. The man's face showed a calm and peculiar expression. After all, the previous ones had me somewhat expectant, but thinking it over, letting you stay here forever is also not a bad choice. If that's so. Tsuchi paused. Then how about adding a little more weight to the challenge? That can be done. The man said calmly. I want to study your soul. You are different from other ordinary assistants. There must be something special about you, naturally. Of course, this also means dissecting and analyzing your entire soul, with the best outcome being ending up an idiot. Tsuchi, feeling the heat of the other's gaze, remained unperturbed. What if you can't answer? You can take one item of value, as you see it, from this room and leave. Tsuchi was aware of the existence of the 5 rooms, all divine. Though they seemed ordinary, the items within those rooms likely held extraordinary value. The reason he hadn't helped himself to those, was because of the caretaker and the so-called Dr. Dilly. It was crucial to understand the purpose of their existence. It appeared that they were there to clear away things derived from the black fog. His every move could hardly escape their notice. So as long as he adhered to the principle of voluntariness, Tsuchi felt he could score some decent spoils. A good proposal, Tsuchi said. Do I need to count down from 3, 2, 1, and provide you with 3 lifelines? This isn't some quiz show. The man's glasses flickered slightly. I can know everything about you. The next moment, his pupils became extremely deep, just like when he was answering questions before. He could see all the surrounding traces, a massive, terrifying density of them appearing around his line of sight. If one were to draw a comparison, these traces were like countless, dense, frenziedly spinning data. Even a pencil dropped on the ground, containing all its cyclical past traces, would be enough to burn through all the hard drives in the ordinary world. Even the man, as a divine being with an extraordinary sequence, had to exhaust all his power and spend a lot of time and energy to trace them back. Therefore, usually, he would first select a target. And during the reversal, he would ignore all other distracting traces. This would allow him a respite from the constant envelopment of endless traces and the brain assault by endless data, reliving him slightly from the agony akin to suffocation in the deep sea. This is why his thinking could ease his pain. And the next moment, the man looked directly at Tsuchi, making eye contact. The countless surrounding traces were weakened, and the extensive data was blocked from his senses, mitigating his pain. Regrettably, he didn't think this relief would last long, because, retracing from his own extended traces, he had already discerned quite a few things. This cluster of traces was his own reflection. This cluster of traces was the reflection of the room. Other clusters of traces also showed the reflections of a few old friends. And then, whose traces are these? Why so strange? Let's take a closer look. The man was about to trace back further, eager to find out more. A massive amount of traces circulated in his brain, and as a divine being with a terrifying analytical capacity, he could almost know all knowledge. This is also why spiritual power is extremely important, because only through the sequence pathways related to spiritual power could one become an old trace master. Almost all divines competed to cultivate such beings. Traces were overlooked at a rate hundreds of times faster than before, yet the man still couldn't trace them back. What was going on? What exactly was this? Why were there still such vast traces? It seemed a shape was forming. Wait. It's another reflection. In that instant, the overwhelming traces suddenly made the man shiver all over. The terrifying data spiked his headache by dozens of times in a moment. His facial expression twisted, his pain was maximum, a screech stuck in his throat. How could it Who is this? Why? Can't capture, have traced back, must avoid. Otherwise, his own injuries might get directly exacerbated. The man's face turned slightly pale, though he had been sealed here, suffering erosion and grave injuries, he was still a divine being. To end up like this. He decided to first avoid it. At this time, the man noticed a strange trace, quite different from the others. It just stayed quietly in its place and didn't form a data cluster with other traces. He slightly furrowed his brow, just about to explore. Chapter 258, Awakening. Countless traces suddenly burst forth around him, as if a galaxy had exploded. Boom. 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 Innumerable traces, like a nuclear bomb, suddenly annihilated everything inside his head. Infinite, endless, numerous terrifying, dense traces. They almost instantly submerged everything about him. The man fell to his knees, clutching his head, screaming in extreme agony and terror. He was weeping uncontrollably, with blood streaming from his eyes. The veins on his face were about to explode. What is that? What is that? What is that? Tsuchi's eyelids twitched as he watched the man almost descend into madness, fear, muttering the same sentence over and over like a broken toy. Such a big reaction? Tsuchi thought the spiritual eyes contained the sealing power of the evil god, and since the evil god could manipulate the abyss to knead the present world like a crumpled paper ball, it must be extraordinary. Moreover, the most important point was that the use of the spiritual eyes was unrestricted, indicating a higher rank, something the man in front of him naturally couldn't see. But such an intense reaction, even like going mad. This was somewhat unexpected to Tsuchi. Though the evil god was awesome, you're still divine, and even if not an opponent, you wouldn't be like an ordinary person who would go deaf and blind just by seeing it, falling into a state of spiritual insanity. Could it be? Tsuchi silently observed the question and exclamation marks around him and gradually withdrew his thoughts. To bring the man back from madness and trembling, Tsuchi employed the method of philosophical infusion. That is, whacking his head hard with a thick philosophy book by his side. Thump, thump, thump. Don't say. It was actually quite effective. The man seemed to be smacked silly, and his shaking, frenzied appearance showed signs of recovery. Continue. Tsuchi, holding a heavy book, did not hesitate to whack him again. Divine artifacts. Even a book that looks ordinary holds extraordinary power. And Tsuchi also noticed from the question marks that the man often used the book to hit his own head, seemingly using this method to alleviate pain normally. This is the power of knowledge. About a minute later, the man slowly regained his senses, touched the blood on his head, and asked in confusion. What just happened? You accidentally stumbled and hit your head on the foot of the bed. Tsuchi shook his head. Be more careful next time. The man? Wait. The man suddenly paused. My head doesn't hurt anymore. He felt that, apart from the physical pain on his head, the infinite traces like spiritual spikes of annihilation pain were gone. Tsuchi nodded. It seems that my treatment as a master gynecologist was very effective. Let me recall for a moment. Just now I seem to have. The man tried to remember but suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, as if an ant had fallen into the sun. He quickly stopped and gasped for breath. What's wrong? Tsuchi feigned confusion. I don't know. The man looked at Tsuchi, a bit astonished. And why? I could see your traces before, but now I can't see anything. Tsuchi said. It's because I have completely washed away all pretense. But let's not talk about that. Have you answered my question just now? The man's face turned slightly pale. Answer. What the hell? He had almost forgotten what the question was. I lost. The man's voice trembled slightly as he exhaled. You. Choose. Tsuchi gently picked up a book. Well, then I won't be polite, and this book will be mine. This was the most valuable thing in the room. The power and weight of knowledge indeed have no equal. However, it looks like I have cured your illness. Tsuchi paused. I'm going to charge separately for this. Do you have anything that can compensate? The man did not respond, but lowered his head, took off his glasses, and without a spiritual impact, he now returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer showing signs of madness. The man had somewhat regained a scholarly, wise demeanor. Yet he spoke in a low voice. Invisible traces quietly connect into a network. Some people call it destiny. If you can control it, you can even see the future as if it's inevitable, with no accidents for anyone. And you are extremely special. I can't see any traces on you anymore. You don't exist in destiny. The man suddenly looked up at Tsuchi, making Tsuchi slightly lift his foot, thinking the man might pounce. But he showed an extremely excited expression, like a descent fanatic discovering the three-body people at his doorstep. His hoarse voice said, You are a person not controlled by fate. I beg you. You must survive. You must stay alive, grow, and reach the future. Tsuchi. Even if you didn't ask, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse, and what does this have to do with not being controlled by fate? An existence without traces signifies not being controlled by fate. But why was the man so agitated? The man shook his head. All I can say is one thing. Remember. Don't let anyone else discover this secret. Otherwise, those terrifying beings that the gods are dealing with, the abyss behind that dreadful god, will go to any lengths to kill you. That's a bit too late to tell me, brother. But rest assured, I will do everything to erase all traces. After the recovery from the deep slumber, I will do everything to protect your growth. Even if your talents are poor, I will at least get you to enter sequence 2, or even sequence 1. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched slightly. This was a solemn promise from a divine being. Chapter 259, Awakening. Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 were realms countless people had cracked their heads over but could never enter. Likewise, those who reached this realm were all terrifying entities far beyond the reach of myriad people. Tsuchi. Since that's the case, I'll take a bit more stuff with me. The man watched as Tsuchi tried to move the cabinet and fell silent. This was an existence not controlled by fate. Indeed, every step had surpassed his expectations. Yet he shook his head. The other things are useless. Leaving here, they would turn into ordinary objects and lose their strength, but that book. It contains most of my knowledge and won't become like the other items. Because strength will be restricted, the man said seriously but sternly. But knowledge won't. Tsuchi looked at the man. Alright, so next I need to fetch medicine for other patients. Is there a route for that? The man shook his head. Sorry. The answer to that question isn't with me. And currently, you are too weak. I shouldn't interfere too much. Only when you become strong yourself, can you struggle out from the depths. Tsuchi walked out from room number 5. The door closed tightly behind him. In the quiet corridor, Tsuchi slowly made his way toward the stairs. The man's caution made Tsuchi ponder. He seemed to have been unilaterally considered the child of hope. Was all this related to the evil god or to his own special abilities? Tsuchi was still unsure. It's so dark. Tsuchi looked at the stairwell. Isn't there a light? The next moment, he stepped forward and his whole body suddenly plummeted. Suddenly, Tsuchi opened his eyes. Brother Su. Suboxian. Sect Hierarch. Tentacle Man waved his hands, calling out hurriedly. I've been calling you for ages, why didn't you respond? Tsuchi paused slightly. Only then did he realize he had left that bizarre hospital. And he, along with myriad others, had landed in a vast square, with brilliance shining near the sky dome. He could also see temples gleaming in the distance. What's going on now? I'm not sure either. I opened my eyes and found myself here, and it looks like other people were also transported here from various worlds. Everyone's faces were blank at the moment. Well, then. Had he just been whisked here by the aurora ripples when he meant to fetch medicine? Tsuchi's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Letting him go fetch medicine to treat illness? Yet back to reality again? And what exactly was that man who seemed to hold a high position even among the divines? Look. What is that? Tentacle Man pointed into the distance. Among countless temples, there were 9 majestic divine statues, emitting a grand and imposing aura amidst the brilliance. But all were shrouded in brilliance with mist rising, unclear. The yellow-robed priest slowly spoke. That's the creator of Anxious Land. The leader of the divines. Representing the supreme will at the center. You can see it, this aura. It's coming at us even from an extremely distant place. Tsuchi looked around. And also, didn't expect so many people. There were about 10,000 people on the floating square they were on. And around them, there were thousands more floating squares, with people variously excited or fearfully kneeling on the ground. Amitabha Buddha. Amen. May you Onman protect. Hallelujah. God, help me succeed in making it ashore. Some ambitions, still thinking of making it ashore even here. Get out. This is a selection facing the entire present world. The yellow-robed priest said. And the competition will be very fierce. So without me, it'd be hard for you to stand out. Tsuchi paused. Then I really will have to rely on you this time, Brother Huang. At that moment, brilliant lights from the central divine statues connected to the many floating squares. The yellow-robed priest said solemnly. Now, all of you will go to have an audience with the gods. Chapter 260 Enter. God's Temple Group. God's Palace. Stood tall in the magnificent distant skies, faint and elusive, shimmering and out of sight, its various radiances making it incredibly splendid. Countless people gazed upon this scene. And that rainbow-like bridge, their eyes reflecting the brilliance, twinkling with devout light. Dang, dang, dang. At this very moment, there suddenly rang out a bell, imbued with dignity, loftiness, and solemnity, Its sound instantly reached the ears of countless people. What is that? The huge, mountainous ancient bell was at the center of the god's palace. It seemed as if a figure was ringing it. Suchi looked at this scene. Who was that? The yellow-robed priest reacted strangely, seemingly guilty, murmured softly. Bell ringer. Could he still be alive? That shouldn't be. Suchi, are you afraid of him? Afraid? What a joke, the yellow-robed priest coughed. I am a priest of the yellow-robed master, I've seen more of the world than many. This was a lie. Suchi didn't expose him, the yellow-robed priest was not entirely honest and had hidden many things. What is the identity of this spellringer? Is he divine? The yellow-robed priest said gravely. No, he is one of the proxies elected by the god's palace. Among the many powers of the god's palace, he presides over summoning. When the deities march into the ancient battlefield to wage war, he can summon countless boundaries, whether to deliver commands or to bestow strength and support. He plays an extraordinary role. Suchi nodded. The god's palace was established by many deities in unison, to oppose the abyss, a vast alliance that assembles various followers, new power of faith. And the deities are hands-off managers, who do not interact with mortals or meddle in lower affairs. At this time, all lives revere and seek an audience. A majestic, solemn voice accompanied by the heavy sound of the ancient bell rose beside everyone's ears, shaking their souls, and involuntarily leading them to devout prayer. Tentacle Man murmured. Now, are we going to have an audience with the divine? One could only say. The promotional material did not quite match the content. Suchi looked over. It seemed that the audience was supposed to be with the effigies of the gods, for the leadership of the god's palace had long since fallen into slumber, perished, sealed, or been restrained in places unknown. And the one most reactive was the yellow-robed priest. Bad. The yellow-robed priest trembled. It's really bad. Could he actually be alive? A few seconds ago, someone was saying they were afraid of nothing, claiming to be a priest of the yellow-robed master, saying they would have slapped that bell ringer. The yellow-robed priest roared. Spreading rumors, huh? I damn well never said that. It was about the same meaning. Suchi paused for a moment. But why are you afraid? Is there a grudge? Did you steal his delivery food before? The yellow-robed priest said sternly. Knowing too much isn't good for you. He said solemnly. Anyway, you first follow the group, and then at the right time, listen to my command and act accordingly. Suchi gave him a glance, his thoughts active. Known to him, this fellow is a three-surname servant, having served as a priest under three deities, those beings being the evil god, God Gerba, and the yellow-robed master, also no small figures among the divine. It's hard to say. If he had served other deities, in any case, this guy surely hid many secrets. However, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later he would uncover the bottom of this guy's story. Tentacle Man was also somewhat excited at this moment, looking at the people already ascending the Rainbow Bridge. Should we go too? Let's go. Suchi looked around. There were no players among the people around. No other acquaintances, huh? Nonsense, having acquaintances would be an extremely small probability, after all. In the vast expanses of the present world, to be selected from within, is like randomly picking 2 grains of sand from the countless planets of a galaxy. The yellow-robed priest said calmly. Of course, this only applies to the ordinary people who were selected. How so? The yellow-robed priest, apart from some who have very high potential in the present world, others are people brought up by major forces, by high-ranking existences. There are backdoors? The Eye of Destiny doesn't care? Nonsense. The yellow-robed priest coughed. Above is the Eye of Destiny, and below there are channels and strategies. When the temple opened before, the paths were monitored by the priests and strictly controlled. Of course, many priests would accept huge bribes and quietly let a lot of people join the audience. Suchi said calmly. This sounds eerily familiar. Before coming here, Suchi had exchanged quite a bit with the yellow-robed priest. In its era, the war between the Abyss Camp and the current world camp lasted for hundreds of years. And the audience of the god's palace was actually opened to cultivate new forces to oppose the endless abyss. There was almost one every year back then. Those selected to participate in the audience would have the chance to seize the power of the temple, naturally derived from the divine. A single ladle from this vast ocean could transform many from struggling lower-class survivors into powerful leaders. Even then, there emerged numerous epic figures who opposed the abyss and whose tales are still recounted to this day. Of course, this is the version previously recounted by the yellow-robed priest. Now the version has changed again. It pondered to itself. The resources of the temple are limited and precious, and the deities are hands-off, always at war. By the middle period, a time came when the god's palace was almost completely corrupted, with even 50% or more of the temple's resources being monopolized by major forces. Chapter 261 Enter. God's Temple Group. I really should hang you from the street lamp. Don't just hang me alone, quite a few priests have quietly done the same thing. The yellow-robed priest hummed. It's just that you're down on your luck now, otherwise, you, a mere mortal. The first thing you must learn upon entering this place is to be sensible. You live and learn, but, Mr. Huang, aren't you being a bit reckless? The yellow-robed priest coughed, aware that he himself was now just a weak spiritual body, and under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Anyway, it's been quite some time since the temple was last opened, and although the paths are now chaotic and lacking priestly oversight, hence the higher threshold for entry, it also means there's no control. In the present world, many forces will not miss this chance and will pay any price to get a number of people in. I understand, all the officials' kids, rich kids, young masters, and whatnot. And the resources of the temple are limited, so the competition will be 100 times fiercer than before, sighed the yellow-robed priest. So you see, without me, how can you, a mere mortal, smoothly enter the temple amidst such fierce competition? Then when the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brother Huang for some guidance, as I am very keen to progress, said Suchi with a light smile. Good, 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 your attitude is finally much better than before, the yellow-robed priest said with satisfaction. Suchi and Tentacle Man walked on, their eyes calm and steady. A 3-surname servant, and a habitual embezzler at that, this fellow was a restless fibber, and what was to be learned from him surely needed to be verified with reality. Take it slow. Countless people were heading towards the Rainbow Bridge, seeking to draw nearer to the central location where the god's palace lay. The scene itself was striking, like an army marching in tight formation over a narrow bridge. With each step closer to the central temple group, it felt as if ethereal music was playing by one's ear, making the entire person feel more lucid and refreshed, as if their minds were being vibrated and cleansed. Their devotion to the divine gradually increased, and shame for past sins deepened. Even Tentacle Man was somewhat dazed and even shed tears. I feel now that my previous actions were too outrageous, and I allowed my daughter to suffer terribly for 2 years. That's the previous chapter, let's not dwell on it anymore. Suchi also looked at the others, who had all fallen into a state of devotion. This is a bit too much, a collective confession and prayer? The yellow-robed priest coughed. After all, the god's palace needs to collect the power of countless believers' faith. Listening, baptizing, confessing. These methods are all quite useful. Some cried bitterly, while others prayed. Some, trembling, confessed, "Forgive me, God." It was one sunset evening when I caught a fish and suddenly had an unusual thought. Fortunately, this confession process did not last very long, and the listening voices gradually faded away. What remained was an intensified fear in people's minds. Under the power of God, they were as transparent as glass and could not hide anything. They continued onward. Rainbow Bridge. So numerous and widely scattered, it was difficult to gauge how many people there were, but such a vast, majestic formation, all leading to one place, demonstrated the grandeur of the ultimate central location. And at the same time, it also meant the many rainbow bridges gradually converged, from a hazy, light-obscured blur until an hour later. One could make out the faces of the people on the nearest rainbow bridge. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, people finally saw the resplendent gate at the end of the rainbow bridge, and beyond that gate lay the center of the god's temple group. Isn't his path a bit too long? Suchi muttered to himself. I started to feel bored after just 10 minutes. Suchi also looked ahead. Ever since they began their walk, the position of the god's temple group and the 9 statues had not shifted, giving no feeling of drawing nearer. The key issue was that the rainbow bridge was still slowly forming, leaving no opportunity for those who wished to reach the destination more swiftly. And now, it seemed that the entire temple group was vast and wrapped in an enormous ritual, belonging to a different space altogether, with this so-called gate of splendor serving as one portal into it. This is called the pilgrimage path. An audience with the many gods in the temple is a major event for mortals. Haven't you seen how everyone is so serious and reverent, and you're the only one lacking patience? The yellow-robed priest paused. Besides, it serves other purposes. Do you think everything just now was just for the power of faith? It was also to prevent the abyss or evil forces from sneaking in. Suchi had already stepped through the resplendent gate with everyone else. What met their eyes was the majestic temple group, with its multitude of structures sprawling across the space like a mirage, radiating a grand aura. Suchi looked on with a bizarre expression. The sanctity, purity, and tranquility before him seemed to be the underlying tone of the god's palace. But, compared to the few divine beings he had encountered, it didn't seem to relate at all. Let's not even talk about the evil god and the master of destruction. Take the most recent Yellow Robe Master, for example. That obviously was a god directly related to strangeness and horror. How could he possibly have a temple here? It was a completely different style. However, Suchi didn't immediately expose Old Huang. Because at this moment, the ancient bell rang again, and everyone who entered here looked up to the ancient bell set in the sky dome with trembling expressions. It was gently struck by a figure, without even a quiver to its arc, yet it caused the entire space to vibrate, its sound carrying far and wide. This caused many existences outside the anxious land to feel a slight tremor in their minds and souls. It's come again. It looks like they have already entered the region of the temple group, someone murmured softly. For countless ages, there has actually been someone who could ring that ancient bell. Could that being still be alive? Not sure? Came an aged voice, slowly rising, but it's probably impossible. After the last war, it ended with a sequence pathway collapsing. Every being cut off above the severed pathway forever sleeps, sealed, left in that place. Even now, no one has ever reached the last step where the sequence pathway is broken. Sequence 1. At this very moment, countless people stood on the pristine white stone bricks like ants, their gazes trembling as they looked at the towering figure descending from the sky dome. This was the awe-inspiring figure mentioned earlier, the bell ringer who controlled the summoning, with a face devoid of any expression, but eyes shining with extraordinary light. Old Huang. Suchi began softly, just about to ask a question. Don't talk to me. The yellow-robed priest seemed panicked, his voice trembling. How could this be? How could he still be alive? Suchi said with contempt, didn't you say you weren't afraid before? Nonsense, I thought that presence just now was a vestige left from the previous Great War, so I could speak out loud without worry, but now it seems. Damn, it's actually him. The yellow-robed priest was frantic. Hide me quickly, or he will surely notice. Yet Suchi just smiled, is that so? Don't rush, let me confirm something first. The yellow-robed priest almost choked, you kid. Is this really the time to confirm something? If I'm gone, you won't be able to get to the Yellow Robe's temple. TCH. Suchi softly said, could there be a possibility that you never intended to take me to the yellow-robed master's place? The yellow-robed priest felt guilty, but reasoned with a cough, how could that be? I also need the temple's strength to recover. Even though I'm an honest person, you need to tell me the truth. This place does not seem like where the yellow-robed master would stay. Suchi said, smiling, besides, you brought me to the temple, probably also looking to claim resources for your own recovery. How could that be? The yellow-robed priest laughed dryly, then felt his soul fire trembling, the frightful aura causing him to twitch. The bell ringer is about to descend, can you hide me first? I swear by myself, Huang. Later, I will tell you everything without any concealment. Chapter 262, 9 Layers. Anxious Land. As the yellow-robed priest had said. The bell ringer. As one of the agents of the god's palace, although he wasn't as unreachable as a divine, he possessed the utmost strength just below that of a divine, strength from sequence 1. His sudden appearance immediately threw the yellow-robed priest into a panic and, after swearing an oath, was hidden away by Suchi in an item slot. Each square inch is the item slot is a separate space. In reality, it's as though the paradise's strength had isolated it, preventing the bell ringer from detecting it. However, Suchi looked at the bell ringer before him. The agent of the god's palace doesn't seem to be a living person. More like a puppet infused with a strand of spiritual body. Never mind. Old Huang doesn't know. At this moment, the bell ringer hovered in midair, he and the ancient bell of the sky dome occupying the center of a huge altar, his calm and profound eyes slowly taking in everything. Numerous spectators trembled. The bell ringer spoke with calmness. Too many people. Not seen by the eye of destiny. He gently said. Too many. That wasn't understood by many. But for the many who had entered this place through unofficial means, their complexions changed. Because they were not chosen by the eye of destiny, they had found back doors to enter this place. It should not contest with those who are chosen, but at this point, there is no other choice, the bell ringer murmured to himself, seemingly sighing while also pacifying. He extended a finger. Step into anxious land. Immediately after he spoke, brilliant lights fell from the sky dome, enveloping everyone. And in the next moment, everyone felt their vision warp, the ground below them seeming to collapse, and a fathomless darkness caused many to shudder in fear, but before they could react, they were engulfed by ripples and fell downwards. That quickly? Suchi hadn't expected this turn of events. Although he didn't have the ability to fly, he could summon the fire dragon. But Suchi didn't do so. In fact, right now, even if some abnormalities had grown wings, they couldn't fly, as a mysterious force constrained everyone. All they could do was to fall. The specks of light above became smaller and smaller until they gradually faded and vanished. It was as if countless people were swallowed up by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Suchi called out for Tentacle Man. But his voice made no sound, and naturally, he received no response. All senses were gone, although conscious, there was no sensation of falling, nor any perception of others around. At this time, even Suchi's night demon gene was of no use. Because this was not darkness. It was an endless expanse of black fog. It felt like falling towards limbo, the hell border, filled with various unsettling undisturbing sensations. Who knows how much time passed? Boom. 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 Now, Suchi finally heard some muffled sounds, his eyes flickering slightly, the black fog no longer concealing everything. He could feel himself passing through the black fog. The next moment, Suchi's entire body burst out from the cloud layer of black fog, his eyes moved slightly, and the scene before him entered his sight. So it was a deep and thick layer of black fog. So I was falling vertically. So, there's no parachute. Boom. Without taking any measures, Suchi was calmly enveloped by the aurora and harshly smacked into the shattered ground. He brushed off his pants and stood up. The aurora had protective measures. Otherwise, an ordinary abnormality falling from such terrifying speed would only meet death. At the same time, Suchi also noticed. His current location was a wide prison. After all, you don't need to look hard to notice the tall fences enclosing everything in a stern state. Suchi put on a ring. Old Huang? Don't play dead, say something. The yellow-robed priest. Is the bell ringer gone? It looked around, relieved to find no one in sight. Don't space out, answer my question first, is this the trial of the god's palace? Suchi observed his surroundings. How did we come to a place with a prison? What kind of world is this? The yellow-robed priest spoke slowly. To be precise, it's not a world, but the 9th layer of Anxious Land. The 9th layer? Suchi paused slightly because the Paradise system had also presented a mission before him. The player is currently participating in the trial at the God's Palace. The player is located in the 9th layer of Anxious Land. Current main quest. The player must make every effort to proceed to the next layer. Reward. After the 6th layer, points will play a significant role. The yellow-robed priest was also explaining. Everyone has now fallen to this layer, but they will appear in different worlds. If you wish to reach the temple and obtain the power of the temple, you have to constantly move downwards. Now it makes sense. Suchi was pondering on the information mentioned on the Paradise Systems page, feeling somewhat emotional at finally seeing the information about points. But now, one must proceed to the layer after the 6th to find out what it is. Don't get distracted. The yellow-robed priest urged. Pay attention to the movements around. The entrance to the next layer will unlock in due time. You must survive until then. Suchi also noticed that the prison around him had several closed doors, and there seemed to be breathing sounds coming from within. Is every world genuinely existing? The world should be a facade. After all, it's related to the power of the divine. It adapts to each person's strength, the yellow-robed priest said gravely. But the sinister, peculiar power is real. Why the God's Palace calls it Anxious Land, I believe you shall soon know the answer. Chapter 263, 9 Layers. Anxious Land. Boom. Even before the iron gate could open, a booming collision sound arose. Suchi had already drawn out his silvery white hammer, his eyes fixed on one of the iron doors that was slowly opening a crack, as loud growls continued to rise. And when the iron gate opened wide enough to pass through, a horde of vicious prisoners, clad in prison garb with eyes glowing red and weapons in hand, charged forward. Kill. As long as we kill him, we can leave this place. Suchi was stunned. Oh, there's a plot? He didn't hesitate at all and directly charged at the roaring prisoners. The silvery white hammer thundered out with a heavy smashing sound, and it moved extremely fast. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, it even burst forth with purple lightning. Booming explosively. A mass of prisoners was sent flying in all directions, turning into charred coal as they were flung back. Although numerous, their strength probably disordered. But I've come to understand a thing or two. Suchi looked at the dead prisoners without any fear, but rather they roared and rushed at him with red eyes ablaze. They're all lunatics. The yellow-robed priest gently stated. The Anxious Land is a special fragment from the abyss. It constantly evolves, creating all kinds of dangerous life forms. Creating life forms? Suchi was somewhat surprised. Yes, that's the terror of the Anxious Land's power. The yellow-robed priest lamented. And some mysterious entity has modified it, and it's being suppressed here by the God's Palace. ZZT. Suchi's eyes faintly lit up with white light, and he shot out intense laser beams. His current attribute was Ray, and this AO was quite powerful, but it was just too draining on his spiritual energy. He swept around, Spiritual energy directly dropped by 20%. Some attributes weren't well suited for him. After using them, Tsuchi decisively switched from continuous to burst mode. The second and third iron gates were also slowly opening, with prisoners bound in heavy armor roaring and charging out even faster. This time, Tsuchi could clearly feel that they were all infected with pollution, the power of black fog, and their strength had clearly risen by 1 or 2 levels. You'd better be careful. Based on previous experiences, the creatures that appear will keep getting stronger. Even though you, relying on the divine artifact, killed a 7th rank, the past is the past, and now is now. Tsuchi surged forward. He was pondering a question. He had entered the hospital before, examining the bodies of 4 divine beings. Why was it that the moment he was about to go downstairs to retrieve medicine, he was suddenly kicked out of the connection? Now it seemed. Retrieving the medicine. Apparently, it was related to the 9 layers of the anxious land. He might even encounter the real, sealed, slumbering patients. As Tsuchi rampaged and fought, although many prisoners could unleash powers, with every beat of his ancient god's heart, he could suppress their traits, almost nullifying those of the same sequence. Even suppressing those of the 7th rank. Previously dealing with the old monster with a murderous face was purely because the latter was low on intelligence, a pure pollutant, who was deceived and oppressed by simulating the evil god. But if he were to meet a normal 7th rank, it would still have to be settled by actual combat. The 9th layer of the world was not too difficult for Tsuchi. In just 20 minutes, corpses lay scattered around him. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly whipped up. The spot where he had previously landed slowly rose into a point of light. And it kept expanding, eventually turning into a vortex passage. The entrance has appeared. The yellow-robed priest reminded. Tsuchi, I see it, but I'm thinking about something. What? I wonder, what would happen if I took someone down with me? Tsuchi strode like a meteor, slapping a prisoner who lunged at him until they were completely dazed, then grabbed their neck and headed straight for the vortex passage. In that instant, Tsuchi clearly saw the prisoner's flesh bursting apart, but the black blood on their body and the black blood left by all the other prisoners he had just killed. All were falling with the vortex passage. Player has successfully passed through the 9th layer, current location, the 8th layer. As Tsuchi passed through the swirling black fog, he didn't fall as before, but after a brief stupor, he opened his eyes slightly. And this time, he found himself in a classroom, nearing evening, the sunset accompanying an unsettling environment releasing signals of unease step by step. The eerie crescent had already quietly appeared above the sky dome. It seemed like the 9th layer was not the same pattern because Tsuchi had already seen. Scrawled in blood on the chalkboard ahead were a few large, sloppy characters. Run. Bad. The yellow-robed priest said gravely. Starting from this 8th layer, we will gradually come into contact with more dangerous and bizarre things, some of which cannot be resolved simply through combat and one's own strength. A single misstep could lead directly to a fatal outcome. It feels strangely familiar to me. Tsuchi, on the other hand, looked around the place like a seasoned driver, gathered the information, and opened the classroom door, a whiff of paradise. The sense of déjà vu was strong. The mysterious existence that had once drastically transformed this anxious land. It was hard for Tsuchi not to suspect it had something to do with paradise. Moreover, this time, there were other people. Tsuchi looked toward the classroom. Other doors were also slowly opening, revealing cautious eyes. You are normal people. Finally, we've come across other people. Tsuchi watched this scene unfold. They're all participants in the temple's trial. It seemed everyone was unsettled and unfamiliar, exceedingly cautious about everything before them. Since we've all met during this audience trial, it means we're meant to work together, someone said softly. Not necessarily. Tsuchi paused. It might be a battle where each of us is fighting in our classroom as a faction, where only the last person standing can escape. Some began to grow tense, while others shook their heads. That's unlikely. I observed that the blackboards in each person's classroom all have the words run written on them. And I searched a bit and found a piece of paper torn into fragments in a drawer. Although I didn't get to look closely, I saw words like wandering soul and death. That means we have a common enemy. The group was pleased with the young man's analysis. He had instantly established himself as the brain of the team, commanding and judging. Not necessarily. And Tsuchi inappropriately mused again. It's also possible that the wandering soul is hiding among us, quietly corrupting each person's mind, then turning us against each other, with only the survivor. The young man grew impatient. Can your reasoning not be so illogical? Just a casual, rational guess. Tsuchi replied, unruffled. The young man sighed in frustration. It's not rational at all. Anyway, let's all go back to our own classrooms and search to see if there are clues like that piece of paper. Everyone nodded eagerly. But Tsuchi did not head back to the classroom. Instead, he walked toward a dark stairway. What are you doing? Going to the bathroom. The young man's eyes bulged. The hell you are. Was now really the time for a bathroom break? I can't hold it in. Tsuchi waved. You all go search. The young man watched Tsuchi disappear up the stairs and sighed. What's he playing at? Nightfall is coming, and danger could strike at any moment. What a headache. The yellow-robed priest was also stunned. What are you doing? Why are you acting alone? This is the 8th layer, and it's even more dangerous. Without sufficient information, the general principle is to cooperate with others. That wandering soul is definitely the enemy of this world, nothing ordinary. Suboxian, are you even listening to me? I feel like the danger is escalating. Stop it. Tsuchi walked into a quiet spot in the dark land, extremely secluded and inconspicuous. He reached out and twisted a doorknob. Night has not yet fallen, and the ultimate enemy has not yet gained great strength, and it's still asleep inside. Tsuchi drew a knife. I'm going to check on its sleep quality. Yellow-robed priest? Chapter 264, The Speedrun God. In the cramped, dark room, a twisted wandering soul made up of countless limb fragments, filled with a terrifying chill, was swelling slightly like a ball being inflated in the pitch-black environment. And then slowly shrinking again. The yellow-robed priest watched the scene silently. Though it was merely a spiritual body, its abundant experience allowed it to recognize the state of the wandering soul before it. It is still sleeping, the voice of the yellow-robed priest came. And it looks like it's because it's not yet night, that it is currently fairly weak. However, all the black fog from the space above will seep into the lower levels. The lower the level, the thicker the eerie atmosphere, and the greater the lethal danger. It is gradually getting stronger. Night had not yet descended. It was as if a faint black fog was quietly falling, increasing the resentment of the boss before them inch by inch, the temperature around them also slowly dropping, as if penetrating deep into the soul. Congratulations on discovering a blind spot. Tsuchi walked forward with a knife in hand. The theme of this world is quite clear, escape, and you can enter the next level. But in fact, it's not that simple. Although one can see everything outside the walls of the entire school, it is actually wrapped in eerie forces, blocking any exits to the outer world. By the normal process, people should collect all the clues, try to leave, only to find they're obstructed by the eerie forces and cannot get out, and just then they will be hunted by this twisted undead, continuing to search for clues to break the eerie spell as they flee. But no matter what people do, they can't get around this guy here. Tsuchi looked at the twisted undead, because the real key is on him. On the twisted wandering soul, there were various souls forcibly stuffed inside it, and a string tied to its phantom limbs, which seemed to be connected to something. Night descended eerily upon the entire school. Apart from the softly flickering street lights, there was no light at all. The entire school was like a monster with a gaping maw ready to devour everyone. The young man was named Fang Li. He got in by a line connection. His background in the present world could only be considered mid-level. It was only by paying a great price, practically putting his entire family on the line, that he managed to secure a spot. He was the family's most promising genius and was also burdened with the heavy hopes of his clan. Chaos is imminent, the weak will surely die. I must carry all hope and continue on. Fang Li was naturally going to give his all. At the moment, he was standing at the school's main gate, his face somber, as everyone looked anxiously at the strange occurrences outside the gate. Why can't we push it open? It seems like something is hindering us here. Let me do it, let's break it down. Unlike the other bewildered people, Fang Li, who had seen more, said, don't act recklessly, it's the power of the supernatural, blind force won't be able to open it. This is the deadly 8th layer, it won't be so easy. However, judging from all the clues we just collected and the current situation, I've already figured out what this instance is all about. It was then. Footsteps sounded slowly in the darkness. Everyone tensed up, turned around, and saw Tsuchi, who had appeared for a moment before. Are you all here? Fang Li was surprised. You're still alive? Tsuchi shook his hand, apparently having just come into contact with some liquid. I just went to the bathroom, what danger is there? Fang Li couldn't assess the situation. His keen senses could detect the mortal danger within the school, but this guy in front of him seemed to have genuinely just gone to the lavatory. Now that you're here, then listen to my summary first. He furrowed his brow heavily, and began to speak solemnly. This place was originally a boarding school, but one day a special murderer ghost entered it. Although it was extremely weak during the day, at night it was filled with deadly danger. From that day on, students began to die for no reason, and their deaths were extremely tragic. People even saw black shadows at night, and the entire campus was in panic. Fang Li placed a bunch of newspaper clippings on the ground, The newspapers recorded 3 incidents, and that was when the school realized it might be haunted and called in an onmyoji from a nearby temple. The onmyoji wasn't ordinary, sensing the spirit of the evil ghost. Since during the day the probes found only weak strength but did not find the ghost, the onmyoji wrongly believed that the evil spirit was not to be feared and planned to perform the ritual to kill it when it became active at night. Sadly, they failed. The murderer ghost only needed 1 night to kill everyone in the school, students, and teachers alike. Fang Li looked towards the gate, and this place was completely taken over by the power of darkness. People showed a hint of fear. Then what should we do now? From the last words left by a few students before they died, we need to split up to find the onmyoji's notes. He left something to escape from here. According to the previous ritual, it should be hook jade, which is highly effective against the present supernatural forces, but both the sensing and the methods of use should be in the notes, Fang Li said gravely. In a short time, he had analyzed and observed the whole picture from the fragmented clues, and found the way to survive quickly. But now someone's face changed drastically. Split up? But isn't it more dangerous to be alone? Fang Li took out a fragment of the onmyoji's notes, which only recorded a bit of information about the murderer ghost. From what we see now, the onmyoji's notes must have been torn up into pieces scattered across various places. We must split up to look for them, otherwise once the night falls and the murderer ghost's power grows with time, it won't take long before it can annihilate our entire group. Chapter 265, The God of Speedrun. Fang Li calmly said. So there's no other way, we must race against time, that is the only way to escape from here. The crowd swallowed hard, their mood heavy to the extreme. The terrifying murderous intent spread with the descent of night, that unsettling unlethal atmosphere made everyone sweat profusely, as if sensing that the terror was awaking. This is the temple's trial. The 9th layer alone is enough to engulf most people in a tide of monsters. And the difficulty of the 8th layer is filled with numerous team-wiping dead ends. Don't hesitate anymore. Fang Li clenched his fist, his voice grave. This is anxious land, there is no room for error, everyone now must for strength and to pass the trial, immediately start moving. Huh? Fang Li suddenly paused, his gaze turning to Suchi who was walking towards the door. What are you doing? That door won't open, the onmyoji's hook jade is needed. You're right. Suchi took out a rope, the shiny hook jade startled everyone, and made Fang Li's eyes widen. What is that? It's a crescent. BS, that's a hook jade. Fang Li exclaimed in shock. How did you find it? Just picked it up in the bathroom. Fang Li roared. Why do I find that so hard to believe? This was completely different from his analysis, something as important as a hook jade shouldn't have been so easily obtained. However, Fang Li bit his finger, muttering. Now that we have the hook jade, we just need to find a way to use it. After all, it's an onmyoji's item, the onmyoji's notes are still needed to unleash its power. I can try that. I'm quite familiar with yin and yang. You're an onmyoji too? Sort of, I used to deal with numerous slanderers online who accused me of cheating. That's not what an onmyoji is. Fang Li almost lost his temper. But Suchi had already put his hands together, slowly setting the hook jade in his palms, his pupils chanting. Yin yang jade, flutter with spirit, come forth, reveal the returning soul. The voice, calm and rippleless, yet filled with a strange sensation. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the hook jade slowly floated up. Then it released a glowing light. Boom, boom, boom. In the darkness, it suddenly shot out from the palm, violently colliding with the strange force above the door. Fang Li's expression changed. Be careful, this noise will definitely attract the murderer ghost. Everyone, get ready for battle, it won't let us out so easily. Could it be that the deadly peril of this 8th layer world is here? Fang Li had already readied his weapon, gravely stating. At any rate, make sure to protect him. Everyone prepared themselves, tense faces watching the surrounding darkness. 5 minutes later, Fang Li stared dumbfounded as the door swung open before him, the eerie hindrance dissolving around it, the slight ripples seeming to indicate they could escape. It just opened? And where was the murderer ghost? They had been ready to fight. And saw nothing. Someone murmured, the 8th layer. Isn't it supposed to be deadly? Fang Li ignored the voices of doubt from the crowd, his gaze transfixed on the scene before him. No. It shouldn't be like this. From the clues I gathered, the stories I learned. It shouldn't be like this. He was dumbstruck. At this moment, Suchi saw the aurora that had enveloped him was flickering, while the others remained dim. Fang Li had a bit too. It seemed that the trial still had its standards, also it was merit-based. That made sense. Suchi looked at the crowd. What, you want to stay and read? It's time to leave. The crowd numbly nodded their heads, taking a step out in an instant. Suchi took one glance, the ripples carried away everyone's silhouettes, disappearing into the darkness. Indeed, the outside world doesn't exist, it's akin to a randomly generated region, possessing a mini version of Paradise Styles. It was really strange. At this moment, Fang Li didn't move, he still couldn't figure it out, and muttered towards Suchi, "What on earth is going on? How did you get those? And why hasn't the murderer ghost appeared again? Can you tell me? I'll call you brother. Real brother. Help me understand. Otherwise, I can't figure it out." Suchi looked at Fang Li, whose eyes were bloodshot. Was this guy still keen on learning? "I went to the bathroom and found a hook jade, which is reasonable, right? While looking for paper to wipe my hands, I found the Onmyoji's notes, which is reasonable, right? I just happened to encounter a weakened murderer ghost that had just awakened. I killed it with the hook jade, which is reasonable, right? Ria. Reasonable." Fang Li's eyes widened as he roared. "Reasonable my ass. What kind of luck is that? And how could the ninth layer be so easy?" It was completely different from what was recorded in the ancient tomes collected by the family before. "It's time to go." But Suchi looked ahead at the ripples and said, "I think though everyone's entry and exit times aren't consistent, it's very likely they adjust these during transportation. But who knows how long the ripple portal will last. I'm going ahead." Suchi slowly disappeared into the ripples. Fang Li clenched his teeth, he really wanted to go back to school to check, believing that if he could find a trace, he could uncover the truth. But seeing Suchi move forward, he hesitated for a moment and followed after him. At this moment, the ripples were taking Suchi in, but this time it took longer. It finally ended. Suchi muttered to himself. This time was quite a challenge. The yellow-robed priest almost choked and said, "Are you even speaking human language? You only saw me quickly solve the source but failed to notice that there are lethal dangers everywhere. Didn't you notice at all? What use are you?" The yellow-robed priest, how can I just not believe it? Let's not talk about information for now, after all, those are all from my brain rapidly analyzing. Suchi said calmly. But the most important thing is, the murderer ghost knew it was weak before entering nighttime, so it did everything possible to hide itself, setting up various defenses and deadly powers on its hiding path. And there was also something wrong with the doorknobs in the hidden room. Thankfully I was lucky. Using the artificial team's counterattack, it successfully caused it to malfunction. It's just that when I killed it, I didn't handle it well. Suchi paused. I didn't think it would absorb so many corpses for being just a ghost, and it could even squirt water to attack, almost splashing me all over. The yellow-robed priest. Wasn't that just corpse water sprayed by your hammering? Damn. Allowing this mortal to act all high and mighty in front of him. Stay focused, the seventh layer is coming. The yellow-robed priest said gravely. Next, it's the main event. He hadn't finished speaking when Suchi was swept into the ripples. This time, Suchi's consciousness briefly blanked out, and his body's aurora flashed brighter than before. He felt as if he was navigating through a nightmare, distinctly sensing a strong unease approaching from all directions. Some were whispering, others were watching. But more than anything, there was a sensation of falling. Indeed. The further down, the more intense this feeling became. Who knows how much time had passed? Suchi regained his senses. Without even opening his eyes, he could feel everything slightly swaying beneath him. He smelled the moist, fishy scent of the sea at the tip of his nose. Also, he heard the sound of the waves. I'm at the seventh layer now, but it seems like I'm on a ship. Suchi slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying in a room, which looked old and as if it hadn't been cleaned for a long, long time. There was dust everywhere, and the wood was rotten and decrepit. And also, Suchi picked up the navigation journal on the table. This ship seems quite special. It needs at least 50 people to operate it to be able to sail. But now, the ship was as silent as a ghost, with only him on board. Is this the price for speedrunning? Chapter 266 Captain Jaksu. Suchi walked onto the deck. This ship was huge but also in a terrible state of disrepair, its tattered flags blending spottily with the dark hull. And the sea around them seemed as dark as the sky, the surging waves continually slamming against the ship's body. According to the ship's navigation log, this sea harbors all sorts of terrifying sea monsters, ghost ships, and demonic maritime disasters. In short, any bizarre event could happen. Suchi said softly. And the compass on the ship will point us in a safe direction. So, the task is simple, just steer the ship in the direction indicated. Simple my ass, can you not sound so relaxed? The yellow-robed priest grumbled. This broken ship needs 50 people to get moving. And this is the seventh layer, it's clear that more terrible dangers are coming. If the ship can't sail, we might end up trapped here, buried at sea. It and Tsuchi were in the same boat, so it couldn't help worrying. And it was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, it should appear here with other trial participants to start the first step. Not stuck in a dead-end situation like now. Could it be because they cleared the last instance too quickly? Or was there a mistake in the process? Indeed, it's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Tsuchi paused. Ganwenkyūi. The next moment, black shadows slowly emerged in front of him. The yellow-robed priest was slightly stunned, seeing these three black shadows for the first time. This guy also had such methods, but it didn't feel any familiar aura from them. Because at this moment, all three figures were filled with intense darkness. Sect Hierarch. Please instruct. Ganwenkyūi opened his mouth hoarsely, seemingly still unaccustomed to speaking, his voice faltering and awkward. How is the training going? About 70 black shadows have reached the level of simply following orders. Okay, bring them all out. Here are the navigation requirements. You guys teach them. Tsuchi wrote down all various distribution and operational requirements of the still navigable ship on a piece of paper. Understood. The next moment, the yellow-robed priest dumbfoundedly watched as a great number of black shadows, like plankton, slowly appeared on the ship from Tsuchi's shadow. Although they had human-like forms of black shadows, each one looked somewhat dazed. What in the world is this? My special ability, that's all. Tsuchi's face was pale, it consumes a bit much. The yellow-robed priest didn't doubt him, having seen Tsuchi's dark shadows before. Besides, special abilities were inherently strange and varied. But it seems these shadows are all very weak, just like ordinary people. For now, this will suffice. Tsuchi handed the matters over to Ganwenkyūi. Those pollution monsters he had killed earlier in the city center, he had used the darkness attribute to devour a large number of shadows, which, as described, were like a filthy pollution pond that didn't disappear. Ganwenkyūi had found this pool of pollution outside the Room of Nightmares, able to absorb its unique dark power, thus undergoing some subtle changes. Not only could it speak, but the traces of the evil god were also suppressed. Meanwhile, Tsuchi also discovered that they could extract the dark power swallowed from inside the pollution pond, allowing the formation of a new independent existence. Black shadows. Of course, the failure rate was high. And their strength was weak. Most shadows initially were just a mass of chaos. Under Ganwenkyūi's cultivation, they gradually took human shape, and now only barely 70 black shadows had been trained. Their strength was currently that of ordinary people, and they could only simply understand commands, unable to act autonomously. For now, Tsuchi wasn't planning to recruit more. The more people there are, the more time and energy it would take to train them. He would consider subsequent steps only after cultivating these 70 black shadows into elite black shadow corps. However, several black shadows suddenly plopped down, falling flat on the deck. Some black shadows walked into walls. Others had blank looks in their eyes. Abba. Right now, all these stupid black shadows, turning them into an elite corps seems a long way off. Fortunately, I have 3 instructors I've trained myself. Under Ganwenkyūi's motherly and fatherly arrangements and commands, 2 to 3 hours passed by quickly. But this investment of time was worth it. Each black shadow successfully found their own place, and although the ship was huge and composed of all sorts of intricate machinery, operating it was as simple as an assembly line. Even with the clumsy manipulations of the black shadows, the ship finally began to sail. The steering was left to Ganwenkyūi. For a moment, the previously silent and deserted broken ship now buzzed with activity. I've just decided something very important. Hearing Tsuchi's extremely serious tone, the yellow-robed priest slightly focused. It hadn't seen such an expression on this guy before. You decided what? I've decided to name this ship the Black Pearl, and I am the captain. Jack Sparrow. Damn it. The yellow-robed priest roared. How is that an important matter? And when the hell did you change clothes? At this moment, Tsuchi was already sporting a pirate hat adorned with a skull pattern, his right hand turning into an iron hook, clad in a black, flowing long coat that danced with the sea breeze. His one foot resting high on the mast. Chapter 267 Captain Jacksu. A hand was already gripping the long knife and pointed forward. Now, all Black Shadow Corps. Follow my command. Sail in the direction of 9 o'clock. Yes, Captain Jack Sparrow. Ganwenkyūi shouted solemnly. They were already very accustomed to it. Yellow-robed priest. It did not understand. It was greatly shocked. The rolling waves were still thunderously crashing against the hull, and countless dark clouds gathered above the ghastly sky dome, though nothing had erupted yet, but the oppressive sensation of an impending storm was already ominously palpable. At this very moment, in the vast and boundless ocean, there were numerous abandoned or lost ships drifting. And a large number of people who had fallen from the 8th level were sent to different ships via ripples. Most were disoriented and hazy until they found related clues on the ship and finally began to organize, then took action. There were about 100 people on each ship. Apart from the 50 people controlling the sailing of the ship, there were others responsible for fending off the terrifying monsters. Kill. Don't let them aboard. Fang Li roared. He suddenly swung his sword, and a cold gleam penetrated the sharp-toothed sea demon covered in tentacles. At this very moment, he truly felt the horrific threat of the 7th level. These monsters, as if starved, had an intense craving for the flesh and blood of the living, attacking suddenly and unpredictably, with each possessing extremely troublesome and lethal destructive power. Damn. The sliced sharp-toothed sea demon sprayed mucus all over Fang Li, and his expression slightly changed. Is my body going numb? Does this mucus contain paralytic toxins? However, it wasn't fatal. His body was also stuffed with various family resources, and he just needed to catch his breath to take a detoxification potion. But at that moment, whoosh! A series of swift whooshing sounds suddenly came, as rotting-skin murderous mermaids viciously sped over the waves toward Fang Li's back. Fang Li gritted his teeth, attempting to dodge. But his legs wouldn't respond, his eyebrows slightly knitted. Prepared to use his last resort. Be careful. A composed and calm voice sounded. A young man decisively, without any hesitation, fiercely stabbed the murderous mermaid. Thank you. Fang Li, now gasping for air, sat down on the ground, took out a potion, drank it, and finally recovered. No need to thank me, even if you didn't need me just now, you must have been ready with a countermeasure, right? The young man said lightly with a smile. I'll cover you first to let you recover. As a large number of monsters attacked, this young man demonstrated his strength, which set him apart from the others. Fang Li was moved. Finally, he met a capable and rational normal person. After eliminating the paralytic state, Fang Li also immediately joined the combat team. After a fierce slaughter, this ship finally sailed out of the dangerous waters, and the nearby monsters no longer swarmed in such dense numbers. From what we see now, it's temporarily calm. The young man observed the sky dome and waves. Indeed. Fang Li extended his hand. I'm Fang Li, thanks for your help just now. He increasingly recognized that to continue on, he must connect with exceptional people, and since the young man had just saved him and gave him time to recover, he indeed seemed like a very decent person. My name is Brother Yi. The young man also grinned. Don't be too formal, it's just a helping hand. They entered a calm sailing period now. The two also struck up a conversation. So, you're also a second generation? All burdened with high expectations? I see. One was from a family's second generation, the other from Paradise's second generation. Whether it was temperament or mutual understanding, they matched very well. The more they talked, the more they felt like kindred spirits, and they instantly agreed to cooperate closely from then on. Brother Yi, that was truly touching, Fang Li remarked, his voice tinged with emotion. I am weak and alone, so coming across someone like-minded is not easy. Brother Yi chuckled. Why speak so bitterly? But, I can understand. After all, many acquaintances of mine have become enemies. What he referred to was the elimination rounds of the competition. He was a social butterfly. Even as an ordinary person, he had connections with many, including Yun Zanshin and others from various clubs, even contacts in Paradise. After all, given his background, his own strength had improved and he was gradually manifesting a remarkable charisma. However, clearly, Fang Li understood it more cruelly. Slightly moved, he said. It seems, Brother Yi, you've also had a tough time. Turning against each other is not something everyone can bear. Brother Yi laughed loudly. I haven't faced deep friendships yet, so turning acquaintances into enemies over benefits is normal. But, he muttered to himself. I wonder if that guy has come to Anxious Land. Is that guy a close friend of yours? Asked Fang Li, curious. Somewhat. Brother Yi paused. Though his personality is abnormal, he is very capable and has potential. But I'm not sure if he will come here. To be honest, he felt the likelihood was quite low. Their division had gone mad, with all the major clubs' main forces here, and the resources and intensity poured in had far exceeded estimates. And Subuxian's hundreds of millions of points, Brother Yi believed, would be difficult to keep. Fang Li didn't hold back either and shared everything he had encountered along the way. The last instance ended in such a muddled way, that guy. I don't know how he did it, and he wouldn't tell, sighed Fang Li. It still feels bad in my heart. If I meet him again, I must ask him clearly. The two had talked only a few sentences. Suddenly, the sky dome turned ominously dark, and bursts of cold sea breeze carrying a bloody scent started to blow, chilling everyone on the vast ship's deck. But, the waves did not become turbulent, Instead, they quieted down. In the dark, haunting sea, an unsettling, eerie aura was spreading. Everyone, be alert and watch your surroundings. To prevent any dangerous situations. Other ability users on the ship were calmly warning. The surroundings grew darker and darker. Brother Yi and Fang Li looked around with grave expressions. This feels completely different from before. They couldn't even hear the raging sound of the waves anymore. Although the ship was moving in the indicated direction, it seemed as if they were approaching death and horror. Look ahead, someone suddenly exclaimed. There are other ships. Ships with people began appearing one after the other in front. It seemed everyone was moving toward the indicated direction together. However, the speed had noticeably slowed down, a reason they would soon understand. In front, the dark, exposed massive island formed dense, hazy silhouettes. Fang Li urgently warned. Are those reefs? And there's fog too, be careful, follow the 5 ships in front. No good. The helm seems stuck, the helmsman's faces changed slightly. The currents are not fast. But we can't change course. What's going on? There's a strange force pulling the ship, and it seems the same is happening to those in front. Deeper the ship went. The creepy, terrifying aura brought a chill, making everyone unconsciously shiver. They carefully slowed down, weaving and navigating through the sea path among the islands. Everything around them was dark and shadowy, the dense fog making it difficult to discern the huge silhouettes nearby. Brother Yi looked around with a solemn expression. Look. There are quite a few ships also approaching this direction, they seem to have fallen into the same force. Many ships were converging in this area, seemingly all heading in the directed path. Everyone on board looked grave and uneasy, watching their surroundings. So tall. So huge. Brother Yi observed the dense silhouettes, not sure if it was his imagination, but the bloody scent of the wind seemed to be getting stronger. And, it seemed that the sea breeze was coming from these silhouettes. Wait. Something's not right, folks. Brother Yi suddenly broke into a sweat. For one of the giant island silhouettes slowly opened its eyes, and at the same time, other surrounding silhouettes also emitted a kind of murmuring shriek. Everyone's expressions drastically changed, faces turning pale. Looking at those terrifying silhouettes of demons. Almost scared to death. These are not islands at all, they're giant monsters. This place is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Chapter 268, Acquaintance. The waves were eerily calm without any ripples, yet they drew every ship deeper, emitting a bizarre and terrifying aura that made everyone shiver. At this moment, everyone realized that the trace of blood-scented sea breeze at their nostrils was not an illusion but the flesh and blood being chewed by these terrifying monsters. The sound of bones crushing sent chills down their spines. Why are there so many terrifying monsters here? Damn it. Can we run? The ship won't move. What in the world is going on? At that time, a melodious singing voice was slowly rising in front, and the fog gradually dissipated under the sway of the song. Everyone looked ahead with doubtful eyes. Amongst countless monsters, there sat a mermaid covered in scales, her body swaying as she sang, her beauty shimmered like crystal clear water dazzling with light. Accompanied by that intoxicating song. At this moment, many were as if spellbound, standing stupefied, their eyes flashing with a strange light as they stared at the mermaid. It was as if they were in an extremely cold snowy field. And the mermaid's song was the last warmth, embracing each one of them, trapping everyone in a mesmerized state, unable to extricate themselves. It's not right. Definitely not right. Wake up, all of you. Many spiritually aware individuals roared, the burst of spiritual energy making everyone shudder. Night Guard also fiercely bit his tongue at that moment, the intense pain snapping him out of the intoxicating stupor. His eyelids twitched violently. That was no beautiful mermaid. Her body was entirely rotten, bloated. Her face a bloody blur with remnants of limbs and flesh in her mouth. The song heard was a grating, screeching, unintelligible eerie chant. The real danger isn't the monsters around us. It's that sinister mermaid. Fang Li growled. It's the most terrifying entity. Although the sinister mermaid appeared small compared to the monsters around her. On closer inspection, one would realize that all nearby phantoms were actually from deep-sea creatures. The huge deep-sea creatures seemed to be circling the other, influenced by the song as if controlled. It has summoned these monsters from the depths of the sea. Sinister power. It has submerged a vast range of sea into its domain. We must take action. Stop it. Many people burst forth in full force, launching a ferocious attack towards the center where the sinister mermaid was. However, the next instant, the sinister mermaid's voice turned piercingly shrill, the deep-sea creatures around immediately moved to shield her. Boom boom boom. Despite the deep-sea creatures' massive size and being fleshly bodies, their bodies were perforated with blood holes. Though these were not fatal, they seemed to have infuriated them, their eyes blood red as they roared. The surrounding waves stirred. The other phantom monsters also seemed ready to spring into action. Everyone's faces turned pale. And the sinister mermaid's song became even shriller, louder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. We can't wait any longer. Only by taking down that mermaid can we survive. Kill. Many roared and leaped forward, stepping on the bodies of huge deep-sea monsters, flying towards her. Although massive, the deep-sea creatures were clumsy and not agile, and seemingly under the control of the mermaid's song. Many could not act on their own, meaning only a few were controlled by the sinister mermaid. There's a chance. Night Guard and Fang Li said solemnly. Let's go to the 7th layer of the world. Although there were more people, the same. The land was riddled with terrible dangers, and catastrophic group annihilations were far more common than on the previous level. One misstep could lead to being wiped out here. Every person on these dozen ships had to fight with all their might. But the sinister mermaid was horrifyingly laughing, its song increasingly disturbing, creating massive rippling waves from its center. At the same time, the sea demons that had previously ambushed the ships emerged. They were densely packed, making one's skin crawl, each one staring intently at the people. So, those sea demons were all its minions, and it has been watching us all along. Wanting to ensnare us all. Quite the appetite. Kill. The people burst into fierce combat, clashing violently with the many rushing sea demons. Their target was the singing sinister mermaid. Everyone could see that they were deep within the sinister power's domain, and the mermaid was the core of it all. But in reality, getting close to her was not so easy. The deep-sea creatures roared, stirring the crowd and the waves. Everyone had to be careful to dodge, otherwise, they would be harshly slammed into the sea. To be devoured cleanly by numerous cannibal sharks below. And the sea demons, with blood-red eyes and swarming without a concept of life or death, relentlessly blocked their path with intense killing intent. Most importantly, the closer they got to the sinister mermaid, the more ear-piercing her song became. Their bodies would be affected, feeling an illusory-like immense pressure and resistance, uncontrollably trembling. We'll cover others. Leave the assault to us. A group of people charged ferociously, including Night Guard and Fang Li. This group was incredibly fast, their expressions unusually calm. They were among the strongest and most well-backed in the crowd of these dozen ships. Chapter 269, Acquaintance. After all, there were too many people chosen. Even in this world, that was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the number of people granted an audience. Brother Yi and Fang Li were a team. You take the left. I'll take the right. Okay. Both men were calm and collected, like a bow and arrow as they sliced through any sea demons that tried to block their way along the route. The terrifying strength of more than 10 people burst forth, continuously leaping forward, almost reaching the eerie fishmen. Many sea demons desperately climbed and jumped up trying to stop them. But Brother Yi clenched his fist and roared loudly, "Get out of the way!" A terrifying blast of air erupted, completely crushing the sea demons in front, stripping them away like dust. Fang Li was startled. Such incredible ability, but he also noticed Brother Yi's face turn pale. Obviously, the move was tremendously powerful but also extremely draining. "Brother Yi, don't worry, leave the rest to us." Fang Li roared, and he along with the others threw themselves into a fierce battle. The eerie mermaid noticed their killing intent and suddenly burst into a terrifying scream. The horrifying ripple fluctuations made them feel cold all over, their bodies trembling, as if plunging into the deep sea. The surrounding monsters also started howling, as if about to riot. It's useless. At this moment Fang Li's eyes sparkled, his aura suddenly changed, and he sliced open his palm. He grasped the blade in his hand, the blood on it looked as if it could ignite, carrying an astonishing breath, as though generating a shadow of sword energy. With an overwhelming force, he violently stabbed towards the eerie fishman. The next moment, the eerie fishman was pierced amidst a thunderous, fearful roar. Its cry made everyone, including the sea demons and deep-sea monsters, cover their ears. Fang Li clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes were bloodshot as he tried to pull out the blade. But the rotting hand of the eerie fishman grabbed hold of the sword blade. Its singing abruptly stopped, but it hoarsely uttered, "You have stepped into this devil's sea. None of you will escape. They will soon find you. Eat your flesh, drink your blood, gnaw your bones. And avenge me." Ahahaha. It screamed, its entire body wildly spewing black fog outwards. It seemed that was the source of the eerie power. As the black fog dissipated, the eerie fishman also turned into a skeletal figure and sank into the water. The other deep-sea monsters seemed somewhat fearful and dived down, while many sea demons, with their red eyes staring intently, did not attack again but slowly retreated. Everyone looked solemnly at this scene. Although they had successfully killed such an eerie mermaid, their mood had sunk to the lowest. Were there other creatures of the same kind? The waves are moving again. The ship can continue forward now. At this moment, all those holding the ship's navigation logs suddenly felt a mild warmth in their chest. They quickly pulled out the notebook that detailed the ship's travel knowledge from their pockets. Wait, is there new content? Brother Yi and Fang Li returned to the deck at this moment, their expressions slightly stunned. What new content? It says, this Devil's Sea houses 9 terrifying eerie creatures. Each of them rules over their respective territory. And that mermaid was the weakest among them. Everyone shivered involuntarily. Such dangerous and deadly beings, and there were still 8 more. And the most terrifying being is named Sea Demon. If it appears, it's a certain death. From what just happened, someone said grimly, it has already sent a signal, and the other 8 might find us soon, as it said. We can't delay. All ships, all people, act immediately. Head in the direction of the compass now. Everyone frantically began to speed up. They switched shifts in 2 rounds, determined to leave before the other 8 terrifying creatures arrived. Meanwhile, in another sea territory, the yellow-robed priest's voice trembled. Don't move recklessly. I haven't moved. Why are you so nervous? You fucking blind? Don't you see that enormous thing above your head? Above the black pearl, 5 enormous tentacles propped up against the sky dome, with a bizarrely unsettling black hole in the center. How can such a thing exist here? The yellow-robed priest said anxiously. It just needs to move a bit, and we would all be buried at the bottom of the sea. Suchi glanced at the compass. Can only say its pointing isn't very accurate. Fuck. The yellow-robed priest glared at him and shouted. This is all because of you. When that giant current appeared, we could have gone around it, but you insisted on going straight through. It's not hiding itself anymore, its voice almost projected outward. It's not that the black shadows are too slow, I just sped up a bit, Suchi said nonchalantly. Look, when the ship flew, it obviously jumped a great distance. So we ran into such a terrifying creature. The yellow-robed priest roared. And you lot. Didn't you think to advise him at all? Gan Wenqi said forcefully. The captain's orders are absolute. Suchi, like a leader, clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You guys are promising. Came to my office later, I'll consider giving you a raise. Thank you, Sect Hierarch. Gan Wenqi said energetically. Call me Captain. Yes, Captain. The yellow-robed priest watched this scene, fell into silence as if he had been struck hard, the last flicker of his soulfire trembled weakly. Then he muttered despondently. I was wrong, all wrong. Knowing this, it would have been better to just die in that pit. And Suchi lifted his head, looking at the terrifying creature in the sky dome. When he had first encountered the giant current, his initial instinct was to go around too, but an exclamation mark had appeared. Riding the current, you might encounter a familiar entity, at that time. Suchi was surprised, familiar faces in this eerie devil sea? After thinking hard and not knowing who it might be, he decided to ride the current and find out. Now, the situation had turned into this. Suchi slowly took out his similarly heated navigation diary. Sea demon, huh? He recognized at a glance the high-reaching life with 5 tentacles as none other than high-crossing Haixing, who was once his teammate in Love, Death, Super Players. At this moment, Haixing's terrifying mouth parts, like a black hole, were furiously sucking in the waves. The recent current was due to this terrifying suction force. Now, the black shadows were all desperately exerting force in the opposite direction, so as not to be sucked away. Suchi whispered softly. Brother Haixing. Brother Haixing, I thought you and Brother Cat had gone off to wander different worlds. How did you end up here? And became the most fearsome sea demon of the Devil Sea. He could see that Brother Haixing was in a dangerous state. Question marks filled with pain, struggle, and madness flickered above his head. Suchi reached out again, a philosophy book materializing in his hand. Being a nothingness? The yellow-robed priest was confused. You're reading a book at a time like this. Knowledge is power. Suchi opened the book, unconcerned about the yellow-robed priest seeing it. It was powered by the knowledge god, which, besides the book's cover, he couldn't comprehend anything. This book contained countless rituals held by the god of knowledge, although not all were displayed the moment it was opened. The divine itself transcends everything, with rituals spanning ancient to modern. Thus, Suchi needed to make his request to display relevant rituals. At the same time, he also needed to provide corresponding spirit coins. I need to restore its sanity temporarily. The current rituals capable of achieving this, Suchi muttered to himself. Of course, at present, many ancient, taboo, and legendary rituals required more powerful efficiency and vast resources, so typically one needed to accurately articulate their requests. At that moment, the display showed The ritual's level is ancient, requires 50,000 spirit coins for display. Tsuchi, you're charging a copyright fee now. Chapter 270, How can the chosen of the Eye of Destiny be insignificant? Tsuchi wasn't surprised either. The brother Haishing before him had become even stronger and more terrifying. I'll definitely have to get brother Haishing to give it back later. Tsuchi threw in 50,000 spirit coins, although he hadn't received the payment from the Hustlers' Chamber of Commerce yet. The rebate he got from the final home was nearly 100,000 spirit coins, all thanks to the efforts of his brothers. After the spirit coins dissipated, the text on a page of the book, like 3D, was fluttering off page by page. Dark traces were forming a complex pattern. At the same time, related text was slowly appearing. Holy Whisper ceremony requires the use of rootless water to construct the pattern, and placing the following items at different positions in the pattern: soaked feather, half a spirit coin, rotten fish roe. Tsuchi's eyelid twitched slightly as he looked at the dense list of requirements. There were quite a few items needed. Finally, recite these words to activate the ceremony. Tsuchi looked at the heap of awkward, complex, obscure ceremonial language. It seems the ceremony is really troublesome, and also damn expensive, but this isn't just a one-off deal. As long as I remember the pattern and the ceremonial words and so on, it would be like buying them outright. Simple ceremonies just required memorization. But complex, forbidden ceremonies had a threshold of forgetting. In short, they required the use of spiritual energy and spiritual power to gradually comprehend, to slowly engrave them into one's mind. This wasn't a problem for Tsuchi. The main issue is that the items needed for the ceremony are a hassle to find, and I don't know if I can just get by with a concrete in the future. Concrete illusions can be created within a pupil, based on the difference in spiritual power between the two parties, the target's degree of belief, environmental mimicry, logical coherence, etc., can become concrete and produce attributes and powers. Currently, I could only construct them for a short duration. Couldn't make items that exist for a long time out of thin air. At that moment, the surrounding waves suddenly lifted a huge swell, and the sky dome began to blow with a hurricane.